A pleasant and clear day illuminated the majestic palace of the powerful Agrita Empire with sun rays. And the story begins. Meanwhile, in the dense and impenetrable thicket of a wild forest, a girl in a yellow dress and blonde hair ran scared. The baby was breathing with difficulty. A cold, sticky sweat ran down her face. A feeling of uncontrollable fear froze on her lips. She was completely alone in this terrible forest. The frightened girl's name was Rihanna. The girl was the daughter of the Duke of Croft. The young lady was only 10 years old and was already in such terrible trouble. Rihanna finally got tired of running and switched to a measured pace. With every movement, the poor girl became more and more afraid to move towards the unknown. Tears began to run down the beautiful girl's cheeks. Her purple eyes could no longer see anything because of them. Rihanna burst into tears. Where was her father? She was so scared now. The baby began to blame herself for everything that happened. How could she be so foolish? That's why Rihanna let go of her father's hand from her hands. It was her fault for everything. Here, under the feet of the frightened girl, a green frog croaked and jumped further on its business. Rihanna shrieked in surprise. The girl could no longer hold back her tears. She was consumed by a sticky feeling of fear from within. What should she do now? What should she do? How to get out of this terrible forest bowl? How to find her father? Rihanna collapsed, exhausted on the damp ground. Then, out of nowhere, a warm and inspired voice was heard. The girl was really lost here. Rihanna immediately raised her head. In front of her, under the sun's rays, stood a young and friendly knight, who extended his hand to Rihanna to help the girl up. No need to cry. Frightened and tired from her adventures, the girl opened her eyes in surprise, if only all this was just her nightmare. The young man's name was Raymond Agrita. There was a good nature and calmness in his eyes. His warm and reassuring smile ordered her to quickly get up from the cold ground. Rihanna looked fascinated at the face of her savior. Slowly extending her hand to him, Raymond carefully helped the young lady up. The young heroes were already walking through the halls of the royal castle, and as soon as Rihanna managed to get lost in the forest. Her father works in the palace administration. It was her first time here, so she got lost. The royal forest is so scary. It is not. When the young lady visits the palace next time, Raymond will show her the most beautiful places in the forest. The little girl looked fascinated at her young and so noble savior. Probably at that moment, everything began. The young lady's cheeks flushed. Rihanna felt embarrassed and pleasantly surprised. And then the beautiful Raymond sank deep into her soul and heart. Meanwhile, in the Duchy of Croft, the workday had already begun for all its inhabitants. Unbreakable knights guarded their peace. In the hallway, 2 young maids obediently helped their Master Croft get dressed. The girls held His Excellency's jacket. This time, the maids were more polite than usual. The young lady Rihanna stood behind the wall and listened to the adults' conversations. While Duke Croft has not yet left the family property, the baby should at least have time to try. Rihanna looked from her hiding place. Her father is heading to the imperial palace. A cold sweat ran down Duke Croft's forehead. Again, his daughter resumed his work. The father covered his face with his hand. Well, as much as possible, they had already discussed everything. The Duke noticed that lately his beloved daughter goes to the palace at every opportunity. But this is not at all a place for games. Tears appeared in the little girl's eyes when her beloved father left his large family estate. Rihanna was left alone, as if she had been abandoned. Everything was so cold. There was evident pain in the father's eyes. His face was distorted in a grimace of regret. Duke Croft knew this feeling very well and loved his girl more than anything in the world. Duke Croft lost his mother very early, so he took great care of his daughter. There was little time. He let Rihanna quickly prepare for her departure. The word loneliness was always poisonous and painful for her father. Therefore, when he heard it, he always allowed her to follow him. And that's how the palace and its lands became familiar to Rihanna. And then, one bright and beautiful day, the charming young lady as usual was waiting to meet her savior. But Raymond was very late. Unlike him, Rihanna worried too much about her friend and decided to find him on her own. The girl ran through the entire royal castle, looked into all the halls and rooms, and asked the staff if anyone had seen Ray. In the royal palace, the worried girl did not find her friend and went to the summer garden. But she only encountered a young couple in love. It was already dark outside, the day had turned into evening, but where was Raymond? The boy could not simply forget about their meeting or not come without notifying the young lady. Young Rihanna continued to wander around the outskirts of the royal palace, not losing hope of finding her friend. But something caught her attention. Wow, a building in the imperial palace, and there are places like this. How surprising. Rihanna has never been there. What if her friend is there now? The baby headed towards a place unknown to her, approaching the building. The girl realized that it was an old abandoned palace. On the other hand, what the young Raymond should be doing in an abandoned place is not at all included in the circle of his entertainments and interests. Here, not far away, the rude shout of a teenager was heard. The heir, in whose veins flows the dirty blood of a maid, what a shame. Dirty brat, why doesn't his father understand that, for a beggar like his mother, an abandoned palace should be a luxury? The brat bill hit Ray in the face. There was a silent commotion in Rihanna's eyes. What was this little monster doing? How dare he utter such dirty words and touch young Raymond? The idiot doesn't even have dirt under his nails. The vile degenerate loomed threateningly over Ray. He was so ashamed to be a prince in the empire. To let him live as if he were dead and not try to reclaim the honor of the imperial family. After which, the spoiled and useless geek spat in the face of the noble Raymond, enjoying this moment. The monster reveled in his position, imagining nothing extraordinary. This is where the king's place is to remind him. The girl could not just calmly watch how her friend was hurt and humiliated, but she needed to intervene immediately. If the girl defends Raymond now and insults the monster, her father will be furious and, moreover, her reputation may be at risk. Because from the first days of her visit to the imperial palace, Duke Kraft immediately described his priorities. The first thing the father did was show his daughter a portrait of the impudent imbecile who would become the future emperor. Here he is. Crown Prince Aster. Poor young Raymond, how much true strength and dignity there was in that small body. How he endured such abuse. In most adults, one cannot find such strength, determined character, and an inexhaustible source of light, as in this child. On the way home, young Raymond heard a girl crying and looked behind a tree. Rihanna. She was sitting crying under its crown. The boy looked at his friend in surprise. What was the young lady doing here at this hour? And completely alone, the Duke was probably worried. Then the young man lifted Rihanna from the ground and hugged her warmly. Everything was fine for him. She had nothing to worry about. This boy also found the strength to support others when he himself was suffering. In Ray's arms, the young heroine only thought about how infinitely sorry she was that the young man had been treated this way. Her heart and soul were shattered by resentment towards him. But of course, the baby was still too small and foolish to fully realize her feelings a few years later. The Crofts' duchy. The personal maid looked at her young mistress with concern. If Rihanna did this, she might catch a cold. But if the girl puts on something warmer, she won't be able to show Raymond her new dress. The heroine was already 16 years old. The maid sighed resignedly. Well, that's what to do with the stubborn young lady, of course. It is more important for her to show off her dress than to take care of her health. As the maid said, Rihanna very quickly got cold outside and was shivering, hugging herself with her arms. How cold and damp the wind was. After which the frozen girl sneezed loudly. Well, she went out in a new dress. She had to listen to her maid. Here, Ryan's frustrated thoughts were interrupted by the familiar voice. And pleasant from young Raymond, he greeted the girl and smiled. Well, the young man has finally arrived. Now we can show off. Let Raymond look and say if he likes the heroine's new dress. The young master rubbed his neck embarrassed. Rihanna can stop spinning and listen to him attentively. Do you want to say something? Raymond felt something like this for the first time and doesn't know how to correctly express the new feeling. But he really wants to. Rihanna froze in amazement. The girl's cheeks flushed. The main character listened to every word from Raymond, let him continue. She listens carefully and seems to understand everything. The young master met a charming girl, and now not a day goes by without thinking of her. And this feeling grows and strengthens in him. Raymond feels that he likes this beautiful person very much. The girl has gotten into his heart. And it is deeply rooted in him. Then, Rihanna's heart clenched in her chest with painful pricks. At that moment, her word was crushed like a concrete slab, but the girl only smiled, pretending joy for her friend. Since the main character sincerely, and with all her soul, wished happiness to Raymond. She deserved it from that day on. The young man talked a lot about his beloved. A smile from this magical girl is enough to make the young master's heart beat faster. Surely the girl of his dreams hears how loud and strong the heart of the young man next to her beats. Rihanna had never seen her friend so happy. Never before had a single day brought so much excitement and fear to the young man. But now everything had changed. Rihanna did not want to hear all this at all, but there was no other option. The main character cannot do this to Ray and admit her deep feelings when she found her love. The girl's condition worsened every day. She suffered unbearable pain. The maids offered new dresses to the lady, but she no longer cared that they left what they thought necessary. The maid asked the young lady not to accept everything and choose what she really likes. This is not a simple ball. This is one of the most important and significant balls of the Imperial Palace, in which the neighbors are informed about the arrival of spring. A large number of nobility and aristocracy, young debutantes and debutantes, cheerful dances, new acquaintances, small talk. And how many beautiful and brave knights will be waiting for the young lady in the royal castle? Well, it's just the dream of any girl. You must prepare responsibly for this. The main character just hugged herself. The knight of her heart will appear at the ball with another girl. The rest of the boys are not interested in her, and now nothing makes her happy. Here, an enthusiastic whisper swept through the crowd, and a new young couple attracted everyone's attention. All the curious and observant ones kept saying that the two young people looked like they came out of a painting. An incredibly beautiful couple, and how well they suited each other. Rihanna gathered strength and raised her eyes to the young lovers, which means that this is the same magical girl. Rhea, a beautiful girl with long blonde hair and emerald eyes, was named Regina. This lady was from the family of the Marquis of Seos. The gazes of these two young lovers filled everything around them. They were full of sensuality and depth. It seemed that there was no one else in this world except these two, and the couple in love felt the same way. They had never seen it. The protagonist seemed struck by lightning. It was no longer possible to accumulate such unbearable pain within herself that consumed the girl and corroded her. Rihanna would no longer torture herself like this. This had to end, and her unrequited feelings should end here. And now, the girl nervously left the spring main event at the royal palace in a hurry. Rihanna simply could no longer see these two together. The silence in the room was interrupted by the maid. She announced that a guest was waiting for the main character. Who could it be at this time? Rihanna left her bedroom and went to meet her guest. Curiosity tormented her as to who was waiting for her at such a late hour. A tired Raymond was lying on the sofa at his family estate. The young man covered his face with his hand and then noticed his girlfriend. The main character immediately froze in silent surprise at what the young king was doing here. And at such a late hour. Wow, why is the young man so drunk? The girl helped her friend up. What is going on? Raymond had never been this drunk in his life. And the young man had no expression. There was melancholy and pain in his eyes. Rihanna began to worry about him. The young gentleman once again spoke the name of his beloved. Well, it has begun. His girlfriend is marrying the ruler of the Western Kingdom. Rihanna opened her eyes. Poor Raymond can't do anything about it. He is so hurt and sad, his heart is breaking into 1,000 pieces. The girl knows this feeling very well. The poor young man, as always, blamed himself for everything. considering himself so pathetic and insignificant for not being able to protect his love. Even Raymond doesn't dare to utter such words about himself. With his power, no one gets close. There are things the emperor himself cannot influence. But this does not make him feel pitiful. It's just that there are situations in their lives that can only turn out to be pleasant or painful. And they do not reserve the right to choose or decide. Everything will definitely turn out well with time, and the girl will always be by young Raymond's side. He is not alone and never will be again. From the day Regina left for the Western Kingdom, the smile disappeared forever from the face of beautiful Ray. Day after day, the main character was near and tried to cheer up the young man. But no matter how much Ryan tried, nothing made him happy. Today, on the way to the castle, the girl noticed a beautiful flower and wanted to show what was behind Rihanna. But noticing Ray's empty and lifeless gaze, the girl changed her mind about showing it to him. But that's okay, you can't give up. If you keep trying, he will smile again. And 2 years later, at the main character's family estate, terrible news resonated with the girl. The cup fell from her hands, shattering on the floor. Rihanna covered her mouth with her hands in horror, simply unthinkable what her father just said. This cannot be. During the last party at the palace, Raymond's friend's mother accidentally spilled wine on the crown prince of the empire's clothes. Just for this reason, this is madness. And now Raymond's mother has been sentenced to death. This is just a bloody personal reprisal for a notorious and worthless geek on the throne. Ray's poor mother was constantly humiliated in the castle due to her low birth throughout her life. And even after her execution, no farewell ceremony was held. This simply cannot be true. How could the emperor allow this? How could he indulge his vile degenerate in a heartless massacre? Young Raymond lay on the damp floor, shuddering from painful impulses. And shattered by sobs. The poor king clutched the bloody cloth in his hands. The young man was blinded by his bitterness and pain, noticing no one around him. The young body contained so much unbearable pain, so much poisonous resentment, so much feeling of powerlessness, that the young man let out a roar like a wounded beast. His whole life, Raymond was subjected to humiliation at the hands of his half-brother. And his noble and cowardly herd, his beloved girl, was forced to leave the empire. Ray simply could no longer keep this whole clot of corrosive feelings inside. It was stronger than him. His eyes stung from salty tears. Throughout his difficult life, the strong young man did not shed a tear and was always a support for others. But now, holding his mother's cloak in his hands, Ray sobbed bitterly. The poor young man cried out all his pain. Something new appeared in his eyes. Rihanna's eyes were still filled with tears of sadness. The shattered young man got up from the floor and straightened up, holding his beloved mother's cloak in his hands. Raymond announced that he would no longer lose those he held dear. The main character still did not understand what click sounded in the young man's head. And what switch turned sadness in his eyes was replaced by righteous anger. And exactly 1 year after the terrible massacre of his mother, the embittered Raymond provoked a bloody uprising in the empire. The emperor was completely absorbed in pleasures and withdrew from managing state affairs. And the crown prince was completely useless and inept, which outraged the citizens, so gathering people around him was not a problem. There were also more than enough allies. The main character's beloved father supported Raymond first, and together they seized the royal palace. And the bold power. Then, in an instant, after staging a coup, Raymond ascended the imperial throne. Duke Craft played an important and key role in the revolution that gave power to the king's bastard. The girl's father was useful even after her. For this, the great conqueror hurried to inform his daughter of His Highness's proposal. The emperor, although he was against this wedding. Precisely because of the irreplaceable merits of Duke Croft, his only daughter will become empress. And Raymond's wife. It seems it could have been better. On the solemn wedding day of the two young people, the bride and groom make their vows before God. And everyone present. Rihanna still couldn't believe that she herself would become empress and also marry the young man she had unrequitedly loved since childhood. The young man changed a lot. His soul was broken and his heart acquired armor, but the girl was always with him with all her soul. During his vow, the groom announced that he had observed his mother's loneliness his entire life. So she would never fill the palace with beautiful ladies. Raymond cannot promise true love to his fiancée, but he swears he will never bring another woman to the palace. The man of her heart did not promise to love her, but he promised that only she would be by his side. And this promise was enough for her. After a while, another significant event definitely occurred. It was pregnancy. So the doctor sincerely congratulated the girl. The main character was beside herself with happiness. The girl was overjoyed. If they were going to have a child, they had to tell Ray everything immediately. Having lost her first child, Rihanna overcame great sadness. It was harder to get pregnant the second time, and then Raymond grew very distant from her. The girl did not blame her husband at all for his reaction, but it definitely meant that Ray really wanted a child. And now the main character will be able to give the man of her heart the long-awaited baby. How happy the emperor will be. And then everyone can be happy together. The maid begged the lady not to run. She could fall, but Rihanna wanted to quickly tell her husband everything. He would be beside himself with happiness. The inspired girl asked to inform the servants that the wife of his lordship had arrived. But out of the corner of her ear, she heard that Lady Regina was returning to the empire. Regina returns from the Western Kingdom the day after tomorrow. So it was necessary to prepare everything. Rihanna froze in horror. The maid saw her mistress's confusion and looked at her worriedly. The person she loves will soon be here. He has not forgotten her. Animal fear froze in the empress's eyes. She tried so hard to make them both happy. What would happen now? The girl moved away from the door of the emperor's office. There is no need to inform His Majesty of her visit. Because of Regina, everything will be wasted. The main character clenched her fists. Raymond promised that she would be the only one, or decided to do everything in secret. Heavy thoughts and hidden fears that were deeply buried inside surfaced. And they covered the girl's head. The personal maid clarified if everything was all right with her mistress, if she shouldn't be nervous or worried now. She was in no condition to torment herself. The empress looked at her maid. Helen heard all this too, but Rihanna didn't hear it, did she? The maid, humbly and guiltily, bowed her head to Her Majesty to her deepest regret. Rihanna heard everything correctly. The empress thought so, and asked her maid to leave His Highness alone with her thoughts. Helen immediately bowed and left her mistress's bedroom, her face disfigured by a grimace of resentment and jealousy. Why would Regina suddenly return to the empire? 7 years ago, she became the concubine of the Western king. She didn't even become his wife. Just a servant. That's why, before the death of the king of the Western Empire, Regina could not leave that country. So why is she returning? If that same girl returns to Raymond's life, she will once again illuminate his life. And his sealed heart. After the departure of his beloved girl, His Highness married Lady Croft, but never uttered a word of love. And if Raymond meets his beloved again, from whom he parted against his own will, then his feelings will surely erupt with renewed vigor. The main character sharply clutched her stomach. The girl gritted her teeth against the pain that pierced her whole body. The doctor warned Rihanna that after the loss of her first child, the girl should eliminate stress and physical activity. The main character must be very careful about her condition, take care of herself and her child, but not this. Rihanna immediately apologized to her baby. Mom didn't think about him at all. But it won't happen again. After all, the heroine is no longer alone. It was time for dinner with her husband. The empress had already forgotten about it. The main character entered the refectory hall in a luxurious red dress. A chilling silence reigned inside. Judging by the concentrated and perplexed look of the young man, Raymond was probably thinking about his Regina at this moment. But there was at least one moment in his life that made the emperor think so deeply about his wife. The girl approached the refectory table. At the other end, her husband greeted her with a cold look. The maids remained silent nearby. The main character apologized for her delay. Raymond replied distantly that everything was fine, that he himself arrived early. His Highness ordered all staff to leave the refectory hall and leave him, and his wife in peace. Then the Emperor learned that his lordship visited Duke Croft's property today, and how everything went for his father. The main character was displeased with the food. What an empty and dead voice. With Regina, the young man always smiled, and words about her flowed from him like a stormy river. Raymond initiated a formal and routine conversation about how Rihanna's day went. This is the content of all their current conversations. But the girl left the royal palace without even a servant. She is not at all interested in what happened. If the girl became Regina, then her husband would not be so indifferent to her if this feeling for her could change. Rihanna must talk about the girl, but upon hearing the name of her rival, hostility settled in the girl's soul. Raymond seems very excited, although not in her direction. The girl studied him well, and she could recognize all the changes just by her husband's gaze. And the reason for his long-awaited liveliness is probably in Regina. How vile is the heroine's soul! With a deep sigh, the girl shouted to her husband, "Your Majesty became an involuntary witness to news today. It is true that Regina is returning to the Empire." The girl froze, expectant, trying to catch every fleeting emotion in his gaze. And his gestures. The Emperor closed his eyes tiredly and took a sip of red wine. His whole body screamed that he was trying to suppress his emotions. So, how did his wife learn this information? It was not announced anywhere, and few people know about it. That's right, Rihanna wiped her mouth with a napkin. The Empress passed by His Majesty's office today and found out. Oh, that's it. The girl heard everything correctly. Lady Regina is indeed returning to her empire. But how is it possible that Regina became the concubine of the ruler of the Western Empire? That is, this is not a short visit, but a full-fledged return. About 2 weeks ago, the king of a Western state died. The emperor grabbed his head, and his throne passed to his heir. Moreover, all former concubines who did not sleep with the previous king were fortunately returned to their countries. In this case, Regina returns to the status of a lady and returns to her empire permanently. Now she is Lady Seos, or Lady Regina. This is a real blow. If Regina had returned to the empire as a concubine, she would not have been able to resume her relationship with the king. Raymond assured his wife that the girl should not worry about this. But Rihanna immediately froze in surprise. That's all, don't worry because, as you understand it, the king himself made her a promise. And he is not going to give it up. So the point is in this oath promise, and not in relation to the girl herself. That is, without the promise, Regina would already be here. The emperor coldly cut off all attempts to try to untangle this issue. Nothing will change with the return of Lady Regina. The emperor is not going to make a fuss over the virgin ties for him. Only Rihanna is the empress. Every word of the last sentence was spoken with such regret and disappointment that the girl was about to jump out the window. It is unbearable to feel like an unnecessary obstacle between the man you love your whole life and his true love. But the main character, as always, was not shown by the girl. She melted into a routine smile. Perfected over the years, the worried maid suggested that her mistress bring a few more options for weekend dresses. But the girl did not listen to her. All the empress's thoughts were occupied with the fateful return of that very girl whom they hadn't remembered for so long. Her Majesty abruptly returned to reality. The girl began more and more to immerse herself in herself and her experiences, which were not hidden from prying eyes. It was difficult not to connect her state of worry with the news about Regina. So the maids looked at her with pity. Simply incredible. The protagonist has become empress, and the maids look at her with pity. If the girl continues to lament, then her son will become an object of pity. She needs to recover and let them bring her a more luxurious dress. After all, the protagonist has not gone out with her husband for a long time, so it is worth dressing elegantly for this occasion. Accompanying Raymond is also important, because today is a celebration party on the occasion of Lady Regina's return. And Her Highness must attend this party. This is not an important event with clear goals. Of course, the emperor does not have this duty, but a man named Raymond must be present during Regina's return. What her husband just said, not the emperor but simply Raymond, should meet the love of his life. The emperor raised his voice. His wife knows very well that the reason Regina went to the Western Kingdom is himself. And Raymond's presence at Regina's homecoming is just a small tribute for the suffering he has caused her. This is banal courtesy and respect. It is no secret that poor Lady Seos was sent to the Western Kingdom by order of the Crown Prince, the same degenerate who was ruining her life. This supposedly served as an alliance to unite the two empires. But then Regina rejected the engagement with the prince and became Raymond's fiancée. This was a good reason for the humiliated monster, but then a fire broke out at the Seos estate. Finances began to be severely lacking, and the family needed to be saved. And according to numerous rumors, Regina herself volunteered to go to the Western Kingdom. And Rihanna believed so. Of course, Raymond, as always, only blamed himself, believing that his love suffered only because of him. The emperor will go to the party just to greet Regina. She has been through a lot of pain for him, so he wants to show minimal concern. The desire to see Regina was unwavering and clear, without even thinking about the rumors that would now surround his wife, for whom he had always been there, who loved Raymond unrequitedly since childhood. There was not the slightest care from the young man. That is why today the protagonist goes to a party with the emperor to defend her honor, which he will not defend. This is the only way Rihanna can protect her daughter from ridicule. The girl always knew that Regina would have been empress if it weren't for her exile to the Western Kingdom. The main protagonist covered her face with her hand. We must not forget about our baby. He is the most important thing now, don't worry. And the main question on the agenda is, in such circumstances, when should the girl tell her husband about the child? Now only Regina is in the emperor's head. It will be difficult to tell him this news. The girl should not be less important than Regina. Maybe we should talk about the pregnancy after the party. Maybe the longing for her will disappear when Ray sees her. What to do? What would be best for her? And the fetus, there will probably be no right decision. You just have to try. The maid brought a new, elegant dress for her mistress. The luxurious robe was all embroidered in gold. This dress, which Raymond gave the girl for her birthday last year. It was custom-made at the best salon in the empire. This outfit is unique. For Rihanna, the dress was of great importance because it was chosen and given by Raymond. However, all the girl's days darkened. Soon she lost her child and had no time for a luxurious dress. I wonder if Her Majesty remembers that this luxurious dress is her gift. The choice is made. The Empress will travel in this dress. The maids were happy to see their mistress's enthusiasm and happily began to comb her long hair. And finally, all the difficult tasks of the ladies were finished. The maids did a great job and were very proud of the result. Her Highness is finally ready to go out. The dress fits her figure perfectly. The maids froze in fascination looking at Rihanna. The girls began to admire and shower their empress with compliments. Rihanna was fantastically beautiful in this dress. When the emperor sees the girl in this luxurious dress, he will definitely be speechless. So a smile appeared on her face. The protagonist was truly dazzling. Her husband's gift perfectly highlighted her deep gaze. And her ivory skin. The girl would be very happy, and His Excellency would like it very much. Young Rihanna dreamed of this from childhood until today. The maid felt happy. Everything will definitely happen this way, because it was the emperor who gave this dress to his wife. She cannot make His Excellency wait too long. She should have gone out already. Rihanna is so excited that she cannot wait to show her husband her eyes. The inspired girl was already standing on the stairs, waiting for a reaction from her husband. A sparkle appeared in her eyes. The emperor was already standing, surrounded by his guards. The girl called her husband in a velvety voice. Raymond immediately turned to look at the main character. Well, finally. The girl came down after a long time of preparation. The girl's cheeks immediately turned crimson. So far, everything is not going as it turned out in her head. Come on, Ray, look at her. The main character lowered her head dejectedly, wondering if Raymond would remember her gift. But in the young man's eyes, there was only steel and emptiness when he saw the heroine. The party had already begun. They were late. They need to hurry immediately. That's why, every time, the girl always builds castles in the air in her head. That dissipate with the first ray of reality. Previously, the girl was down to earth, but suddenly now she wanted special treatment for herself. As always, the emperor had an indifferent look. There was no hatred in it. But no tenderness either. Well, at least once in her life, this blind man could pay attention to the one who is always by his side. That is difficult to notice and admit if she is really not worthy of his attention. His Majesty clarified what happened to the girl, noticing the rapid change in her reactions. And her dejected appearance, Rihanna had something wrong or felt pain. No way, the main character always has the best of everything, and nothing bothers Rihanna. Right. There is no need to ask these questions, because the young couple is late for such an important event. So, let them hurry to make everyone happy with their presence. So here is the fateful day for both young people at the estate of the Marquis of Seos. The day Raymond will meet her again. The servant of the Marquis of Seos solemnly announced that the Emperor and Empress had arrived at the estate to celebrate Lady Regina. All the dance couples listened attentively to the butler's words, and immediately froze, realizing that the Emperor himself was in the building. The doors opened, the head of the empire entered the hall with his wife, surrounded by guards. All eyes were focused on the couple. The young people floated slowly and majestically across the hall. The guests bowed to them and greeted their ruler. His Imperial Highness ordered everyone to stand up and stop bowing. The guests immediately straightened up and burst into smiles. The protagonist lowered her eyes and looked offendedly at the very girl who always loomed over her like a threat. Regina Seus has indeed returned. The girl has not changed at all during this time. She is still as young and beautiful. And then the eyes of these two met. Both were filled with deep melancholy, regret, and future plans. When Raymond and Regina were forced to separate due to circumstances, their feelings were at the peak of their depth. And now, after 7 years of forced separation, Rihanna's husband and the king's former concubine met. The main protagonist stood behind her husband with a dejected look, feeling the pain and resentment. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by the thin, velvety female voice of the culprit of her worries. Rihanna looked angrily in her direction. That very girl thanked the emperor and the empress for such a pleasant visit, and for honoring Regina with their appearance on the occasion of her return. The young empress froze, amazed by the kind smile of her beloved Raymond. At that moment, she did not know what was hidden behind his sweet face. Lady Regina had exactly the same smile 7 years ago. In those days, it meant kindness and frankness, as it seemed to her. How can this girl smile at the main character with the same smile now? Rihanna was getting worse. All the guests present already adored Regina and sympathized with the fact that she was separated from being together after what they experienced, while everyone looked at the main character with contempt because she became the main villain. Thanks to her, a beautiful couple cannot be together. The emperor broke the tense silence. What a relief that after so long Lady Regina could return to the empire. His Excellency is glad to see the girl in good health. Miss Regina was radiant with happiness and thanked the emperor for his attention. Since the emperor was the first to express his wishes, now the empress should also say something. But the girl's voice simply disappeared, as if something had blocked her. Sticky sweat ran down her face. There was fear in her eyes. The girl's cheeks burned with a sickly blush. Her eyes were tearful, desperately trying to find salvation in this situation. The emperor interrupted his wife's suffering. Her ladyship is fine, she doesn't look very well. It is necessary to recover immediately. She defends her boundaries and her reputation. Moreover, she is already forming an attitude towards her son, which is much more important. The empress immediately smiled routinely, erasing the burden of her emotions from her face. She congratulates the young woman on her return. Rihanna wholeheartedly wishes the CEO's family well-being and also wants to forget the past and live a new life. Lady Regina was briefly perplexed by Rihanna's very clear message. Although she is a villain to everyone, the past still cannot be changed. That very girl bowed elegantly to Her Majesty the Empress and thanked her for her wishes. The Emperor announced that he and his wife should leave now, because they did not want to become hostages to the attention that today was intended solely for her. These farewell glances at the end feel as if the young people do not want to say goodbye and let each other go ever again. The Emperor timidly repeated once more that he was very happy about Regina's safe return and saved from Regina, prolonging their meeting by at least 1 more minute. The protagonist prepared to endure it. Soon they would return to the palace, and everything would be as before. The young man found the strength to take his eyes off his beloved and offered his hand to his empress. It was time for them to leave. His Majesty extended his strong hand towards his wife. The main character slowly and majestically placed hers in his. 1 more minute, and the girl and her beloved would have left this fateful estate, but then they were stopped by the voice of that very girl. The Emperor immediately looked at his empress. The main character was already looking at him from under her eyebrows as if he were an enemy. Lady Regina needed to tell His Majesty something. This is very important and significant, so let the girl speak. Lady Seos's cheeks flushed with a red hue. Her eyes began to seek support in the gaze of her beloved man. Her lips trembled. In fact, that very girl did not return from the Western Kingdom completely alone. They brought a small child into the hall. This cannot be. The entire crowd of guests gasped and stared at the sensation that was happening. Dark hair like it had a steel tint, eyes the color of the night sky, an all too obvious resemblance to His Majesty. The main character was struck by a bolt of conjecture, and the girl thought there could be no worse news than Regina's arrival. How wrong she was. Tears streamed down Regina's cheeks, her face burning with fire. That very girl announced in front of everyone that this baby was hers with His Majesty. His name is Edmund. There was a huge stir in the capital over yesterday's incident. Regina announced the Emperor's heir, gathering all sorts of guests to draw attention. And this could not be stopped. The maid reported that Rihanna's father had arrived at the royal palace. Duke Kraft was already waiting for her in the room. The conversation was going to be difficult. The news spread like a deadly plague, and there was no cure for it. The Empress entered the guest room, accompanied by her maids. Her father immediately bowed to his lordship. The girl immediately ran to Duke Croft, making her father stop and get up immediately. The girl loved her father madly, and her father loved his daughter immensely. The wedding day was not happy because of it. The Duke will always only want his daughter's happiness despite everything, no matter what everyone whispers. If his only daughter marries for him or his family, it's not worth it. But the main character sincerely agreed to marry Raymond. The girl loved him with all her heart and told her father. And her father was unhappy because he knew very well that the Emperor did not love his daughter. The Duke ordered everyone out of the room. An oppressive and alarming silence fell. Her beloved dad was so worried about his child that the girl's heart broke. The main character immediately apologized to her beloved father for worrying the Duke. It was Rihanna who later insisted on a solemn marriage with Ray, hoping she would change everything. But she was never happy throughout their family union. And now, on top of that, her husband's love appeared and announced their common child within the father. Dreaming of his daughter's happiness, everything probably ended. For what the Empress now apologizes, it is only that the current situation does not help her daughter at all. Despite all his hard efforts, Duke Croft would like to know how the Emperor reacted to such shocking news. His lordship has not said anything yet. That is, in this case, the most important thing will be exactly how his lordship behaves. His decision. The main character understands this very well, which is why today Rihanna and her husband agreed to discuss this topic. How would the girl like to get inside Raymond's head? To know what the young man is thinking now. In which direction does his heart lean? On the way back to the royal palace, her husband didn't even look in the girl's direction. Nor did he look at what she should do and what would happen to her child now. Here, for the first time since his only daughter became empress, the loving father addressed her simply by her name. Duke Croft, just as he did on their wedding day, wants his only daughter to be happy. However, the Duke is not sure that his daughter can be happy in the royal palace. An obvious pain is reflected on the face of the best father in the world. The loving father still regrets not being able to dissuade his daughter from the imperial wedding. She wouldn't have had to go through so much. Unfortunately for her father, the girl was always head over heels in love with Raymond. And she looked at his back. And besides, Rihanna never regretted her love, even if it was unrequited. However, when Ria's illegitimate daughter appeared before his eyes, her husband didn't think of her for a second. And now the main character was not entirely sure that the news about her son would please the emperor, which tore her soul apart. The girl herself didn't know what to do with all this. Now Rihanna couldn't imagine everything as she always had. It was already quite late, so it was time for Duke Croft to leave, for Rihanna to remember that she was his daughter, and that she could always come home. The main character froze. What a fantastic father she has, and why did he give her this? A real gift. The father added at the end that if there were ever a conflict between his daughter and Regina's son, the emperor would most likely not take her side. No matter how much the girl wanted to agree and endure this, the loving father was completely right about this. Duke Croft took his daughter's hand and held her close to his heart. This old man just wants the empress to finally be happy. The girl, with a strong aftertaste from the conversation with her beloved dad, sat in her bedroom and drowned in her own thoughts. Then a maid burst into the room and, with terrible excitement, announced that the emperor had arrived at the empress's palace. His Excellency arrived at the empress's palace at such a late hour. What was going on? What was the reason for such an urgent arrival? But then the emperor himself appeared behind the maid with his entourage. Ray clenched his fists, the veins in his forehead and neck throbbing. The emperor arrived here so late because they needed to speak urgently with his wife, and that everyone should leave the room. The empress's maid and the accompanying entourage obediently bowed outside the room door. Rihanna quickly looked at her husband. Raymond had always been incapable of controlling his emotions. Feelings always overwhelmed him. Every one of his sensations was reflected in his facial expressions and body gestures. Now the young man already looked calm. The main character, dissatisfied, cautiously crossed her arms and invited His Excellency to sit down. The emperor and the empress sat opposite each other at a small table. Now the fate of not only the girl, but also another little person is being decided. Rihanna looked expectantly at the love of her life, her legal husband, the father of her unborn child. The emperor didn't even lift his eyes to his wife. Even if tea were served to him now, he wouldn't feel like drinking it right. The girl, on the one hand, wanted to quickly know her husband's decision, and, on the other, delay this moment as long as possible. Take a deep breath then. Why did the emperor himself come so late? Obviously not to have tea with his wife. Raymond crossed his legs and said in a cold tone that he visited the girl for a reason. He had a solution. The child Regina presented cannot be ignored. Edmund is too much like the emperor, he cannot be ignored. And since the child was shown in front of many people, they won't be able to pretend this didn't happen. But first, they must verify everything accurately. Therefore, his lordship will request an exact confirmation of Edmund's origins at the temple. And if it turns out to be of imperial blood. Therefore, he and Rihanna will discuss the final decision after the results of the child's origin. But for now, everyone must put their thoughts in order. And this probably unbalanced his wife, so let the girl go to the duchy. Or relax at the southern castle, let her announce her decision. Of course, this sounds like an attempt to care for his wife's condition. But the girl knows Ray too well. How would the heroine like the man of her heart to actually show her warm affection? Some attention and concern for her condition and comfort, but is there. The emperor simply informs the main character that he has decided to send her away and asks her to pretend not to notice. In this case, it might be time to draw conclusions about the marital relationship. He liked the scenery of the southern castle. Not Rihanna. The emperor froze in shock. Sweat dripped down his face throughout the entire history of his interaction with the heroine. For the first time, she opposed him. The main character smiled. Everything is fine for her, so she won't go anywhere. The empress will wait for the results, and then they will talk. And then on the fateful day, the maid brought bad news. The temple confirmed that this child was definitely of imperial blood. Only 3 days had passed since his lordship's visit to the empress's palace. The result of the child's origin arrived quite quickly. The main character understood everything. The maid can be free and return to her duties in the palace. But the maid just stood frozen in amazement, staring in shock at her empress as cold sweat ran down her face. She didn't hear Helen what her mistress told her to do. Today was a difficult day. Rihanna is tired and wants to be alone. But the maid did not back down. Trying to tell her empress something, the girl raised her voice. The maid couldn't hear her or something. What is happening with her personal assistant? Why did the girl start contradicting her mistress? Where does this resistance that is not typical of Helen come from? The maid immediately bowed guiltily before her mistress. It's okay, let her be. And tell the emperor's servants that his wife is not feeling well today. And she will not be able to attend a joint dinner with him. The main character's bedroom door slammed shut. The girl collapsed tiredly onto the back of the sofa. How tired she was of all this. How much she could fight for her confession. Since an official response confirming the origin of Lady Regina's son has now arrived. Now the entire empire will know that Edmund is Ray's son. Edmund, the emperor's illegitimate son, a little bastard of a former concubine, is similar not only in appearance to Ray, but also in his origin. Now the emperor has not a single legitimate heir in marriage. And due to the purge after the uprising, all his lordship's direct relatives were killed. So all the numerous and curious gazes of the empire will focus on this son of that very girl. After all, Edmund is the first son of His Majesty the Emperor, which carries the right to inherit the imperial throne. The first son, the first pride and paternal love, the protagonist wanted to give all this to her baby. And she asks for forgiveness for it. For the girl, her son is a blessing, but it was still impossible to announce anything about her pregnancy, since it would simply devalue herself. Rihanna might also lose her child this time, and in this palace, they might have to deal with an unborn child. Then 2 bloodless brothers with different affairs, of course powers, and imperial privileges will be divided. But can the main character protect her son in this hellish abyss? There was danger here all the time. And there is no one to trust at this moment. The emperor enters the refectory hall where the girl is not present. The main character never missed their dinners together throughout their marriage, enjoying every moment together. Rihanna loved ending the day with him. The girl always came, even ignoring her delicate health. While her husband didn't care about the girl's health and mental state, Ray was simply waiting for the shared dinner to end. So there is a possibility that the emperor will sigh with relief today and enjoy his dinner in long-awaited solitude. But can anyone really be blamed for this? Of course, Rihanna always knew about her husband's indifference. She spoke about it openly. And always, His Highness walked dejectedly down the hall towards a forced dinner with his wife, surrounded by his entourage of guards. The emperor was late, so he was already late for the joint dinner. The empress was probably already tired of waiting today. Before His Majesty, the servants opened the doors to the refectory hall. Everything was ready for a joint dinner with his wife. The bewildered young man entered the empty room. What is it? Because the empress has not yet appeared in the refectory hall. Because His Excellency was late even for dinner, and she is not there. His Majesty asked the maid why his wife had not yet visited the refectory. The girl had not come here at all. The woman's face was covered in sticky sweat. The maid knelt before her master and asked for forgiveness, She completely forgot to convey that the Empress would not be able to attend his dinner today. It would be fair to punish a forgetful and inattentive maid. She is ready to take responsibility for her actions. The Emperor approached the table indifferently. Nothing bad happened, the maid can leave. The man in the butler's tailcoat asked if the Emperor would stay for dinner in the refectory hall, or if it would be served to him in another room. His Imperial Highness will stay for dinner in this hall, as His Excellency pleases. The dishes will be served immediately. The head of the service staff looked irritably at his pupils, which made the young men freeze, and let them start working immediately. The young men immediately began dealing with numerous dishes on trays. His lordship deigned to dine here. The entire long refectory table was covered with luxurious dishes with captivating aromas. Each of them looked like a work of art. Now that the preparations for dinner are complete and all the dishes are in place, the Emperor asks everyone to leave. In front of his lordship, his wife's chair, who had never failed to share dinner with him, was unusually empty. The Emperor began to chew his dish, which meant Rihanna was not feeling well. But the young man didn't even ask her why she hadn't come. It is possible that the main character feels bad because the girl had to be nervous. The tired and dejected young man tastes nothing and takes no pleasure in his food. How tired the king of all this is. Out of nowhere, a resonant voice was heard. He asked her how the Emperor's day had gone. The young man froze, stunned. But there was still no one in the refectory hall, which means this is a game of his subconscious. Or something like that. What kind of tricks are these? Could it be that the Emperor has already begun to suffer hallucinations because Raymond hasn't been able to sleep well for several days? The return of his beloved girl, who announced that all this time Raymond had a son, his long-awaited firstborn. And there was also his childhood friend, whom he made Empress in gratitude to her father. Something must be decided with her too. The Emperor knew that behind his wife's routine smile lay a deep thought, and pain that was imprinted in her eyes. Apparently, the protagonist was angry with her husband. This was all so unusual for her. The girl had never been angry with her ladyship. In all the long time she had been communicating with Miss Croft, her ladyship. And the Empress had never argued about what should be done then. Regina's father pressured the young man. This child already had many traumas, and Regina was by Raymond's side when he was just an imperial bastard. Shouldn't we forget about this? The young beauty illuminated not only his life, but also his status in the royal palace with her presence. After all, Regina was the flower of high society. It was she who elevated the young man's authority when they pointed at him as a fleeting mistake of their emperor. One can only guess if Regina went to the Western Kingdom to save her family, or if she became a victim of a hereditary, degenerate's personal vendetta. Since the departure of the light of Raymond's life coincided, painfully suspiciously, with the girl's rejection of the crown prince's insinuations. In the Western Kingdom, the young Seos risked absolutely everything, including her life, and gave birth to a son, Raymond. If the emperor does not recognize his heir, then Regina will definitely take charge of all the fruit of their love. The result has already been announced. But Ray could not answer immediately. Recently, a terrible event occurred in the life of a married couple, which can only happen to a couple who marries. Then the protagonist begged to be told that the imperial doctor had made a mistake, because yesterday her baby was absolutely healthy. This simply could not happen, not to her. Rihanna shuddered in unbearable agony because her baby died in the first place. Maybe what she did was wrong. This is just a bad dream, even if it turns out to be a nightmare, and in a couple of minutes the girl will have a saving awakening from this horror. Then the heroine, more than ever, sought her husband's support, grabbing his shirt, hoping for his warmth, but Ray only pushed her hands away. The emperor had nothing to say to his wife. In reality, they had just lost their child. That was their reality. Then something broke inside the main character. Rihanna had never experienced such a painful shock. She needed her island of safety, a place of refuge that would protect her from this storm. Which was going to be Raymond. This day was the first and only time Rihanna allowed herself not to keep her emotions to herself, and show them to her husband, who could not cope with them. At first, everyone feared that the heroine's crying would never end. Then the emperor did nothing and simply played to buy time. Ray did not help her out of her spiritual prison, while Rihanna had always been by his side and illuminated all the dark events of his life like a beacon. And she would accept Regina's son if Ray asked her to. The girl has always done this, so there is nothing to worry about. Edmund's case will be no exception. The Empress will accept everything. Ray rang the bell. After the meal, the Emperor wiped his mouth with a napkin and announced that he had no appetite. And he wanted to take a walk. The servant bowed to him. The protagonist was sitting on her bed, with a tired and exhausted look, thinking deeply about something. Her personal maid entered the Empress's room and asked how her mistress Rihanna was feeling. She clearly looked sick. Her Majesty's complexion was deathly pale. The girl coughed sometimes. She was clearly apathetic and had no appetite, but insisted she was fine. What time did the main character wake up? What time is it now? It was already noon outside the window. Wow, the girl was sleeping. The girl looked into the distance hopefully and asked her maid if there had been any news from His Imperial Highness yesterday. The maid would have loved to please her mistress and tell her that the emperor was worried about her condition and absence. However, none of that happened. Raymond didn't care about the girl or her health at all. As she thought, the official confirmation of Regina's son's origin from the temple has probably already spread throughout the royal palace. That's all. This means it will no longer be possible to avoid talking about Edmund and the future situation. Whatever it may be. How the heroine would like to go back to sleep and hide there from the bad weather. But Ray's fatal decision was already waiting for her. The girl's soul was restless, which had become a familiar state for her. So Rihanna decided to take a walk outdoors. The main protagonist decided to walk through the places where she and Ray spent time as children, when that same girl wasn't there yet. Above the Empress, young servants carried something resembling a large summer umbrella. An entourage of maids obediently followed their mistress. As the girl walked through familiar places, images of warm memories floated before her eyes. The main character kept and protected them with special fear, because she had very little that was warm and pleasant associated with Raymond. In this place, late in the evening, the young people walked in complete solitude, when the girl absurdly tripped over a stone on the path. Then Raymond managed to prevent Ryan from falling and caught her in his strong arms, laughing at her clumsiness. And so, step by step, Rihanna received a new portion of memories of her former quiet life in the royal palace. The dearest memories in her heart are those of the girl with her Raymond, who was never hers. And never will be. And now the day has come when Rihanna is going to meet the man of her heart. Probably to end their painful relationship. Of course, it is too early to express a decision, but the main character already knew what answer she would give Raymond. However, the girl needed to hear the decision personally from the emperor's lips. Which is why Rihanna went to the meeting. The main character clenched her fists in anger, reviewing different event options in her head. And none of them were happy for her. The maid noticed her empress's nervous state and asked how Her Majesty was feeling. If the girl's hands hurt, in no case does the maid have absolutely anything to worry about. Her ladyship is fine as always, only this path seems very long to her. However, even if the path seems very long and difficult, someday it will end. And there will be a new one. The main character approached the door of Her Majesty, the Emperor's office. But the butler announced to his wife that His Excellency was not in the palace at that moment. The poor young man bowed his head before his beloved with a guilty look, taking all the blow of the bad news. What does it mean that the Emperor is not in his place then? Where is his lordship? Now Rihanna has come all this way on such a hot day, but he is not in his place. A sticky sweat ran down the butler's face. His eyes darted around quickly. The young man was clearly afraid to express an answer that his empress would not like. The girl was pierced by the lightning of a poisonous conjecture. His Majesty the Emperor, her husband, the father of her child, is now with that very girl. Is Raymond really so overwhelmed by the new feeling that he considers it possible to neglect his reputation so much? And the imperial family. Right in the middle of the day, during work, in full view of everyone, His Highness decided to spend time with that very girl. The poor young servant was frightened by his Empress's reaction, and there was also genuine regret in his eyes. Her ladyship will ask the young butler one last question, and her eyes will flash where His Highness the Emperor is now. This cannot be, Raymond personally promised her, and he also took a solemn oath before all his people. A sunny greenhouse in the royal palace of His Majesty, with a fantastic garden that takes up a large part of the castle. Only members of the imperial family have the right to enter the beautiful royal greenhouse. This wonderful and quiet place is personally maintained by the Empress. And Regina and her son are still in this place. The main character was burned inside by the poison of resentment and the endless longing for unfulfilled dreams. Every time Ray hurts her more and more. The Emperor neglects his wife so much that he dared, contrary to his oaths and laws, to bring another man's lady into the garden intended only for them. The girl immediately ran away, fear frozen in her eyes at the chance of becoming the right person for her man. And the day has come when all her fantasies will be destroyed. How can this be? This is a profanation of their marriage. A humiliation of the Empress, in front of all the inhabitants and subjects of her state. The main character ran to the greenhouse literally in a matter of seconds, without feeling tired or stressed. Raymond's warm voice, the sonorous laughter of her son, the very girl admires the reunion of father and son. With what warmth and tenderness her husband looks into the child's eyes. The girl had never seen those eyes before. Ray simply smiled. And the homewrecker herself. With what satisfaction that very girl looks at this. Rihanna simply has no place in this happy picture. This is how everything should have turned out, and everyone knew it perfectly well. Only the main character constantly rejected the reality in which she would never become the lady of her heart. The personal maid called her Empress and promised not to tell Her Majesty about her wife's visit to the greenhouse. Well, there was no point in even seeing the Emperor in person. The young man had already expressed his decision by inviting his family to the royal palace. Pity and concern for her mistress appeared on the maid's face. She perfectly understood what kind of blow Rihanna had just received. But the girl always knew that everything would be exactly like this. No matter how much she dreamed of a happy ending for herself. No matter how much she extended her fiction into reality. From the beginning, the main character knew whose soul Raymond belonged to when she married him. She spoke about it openly. Ray never gave the girl a reason to think otherwise, but Rihanna still wanted him to look in her direction at least once over time. However, no matter how much the girl tries, the impossible will remain impossible. And all her hopes are empty and stupid. Here the main character's gaze collided with Regina's gaze, who noticed her presence. And gaze. As before, that very girl's gaze was full of self-confidence. And Raymond's attitude towards her. With this look, that very girl always showed who Raymond's true place was. And what Rihanna's place was in this whole story, and it will always be so. Everything was true, as it should be, if only Rihanna had realized from the beginning that she had no future with him. If the girl had never felt Ray's embrace, if she had never known his body, then her heart would not have broken into pieces. It's time to leave his life. Rihanna felt happy for a brief moment, and her end felt like a dull ache in her chest. The decision was made by the Emperor. There was simply nothing to talk about here. The inevitable happened. Therefore, she will no longer live in the past and stay behind her. It was time to think not only of her misfortune, but also the misfortune of her unborn baby, and the heroine will never sacrifice her son for Ray's sake. Her son is much more important. Her ladyship announced that she and her personal assistant were leaving without an audience with His Imperial Majesty. And so Rihanna began to take the first correct steps in her life, which should free her from misfortune. Leaving behind all the pain and sorrow that the man of her heart caused her, instead of making her happy as he promised. Regina bowed respectfully and asked for forgiveness. She knows that this greenhouse is only for the royal family, and Edmund seems to have already tortured Ray with his stubbornness. The emperor assured that very girl that everything was in order. They are just children. This behavior is typical of them. Suddenly, Lady Regina brought Edmund to the royal palace, and she herself requested a personal audience with the emperor. That very girl covered herself with a child and said she would wait until the end, which is why Raymond could not send the girl home. But on the way back, the young heir to the imperial title unexpectedly ran into the royal greenhouse. Entry there was only for the emperor's family, but the child was throwing a terrible tantrum with tears and screams because of the wild plants he wanted to examine closely. For this reason, Edmund had to be allowed into the sunny imperial garden so that the child would not fall again while running like that. Regina, happy to have achieved her goal, laughed cheerfully. The young man could catch his son. The emperor looked over his shoulder at that very girl, trying to catch the young woman's gaze. Regina remained a beautiful and radiant young woman, a true flower of society. Her light and her heart. However, on the day of the celebration for Regina's return to the empire, Raymond was surprised to learn that he could now consider her just a person from his past. That same girl returned, they finally met, but Ray's heart didn't react in any way. No matter how he tried to fix it, and Rihanna then mistook his disappointment for emerging love. But in reality, there was no feeling in Raymond's soul. The young man simply met a person from his past. On the contrary, when the young emperor finally met that same girl, at that moment, he was more concerned about his wife, which is what Ray was thinking about. Regina reached out her hand to his majesties, just like in the old days, just the two of them against the world. Misuse was sure that Raymond always belonged only to her, because the young man was so devoted to her that she only had to bat her eyelashes. And he was ready to destroy the world. Just a little more, and Regina's hand will touch Raymond's hand, for she knows very well how long it has been since their last touch. However, the emperor abruptly and brusquely snatched his hand away from Lady Regina's. Unexpectedly, the young man looked questioningly at the girl. His Excellency froze in silent shock for a few seconds, trying to understand why he was so harsh with Regina. That same girl was no less surprised. She was sure she was the lady of his heart. And he was waiting for that touch. Raymond immediately clenched his fists and apologized to his former lover, to whom his heart no longer responded. To be honest, Raymond himself didn't understand what was happening to him, how such a deep feeling could turn to dust. Regina was surprised by such a rude and cold reaction, but she didn't show it, declaring that she understood everything perfectly. The girl was inclined to believe that the young man simply hadn't recovered yet. And she didn't believe that Regina was present again and that they now had a son. The young heir to the empire waved his hand with satisfaction towards his parents, not having time to look at all the strange plants in the giant greenhouse. The emperor looked at the jubilant good boy. The decision regarding the child was clear. There is no point in delaying this moment. The emperor will accept Edmund into his family. His mother might not even doubt it. The girl bowed gratefully to her master, although Regina had no doubt that everything would happen exactly like this. However, to fulfill her promise that Edmund would become part of the imperial family, Regina must give up her son. His Highness will adopt the child, and his Empress will become his legal mother instead of Lady Regina. Then everything inside that same girl collapsed. What Ray had just said, they were supposed to raise their son together on the throne. Regina did not expect news from her former lover at all. He loved her very much and was devoted to her with all his soul. What has changed now? She now sees Raymond as someone cold. This is the only way Edmund can become part of the imperial family. Strict monogamy exists in the empire, but despite this, Lady Seos continued to bring her son to the palace and persuaded Ray to divorce Rihanna. There was a time when the emperor could not promise love to his childhood friend, but he promised not to bring anyone else to his royal palace. Raymond will not allow a divorce proceeding with the empress. This is completely out of the question. And impossible. This will never happen. That's right, the girl sketched a painful smile. Not everything went according to plan. If the mother of the empire's heir is unwilling to part with her son, then the emperor will not insist on taking him away from Regina. Under no circumstances, Regina only ever wants what is best for her son, so as not to ruin his life. If Edmund becomes the emperor's illegitimate son, he will be humiliated his whole life. His mother cannot allow that. But in this case, that same girl obeys the will of her emperor and bows to him. So be it. His Highness sighed deeply, so be it. He had already expressed his decision, he had met the boy, so he had no more reason to delay. Her ladyship announced that she had business, and that it was time for Ray to speak with the Empress. And inform her of this. Raymond quickly left the sunny greenhouse, leaving behind a cold aftertaste. And iron-like, the emerald eyes of that same girl always radiated light and life itself, but now they went out. Something dangerous came out of them. Regina arrived at the royal palace with her son to take the Empress's place, which she considered rightfully hers. But alas, meanwhile, the protagonist lamented with bitter sobs. Her heart and soul were already torn, and now the recent wounds were sprinkled with acid. How Raymond bothered her. The girl lived too long only for him, and because of him, constantly looking at his back. And every time Rayana found herself behind him, she wished happiness only for him, putting aside her own, which is why she let him go so easily. Why does the man of her heart, who managed to give her fleeting happiness, take it away so cruelly and rudely from the one who gave him everything? Although he cannot promise love, if he can promise to save you from loneliness, a blatant lie. This guy broke even such a simple human thread of a warm relationship after Rayana's miscarriage. Although the protagonist smiled every day, everything seemed empty to her. Her soul dried up completely without nourishment. And if it weren't for the blessing of pregnancy, the girl would definitely have dried up completely. And she would simply die from that attitude. How angry the young empress is with Raymond for everything. He disappointed her so much, deceived her with his oaths, and even betrayed the friendship she cherished so carefully. Thus passed the whole day, which gave way to the night, which meant it was time for a joint dinner with the emperor. The protagonist remembered the dinner with Raymond and jumped out of bed by inertia, because she had been waiting for that moment for so many years to see him. But now the girl doesn't need to attend their joint dinners, which always left only coldness in her soul. This is just an old habit. Although it was not easy, the main character planned to get rid of all habits associated with Raymond. A stream of water ran down the girl's face, and her ladyship's eyes widened from a painful wave in her lower abdomen. Not this, her baby, which she had forgotten about again and tormented herself all day. She could really lose her child again. This cannot be allowed, she simply cannot bear it for the second time. The doctor told her not to worry and to take care of herself, or rather, in this case, to take care of her child, who feels everything. How much you can already think about who brought so much pain to the girl, and nothing more, because inside her is the one who already makes her happy just by his presence. She must save her baby at all costs, recover immediately, and live now in such a way as not to harm him. After all, the child is not to blame for anything, and his life, his happiness, and his future now depend on his unhappy mother. With a trembling hand, the young empress picked up her bell to call the servants for help. Rayana dropped the bell from her hands, a grimace of pain on her stomach. Her maid immediately rushed to her room. The maid ran horrified towards her empress. What happened? Her ladyship is clearly sick. She needs to call a doctor. A sincere fear for her mistress appeared in the eyes of the personal assistant, and cold sweat ran down her face. The maid will call the imperial doctor immediately, but Rayana stopped her and grabbed Helen's hand. There is no need to do this. But how can that be? The girl is whiter than snow. Her skin burns, her body trembles, the empress bends over in pain. A doctor is simply needed. The maid must go to her father's duchy with urgent news that they send a doctor from there. But it's already too late. The imperial doctor has already left the royal palace anyway, and Duke Croft's estate is very close to the castle. So it will be fast. Her ladyship no longer had the strength to argue and explain. She let Helen simply do as requested. On the last word, the protagonist's voice broke from a new wave of pain. If only the doctor had arrived in time and nothing had happened. The maid realized that there was no point in arguing. She needed to quickly fulfill her mistress's will. She would do anything. The maid told the other girls to take care of the urgent message and immediately call a doctor for her empress. Then, the maid helped her empress lie down on the bed so that her exhausted body could relax. Rihanna was quite weak. Literally before our eyes, the main protagonist was getting worse and worse. Her lips were turning blue, if only she could wait for the doctor. And if everything were fine with her baby, she would let the bad weather pass for her son. But it would not be a terrible loss for the second time. The butler rushed into the bedroom at lightning speed and announced that the Duke of Croft and his doctor had arrived at the royal palace and that they should immediately enter his ladyship's bedroom. The loving father immediately burst into his only daughter's room, along with his personal doctor, named Gaspar, in order to immediately begin the examination. Duke Croft was an incredibly strong and resilient man, but seeing his daughter suffer left him terrified that his daughter would receive treatment in complete silence. Therefore, all service personnel must immediately leave the Empress's bedroom. This is an order. The personal assistant obediently bowed to Duke Croft, leaving him alone with his daughter. And his doctor. There was a deadly weariness in the girl's eyes. Her face was deathly pale. The father was horrified. Why did he have to wait for his doctor? There was an imperial doctor. It was impossible to inform His Majesty's doctor, as his only and beloved daughter was pregnant again. Her beloved father heard everything correctly. If his daughter can have a child, then the Duke of Croft will become a grandfather. However, the Emperor must not know anything about this. This is his decision, as Rihanna is about to leave the royal palace. Meanwhile, in the refectory hall, a depressing emptiness reigned again. And silence, His Majesty came to the joint dinner alone. The servant, with a guilty look, announced that the Empress would not be able to please her husband with her presence today either. Clearly something is happening. Raymond has known his wife since childhood. The girl has never missed a single dinner, but here she has done it twice in a row. And that there is no more news in the royal palace. The servant is sweating. No more news. That's for sure. And what news is there in the Empress's palace? Maybe something happened there. Have there been any changes, or was the Emperor asked to convey something? The Emperor cast a stern and scrutinizing look at the poor butler, and the young man began to tremble. In a trembling voice, the young servant said that he knew nothing about the news in the Empress's palace. Raymond continued to stare at the young servant and realized that the young man clearly knew something. And he needed to find it out. However, her ladyship visited the Emperor's palace today. Raymond latched onto this thread of the story. The servant continued to recount the events that occurred. The Empress visited the royal palace during the day, but her ladyship was not there. And his wife left. The Empress personally visited the royal palace in the middle of the day without an invitation. There must have been a reason for this. What time was it? Raymond remembers exactly that she did not schedule any appointments for his ladyship that day. Which means the Empress came of her own accord. The butler's voice trembled. His ladyship visited the royal palace at the same time as Lady Regina. Raymond turned pale. A palpable anxiety grew like a furious wave in his soul. But why did Raymond experience this feeling? What was going on? The Chief of Staff asked if His Excellency would like to dine in his chambers. Ray will stay here. However, today his ladyship didn't even start lunch. The Emperor lost his appetite. Maybe he should consult a doctor. Let the butler not worry about suspicions. One missed meal is not enough to weaken their emperor. And His Majesty is also worried that if the Emperor starts eating now, he will suffer indigestion. The Chief of Staff bowed obediently. Then the Emperor would probably go to his chambers. Raymond thought about something for a long time. There was anxiety in his eyes. After a few seconds of reflection, the Emperor announced that he would go to the palace to see his wife. Outside the window, it was already night. The royal castle had already fallen asleep. But the young man felt that something bad was brewing. The emperor was unwilling to follow his feelings, but the feeling that he needed to go to Empress Rayana's palace did not leave him. His Imperial Majesty wishes the butler to immediately order a carriage to be prepared for him. The chief of staff nodded obediently. As his ladyship wishes, the carriage will be ready in 10 minutes. And now the young ruler was already leaving his royal palace to head to the empress's palace. Outside was a deep, starry night. The emperor was surrounded by his royal entourage and quickly arrived at the empress's palace. However, there was already a carriage parked at the empress's palace, and at such a late hour. What was going on here? The carriage door was engraved with the coat of arms of the Duchy of Crofts, which also means why His Majesty is not aware of anything at all. What the devil is going on here? We need to calm down, surely. The Empress simply didn't come to the joint dinner because her father came to visit her. And a subordinate offered to return to the sunny palace. However, His Majesty refused to return. Since the Emperor was already here, he would go greet Duke Croft. Upon entering the Empress's palace, His Highness encountered the unyielding father and determined main character. The Emperor was surprised by such open opposition from the Duke of Croft. Although this man fears nothing, it was thanks to his will that the entire empire bowed to Raymond. In a firm and calm tone, Duke Croft announced to his emperor that Raymond could not enter now. This was the same father who, for the sake of his daughter, was willing to go against the whole world. One of the royal guards, bewildered by such audacity, drew his sword. How dare a man block the path of his emperor? His Majesty gestured to the guard to calm his ardor. This was of no use. Everyone knew that Croft possessed true strength and willpower that could not be broken. However, now it was not the bastard who stood before the strong man, but his emperor. And Duke Croft blocked his way. But in the father's eyes, there was so much determination and firmness that they could bring down the entire empire. The Empress is not feeling well, so there will be no reception. His Majesty had better return to his sunny palace if his wife is sick. That is not the reason why he should go to her. Duke Croft had not forgotten that the Emperor was his daughter's husband. The loving father's eyes widened in astonishment. The majestic man clenched his tenacious jaw and growled under his breath that not only the Duke had forgotten this. The Emperor tilted his head questioningly, trying to understand what provoked such a reaction from his father-in-law. It seemed that was not news. How inappropriate it is to call oneself a spouse not by right, but only by formality. His Majesty calls himself a husband. How unjustified. It was as if his lordship had been hit in the face with a sledgehammer. He could not imagine how it was now. He could not hear it at this moment. The young lord's pupils dilated. It seemed to him that either he or Duke Croft were very dissatisfied with their emperor. His words and tone simply screamed about it. The affectionate father raised his calm and unwavering gaze to His Majesty. After a few seconds of silence, he replied that it was not so at all. It did not seem at all to the emperor that Duke Croft was actually quite displeased when the king called himself his daughter's husband. What he just said, it was evident that the experienced man was suppressing strong anger. His only daughter was no longer well. And the cause of all the empress's ailments is her legal husband, His Majesty the Emperor. And what does that mean? Rumors that the former lover had brought a young heir to the empire had already spread everywhere. His Highness truly believes that the Empress has no feelings or opinions, that this story with a child by her side will not affect her in any way. But His Majesty once again thought that everything would be fine. Rayana, as always, would endure it without any difficult thoughts. Apparently, Raymond really did not burden himself with thoughts about his wife's condition. And he did not consider it necessary to waste his imperial time on this. When the emperor offered to pledge a solemn marriage oath to his daughter, he promised to make Rayana happy. Then, His Majesty personally visited the Duke of Croft, who opened the way for him to the empire's throne, and promised to reward him for his devotion. Raymond promised to make his only daughter happy, but the Duke knew that the emperor did not love Rayana. Therefore, the first thing the young ruler proposed to marry was not him, but Rihanna, without thinking that his love could be related to the girl's happiness. After all, happiness is not necessarily just love. Various thoughts and memories began to swarm in His Majesty's head. His lordship was pulled out of his own thoughts by the beastly and thunderous roar of the Duke. The promise Ray made to him, does he really think he kept it? His Majesty was completely stunned by the father's righteous anger. He received a justified slap in the face for all these years of suffering for his daughter. After all, from some point on, Raymond deliberately stopped looking at his wife. Because when he looked at her, everything inside the emperor shrank. Therefore, His Majesty had no idea whether Rihanna was happy or not, and Raymond really didn't care. To be honest, his lordship was completely focused on himself, on his new role, and Rihanna was always there as expected. And Duke Croft had the same dark purple eyes as Rihanna, and the Empress resembled her father. And seeing those same eyes within his lordship, everything shrinks inside again. The young man did not like this feeling at all. The loving father sighed deeply and let his lordship simply leave the Empress's palace and return to his own affairs. Raymond was an emperor who won his throne by flooding the empire with rivers of blood. But he did not dare to contradict the Duke of Croft. His Excellency asked the loving father to inform him how his daughter would improve. The Duke nodded silently. The Empress's personal maid observed this entire difficult scene from her hiding place. Wow, the Emperor bowed his head to his father. Duke Croft was the only person in the empire before whom Raymond could bow his head, even as emperor. While His Majesty had not yet left the Empress's palace, the maid decided to intervene and inform everyone that Rihanna's condition was stabilizing. The main character really looked much better than her previous state. The girl cheered up, and Rihanna's face began to look fresh. The doctor observed with relief that his Empress's pain had subsided, and there was no danger to her life. First of all, Rihanna immediately asked about the safety of her child. Everything was in order. It was just a scare amidst general stress. There was no need to worry. What a relief. She will no longer give her baby any more trouble. An emotional father immediately rushed to his daughter's bedroom. Everything was fine with the Empress, how she felt. The girl happily announced that now everything was fine with her daughter, and everything was fine with her baby too. Duke Croft sank into a chair in relief, breathing deeply how scared his father was. And not just for her. The main protagonist looked at her father with a warm and affectionate gaze. His little butt is always there, and his heart is always with his daughter. And where did Duke Croftball go during the Empress's interrogation? The father opened his eyes. Her peace must not be disturbed. The affectionate father smiled. His daughter had nothing to worry about. He received a letter, and the Duke went to check on it. Duke Croft asked Gaspard if they could relax. The Empress and her child were now completely safe. However, now we must monitor their health very carefully and create a calm environment for their safety. Now it is simply necessary to prepare a calm and safe environment for both mother and child, and protect them from worries. The Duke understood and asked the doctor to leave. Young Gaspar respectfully said goodbye and wished good health to his Empress and to her son, and that he would always help if necessary. The protagonist realized that the news about her pregnancy was so rushed and sudden that her father didn't even have time to rejoice for her. Duke Croft apologized to his daughter for everything. She had nothing to apologize for. She made such an obviously stupid decision, not him. After all, her father predicted from the beginning that this marriage story would end in tragedy. And he always tried to protect her from such an outcome. How stupid was the protagonist before? Why didn't she listen to her father? Why didn't she listen to common sense? Her father regretted it very much. His mother, Elia, abandoned him and his daughter very early, after which Croft decided to make his baby the happiest in the world. But his father never managed to do this. The Duke believed that he had disappointed his family, the deceased Elia, and Rihanna herself. His daughter immediately jumped towards her father. The situation turned out badly, but this is only her decision. She has no worries anymore. Everything turned upside down in her soul. It was empty there. There was no more suffering for Raymond, for which she was ready to quietly leave him and the palace. And finally, live quietly and happily with her child, without a constant chase for attention and recognition. The father always accepts his daughter's choice and always supports her. The Duke will help arrange everything for his daughter. The Duke will do everything possible so that His Majesty knows nothing about his daughter's pregnancy, to take care of her health. And tomorrow morning, her father will send a formal request for divorce to the royal palace on behalf of the duchy. In no case, this is Rihanna's area of responsibility. She started this story. She must finish it to morally put the long-awaited end to it. Duke Croft was tormented by doubts and worries. And definitely, everything would be fine with his daughter after this conversation with Raymond. Of course, everything will be fine. The girl expects nothing more from him. Now Rihanna has someone who is much more important than Ray. This time she will protect her baby. A loving father always supports his daughter's decision if that is what she wants. He will not object. Let her do what he thinks is best for him. However, if the emperor does not want an easy divorce process, then the Duke of Croft will intervene in this process. Fair point. Ray does not like Rihanna, but she is the daughter of one of the two ducal families. The second one has already lost its powers. Only her surname remains. Therefore, only one ducal family clan remained in his empire, and moreover, Rihanna is the daughter of the Duke himself, a conqueror who had no equal in strength or wisdom. Considering the advantageous position of his current wife, it will not be easy for the emperor to abandon Rihanna. It is a pity that the difficulty in choosing is solely due to her situation. But that no longer worries him, which means everything is decided. Duke Croft will go to his estate, they will arrange everything with Gaspar. The girl has nothing to worry about, let her enjoy her sleep. The conversation will also not be possible to delay too long. Raymond is not foolish at all and will also suspect something. We will try tomorrow. The next morning the Empress felt fine yesterday, she had felt slightly ill. And there was no cause for concern. The maid sighed cheerfully. What a relief this is for everyone. Then Helen will prepare everything for her mistress's washing. And even if the maid prepares the appropriate outfit for the royal palace, Rihanna will immediately go to the emperor. The maid immediately froze in bewilderment why Helen fell silent so abruptly, and looked at the Empress strangely. Well, just yesterday her mistress felt unwell, so the maid was worried that His Majesty would get worse after the trip. It's as if her maid is no longer worried about anything. There are no other reasons for such a reaction, of course. Helen is just worried about her. In this case, it was time for them to start packing and preparing to leave for the royal palace. They could not delay it. Helen obediently bowed to her lordship. The maid will now bring outfits and jewelry, and the maids will also take care of her hair. The maids were already busy preparing their mistress for the meeting with the emperor. Rihanna looked different. Her gaze was confident. Almost everything was ready. It only remained to select them with decorations for a personal meeting with His Imperial Highness. The maid brought the Empress's favorite earrings. She sent them to the palace girl before her wedding to him, as she had treasured them before. Rihanna, with a calm heart, refused to wear these sapphire jewels. The maid froze in astonishment. After all, the girl received most of the stones as a gift, so she will be forced to leave them all here before leaving. Well, it was time for her last visit to the royal palace, but then the maid announced that the emperor himself had come to see her. The young maid froze. The emperor himself visited the empress's palace at that moment. This had never happened before. Apparently, the young emperor is in a hurry to report the latest news about the illegitimate son and his decision regarding it. Apparently, he can no longer wait to move Regina and her son to the palace. Since Raymond decided to come himself, the conversation will take place on his territory. Let his lordship come. The protagonist is ready to hear a painful and fatal sentence from His Majesty. She herself has already prepared a similar one, and so the son of the empire came to the Empress's room. accompanied by his royal retinue. The girl made an elegant curtsy to her emperor, routinely greeting the one with whom she used to live. The astonished young man immediately rushed to his wife and ordered the empress to get up immediately. Which she did. Raymond wanted to touch the girl with his hand, but Rihanna dodged him abruptly and sharply. The emperor froze in silent shock. This is what happened now, what is happening to the empress, which brought his majesty to the empress's palace at such an early hour. The young man froze, staring intently at his hand, which his wife had so clearly neglected. And coldness, that Ray really paid attention to this. It is really possible to be angry because he was rejected, although his gaze seems to express some consideration rather than anger. Or resentment. But Raymond was always a very complex and multifaceted young man. His eyes never expressed a single feeling. It was always a combustible mix of different emotions and decisions. However, the same kind of absolutely empty gaze was always directed towards the girl, without expressing any emotion. And how would Rihanna like the emperor to look at the girl, with that gaze, at least once during the history of their communication to think about her? Raymond never paid attention to his empress, and never felt the slightest and nothing serious feeling for her. Well, His Highness carefully examined his wife and took a deep breath. It was time to start deciding on their future actions. His Majesty ordered all staff to leave the girl's bedroom. They needed to talk. Apparently, the main character felt that Raymond again had his usual distant look. And empty, so they needed to talk. This means that the Empress was going to visit the Solar Palace with exactly the same task. At least somewhere they converge. In this case, let the Empress speak first. This concerns Edmund. The king yielded to her word. And he is taking actions out of the ordinary because of Regina, as before. Her ladyship carefully selects her words, hesitates with her statements, considering them carefully. How worried he is about Edmund's fate. And it's a good thing that the protagonist is no longer affected by this thought. The girl lets all the pain pass during the nights and feels calm. So, the young people agreed to make a decision about when the official confirmation from the temple would be. So, what decision did the emperor prepare? As your ladyship already knows, the temple has officially confirmed that Regina's son is of imperial blood. Raymond feels very guilty towards the empress, but since they have received official recognition of the child's origin, the child cannot grow up like this. After all, His Majesty knows better than anyone what it is like to be that unrecognized son of His Imperial Highness. Of course, Raymond sees his past in this boy. But this will no longer torment Rihanna. Whatever the Emperor's decision, the girl is waiting. His Majesty decided to recognize Edmund as a member of the imperial family, his first son, and crown Prince of the Empire. The words Rihanna expected to hear were spoken. Even in the morning, the girl was tormented by doubts, but looking at Ray, all doubts disappeared. But the young man always said he wouldn't love her, so why all this time did Rihanna convince herself that Ray would suddenly become more attentive to her? It was all her fault, so she should end it herself. The Empress smiled calmly and announced that she would allow His Majesty to make Regina's son his heir. Raymond was stunned by the surprise, of course. The Empress was always on his side and made decisions, but now it was abnormally easy. Her ladyship was already clouded with happiness. What a relief! The girl didn't even have to explain anything. She immediately agreed to everything. However, before making Edmund his heir, let the Emperor do something for her. Of course, Ray is now ready to do anything. He was very happy. For little Edmund, anything his soul desired, really anything, well. Rihanna really hoped that everything would be like this. The girl always wanted Ray's eyes, dark as night, to look only at her. But the young man looked up at her only at the end. The main character was going to the royal castle to offer the emperor a divorce. The emperor's eyes widened in astonishment, and he opened his mouth. Was the empress saying that Ray really heard her correctly? For the first time, the girl caused emotion in the emperor, and Rihanna felt good in her soul. She wants to leave the palace. And her life. So the young people must stop all this and divorce. What kind of divorce? It's better to say that she doesn't want to accept Edmund. Previously, Rayana would have been beside herself with this cold look, but not now. She calmly took a sip of her tea. What pleasant peace! As if the heroine was simply tired of fighting all the time and defending herself from his blows. The reason for the divorce is not the child at all. Edmund will become emperor in any case. Whether the girl wants it or not, for what other reason besides the one mentioned can the empress ask for a divorce? Raymond has a normal relationship with the empress. They have never fought. Rihanna always agrees with him on everything. So why the sudden dissatisfaction? How blind is Ray? At the beginning of their marriage celebration, Rihanna accepted this because she always loved him. And she wanted to be close. What nonsense is the main character talking about? And in general, why is the girl talking about this now? Nothing has changed in her usual way of life. Rihanna was the empress. The child will not change this. The emperor will not have another woman because of the promise. Why is the girl talking about this now? It's all very simple. The main character got up from her seat. The empress decided to declare it now because she no longer loves him. Inside the emperor, boiling lava spread through his veins, and an uncontrollable heaviness and anger rose to his heart. Raymond clenched his teeth in anger. How dare she bring up the topic of their divorce proceedings? They are not just husband and wife. The young man immediately froze, not understanding the vector of her conversation. What was going on? They had a relationship of a completely different kind. And what does his love have to do with this? They are not just spouses. Raymond is the emperor and Rihanna is the empress. The reason for the divorce proceedings is really such a stupid nonsense. It's better to honestly admit that it's all because of Regina. Stupid reason, just like that, means that he appreciated all the feelings of the girl he had been nurturing for years. How foolish. The main character said calmly, Raymond really thinks there are no problems in their interaction. The young man hesitated. It was hard for him to answer, since he, in principle, did not pay attention to his wife. How could he know about her experiences? What happened with Regina and Edmund was definitely a surprise for the heroine. The emperor really understands it, but they cannot divorce. There is no law that prohibits divorce proceedings between the emperor and his wife. Therefore, the girl insists on a legal divorce. Let her wish be fulfilled at least once. The angry young man didn't even hear the end of the empress. He did not perceive her words and wishes at all. After all, he had his own. Raymond shouted at the servant to immediately assign guards to the empress's castle. No one would visit her again without His Majesty's permission. Then his ladyship cast a furious look at his wife. The empress should also not be released without the emperor's permission. The protagonist immediately jumped up from her seat. What was this jerk doing? How could he treat her like this, neglect her like this? The girl tried to stop this madness. He is aware of his actions. This is simply unheard of. If they find out about such anarchy, an uprising will begin in the empire. Rihanna grabbed the emperor by the cloak and let Ray finally take herself and her sickly grievances into his hands for this to happen. But Raymond rejected her abruptly and sharply with his hand. There was a bestial rage and an unbridled anger on his face. The gazes of the two former childhood friends clashed. Each of them had a whole range of different emotions. Rihanna did not expect such an end to the conversation at all. After which, His Majesty quickly left the Empress's bedroom, adding nothing more. The maid immediately ran to her Empress. Her ladyship feels fine. She can prepare some tea for her. The main character, of course, knew that Raymond would not accept the divorce so easily. But such a joke is simply madness what he wants from her. Who would have thought that the pride of this selfish young man would be so hurt by a girl he didn't need? That he punished her this way or something. But Rihanna was no longer in a condition to obediently follow his will. The invincible and invincible character of her father awoke in her. The maid must have time to do something before the knights appeared. Helen was very scared by her mistress's fight with His Majesty, but the maid will do everything she has asked for the girl. The girl was already sitting at her desk. In front of her was a pen and parchment, and behind her was the maid. Rihanna wanted to finish everything calmly and peacefully, but Ray did not give her that opportunity. She couldn't do it without her father's help. The Empress wrote everything necessary in a letter to her father and asked him to immediately transfer it to the Croft Duchy. After which her ladyship handed over an envelope asking for help from her father and told the maid to be careful with it. Sweat ran down the maid's face. The girl would do everything in her power to convey this to the Croft Duchy. The protagonist got up from her seat and looked out the window, following the gaze of the former man of her heart. The girl really hopes that her story will finally end and there will be no more noise about it. Meanwhile, in the sunny palace, His Majesty the Emperor collapsed tiredly into his chair. What a disgusting day. Why is Raymond so congested? What is the furious fire inside him? The young man can barely breathe. What is happening? How dare his wife so openly neglect the emperor and her responsibilities regarding her marriage to him? What irresponsibility! Rihanna, who was always breathing down his neck, decided to go for divorce proceedings with the emperor. The young man hit the table with his fists. The butler asked his master to calm his nerves and not hurt himself further. After all, he is a man. Raymond leaned his head back. Rihanna is even thinking about herself. And absolutely everyone dreams of being an empress. People have been killed for this title since time immemorial. The emperor held his head in confusion, and why did he feel such an unbearably heavy weight in his soul? And in his heart? No matter how much Raymond tried to catch his breath and calm down, there was still lava in his chest. Why is the emperor so angry with his empress? The protagonist told her husband that she wanted and was going to leave him. But why such a violent reaction? Such anger is very strange and illogical, because the emperor definitely did not have such feelings for Rihanna that could shatter his soul like that. But then, what is the problem that His Majesty was so angry? It is not clear at all. There was no need to be so angry, one should have thought logically. Instead of making such a show of anger, the young man was unable to reason at all. But why was he so torn by feelings? It all started as soon as the girl said in a calm and confident tone that she no longer loved Raymond. Everything turned upside down inside. But this is simply stupidity. Ray never cared about the girl's feelings and experiences. So why is he so angry now? Moreover, the emperor did not consider the empress even a friend, just someone who was always behind his back. The butler brought his emperor freshly brewed green tea, which should calm Raymond's nerves. This fragrant tea cannot help his lordship's condition. Raymond closed his eyes dejectedly, leaning back in his chair. The head of staff asked if his lordship was really going to lock his empress in her own palace. Raymond immediately remembered that, in a fit of blind rage, he ordered the empress's palace to be surrounded by knights. And without the emperor's permission, do not let anyone into the empress. And do not let the girl leave the castle either. How angry the emperor was with the girl. Ray was ready to incinerate her with just one look because she dared to talk about leaving him. What is Ray doing anyway? The emperor grabbed his head. The emperor just said that about the knights, but it turned out he locked Rihanna in the palace. The butler clarified to his master that if his lordship, without any reason, expels the empress from her own palace, not only he will know, but the common people will also worry, which in turn will bring serious consequences. Discontent, distrust, and attacks on power. For this reason, the man asks to cancel His Highness's order, but if the emperor does this, Rihanna will immediately leave her palace. Then a knight knocked on the door of his lordship's office. The emperor was exhausted by today's events. What happened there again? The young knight arrived with a report to his emperor and greeted the great son of the empire with a deep bow. Raymond's first thought was that something had happened in the empress's palace after their stormy confrontation. The knight nodded in approval. After his lordship left the palace, the knight caught Rihanna's maid with a message. The personal maid left the empress's palace through the back door with some message about what it might be. The emperor, eagerly and impatiently, tore the envelope to pieces to quickly familiarize himself with the message's content. Raymond furiously read every word his wife wrote. It was about the need for help. The emperor turned darker than a cloud. So, the Empress really decided to go ahead with the divorce proceedings with Ray. Rihanna spoke seriously about her intentions. The Emperor immediately set fire to the heroine's letter. This would not happen. Raymond had already told her everything, and she continued with her own. This message burned to the ground. Only ashes remained of it. No one will know about this letter. Rihanna will remain in her Empress palace. His lordship ordered the knight, who brought the bad news, to carefully inspect all the staff of the Empress's palace. His imperial majesty again became uncontrollably enraged. Everything inside him burned and corroded. No one can be trusted. Everyone must be in the sights of his royal guards. Everything must be under Raymond's control. Nothing should be brought in or out of the girl's palace without the permission of His Imperial Highness. This is his order. The Emperor summoned an authoritative advisor to tell the Chancellor to appoint Duke Croft as the head of the delegation that would go to the Eastern State. Let the Chancellor issue his decree immediately, and Duke Croft will leave tomorrow on an expedition to the East. It will be done. And the man is required to prevent rumors about the Empress from spreading beyond the royal palace. All mouths below him must be shut. All executors of the Imperial will left their lordship's office, since only Rihanna dared to do such a thing. The main character will not divorce Raymond. The girl does not think at all about the reputation of the imperial family. And why would Rihanna even want to leave the Emperor her? She always only dreamed of being with him all her life to make him happy. After all, the girl was always there with an outstretched arm, always accepted everything. And then she decided to just leave Raymond. The divorce proceedings with the Empress are completely impossible, and this must not happen under any circumstances. Definitely all this happened because of the child, because Edmund is Regina's son. That's why she is angry. Just temporary fluctuations. Definitely everything will calm down with time. Raymond has no doubt about it. Rihanna always did what was best for him. Meanwhile, the main character became a hostage of her situation, which previously seemed like the most desirable dream. The maid was very worried about her mistress. Maybe she could at least bring the girl some hot tea so Rihanna could calm her nerves. His lordship wants absolutely nothing right now. He just needs time to think about it. And weigh it carefully. Perhaps Helen should not torment herself and go to bed immediately, but as a servant, she can leave Ryan in this state. May her Empress also go to bed and rest well, and tomorrow will be a new day. And a new opportunity to talk to Raymond. The message to her father was intercepted by Ray's knights, after which the patrol around the Empress's palace was reinforced so that not even a mouse could pass. Unnoticed. Regardless of what happened to Ray, the young man had never been so angry in his life. And most importantly, there was no reason for it. He himself would soon have proposed the divorce. Who would have thought that Raymond, usually cold and calculating, would commit such a vile act? And illegal. At first, the main character thought this was just an impulsive outburst of anger. Nothing more. But the knights had not left yet. Moreover, according to her maid, the emperor dictated a decree of general silence so that no one would know what was happening in the empress's palace. And the girl's beloved father is sent as head of the delegation to the eastern state. The emperor planned everything so that the heroine would have no other choice. What should a girl do without her father's help? She will not be able to hide her pregnancy forever, and then the nobility will split into two camps. One part will be on Edmund's side, the other on the side of the legitimate heir to the throne. Someone will even try to kill her unborn baby. The Empress had not yet fully recovered and regained herself, so Helen was worried that there would still be a new misfortune. As if Her Majesty would get worse after all these events. The main character remembered that the girl really shouldn't worry, no stress or anxiety. Let the maid bring a healthy, calming herbal decoction. The girl really needs to finally take care of the two of them. The main character placed her hands on her stomach. Let the baby not worry about anything. Definitely, everything will work out fine. Now her child is the main thing in her life. It is her heart and soul that gives her the strength to make the right decisions. The main character will cherish her little treasure, this irreplaceable gift. and with all reverence, she will allow her baby not to worry about anything. His Imperial Highness sat in his office and dealt with numerous documents. His solitude was interrupted by his servant. The man greeted his emperor because he called him his lordship. The emperor wanted to know how the empress was, if the main character ate normally, how her nervous system and health were. No problems. His lordship is eating well. The empress recently had breakfast and has already gone out for her usual walk in the garden. The emperor immediately raised his eyes to the butler, meaning how everything is normal with her. The empress feels great. After Rayana's announcement of the divorce proceedings, his lordship was tormented by insomnia and a total lack of appetite, while the empress behaves as usual, as if nothing terrible had happened in her life. This means that the divorce proceedings of his lordship are such an insignificant event in her lordship's life. Raymond became enraged and angrily grabbed his writing pen, breaking it in half, and thus cutting his hand. The man noticed his master's blood. The butler immediately called the imperial doctor to the office. It's not worth the effort. The dejected young man took his wounded hand. Why was he so angry? How long can one react like this to such nonsense? Then His Highness was informed that Duke Croft was demanding an audience with the Imperial Majesty at this moment. This is a surprise. Duke Croft does not appear in the Emperor's office without serious reasons. The young man felt uncomfortable. In just one day, rumors that Raymond had locked up the Empress could not have spread, which means that his visit is related to a delegation to an eastern state. The Emperor would not like to meet Rayana's father's gaze now. But he had no good reason to refuse, which means he was obliged to receive the Duke. The experienced conqueror and talented strategist Croft was already majestic at the door of the imperial office. The main character's father bowed before his ruler, greeting the great son of the empire. His Grace ordered Duke Croft to stand up. Raymond tried to read his guest's emotions and predict his actions. It was impossible to turn Duke Croft into your opponent. The odds would not be equal at all. And people love him. Duke Croft took something out of his breast pocket and held it in front of him, inviting His Majesty to familiarize himself with the content. This young man did not expect this at all. What could it be? The Emperor clearly lost all his previous confidence. Duke Croft said in a calm and serene tone that he had submitted a formal divorce application on behalf of the Duchy of Croft. How did Rayana's father find out about everything? Everything was happening too fast. It was simply impossible. There was a patrol at every step. It is unlikely that in a single day, rumors about what was happening in the Empress's palace spread throughout the empire and reached the duchy. Rayana's father immediately opened his eyes, and what is happening now in the Empress's palace means that Rayana and her father agreed to a divorce in advance. But if you think about it, Duke Croft did not allow the young man into his chambers. Not even that day, this had already been decided and agreed upon from the beginning between the two. The loving father began to lose patience. The Emperor did not answer the Duke's question about where his Empress was now. And what kind of questions are these? A loving father fears that his lordship has put his daughter in prison or something like that. Here the great conqueror's patience burst. Croft roared loudly like a lion defending his pride. The Duke was the strongest and wisest man in the entire empire. The father's eyes turned cold and empty for his only daughter. He was ready to tear this brat's throat out right now, relying on the fact that he had legitimately ascended the throne. If it weren't for the Duke, the young, narcissistic, and humiliated man would have stayed on the outskirts. And here is his gratitude for everything. The Emperor clenched his teeth in anger and ordered all his guards to sheath their swords and leave his office immediately. Both needed to calm down. These men had been through a lot together and knew each other well enough not to find common ground. If Rayana's father really believes that the Emperor is capable of imprisoning his daughter, the Duke does not think so. The Emperor decided to reach an agreement with his father-in-law. His lordship would cancel the Duke's delegation to the east, and in return, both would pretend that the divorce petition had not been submitted. Duke Croft rejects his lordship's offer. It is not his decision at all to dispose of him in this way. The emperor, angry, slammed his fist on the table. A poisonous and sickly resentment swept through his eyes again. But in reality, Raymond was an offended child, whose whims his adult uncle refused to fulfill. The gazes of these two clashed. The conceited and unbalanced pseudo-emperor was furious, while the duke, on the contrary, radiated a dangerous calm. In turn, the loving father said in an iron tone that they should both want the divorce to proceed smoothly and without unnecessary problems. The marriage contract clearly stated that if one of the spouses brought a lover or an illegitimate child to the castle, a divorce would occur. Moreover, the entire marriage law and his contract with Rihanna were personally drafted by Raymond himself. It turns out that now it has been buried. And now, because of his illegitimate son by Regina, the emperor cannot avoid divorcing his empress. This is what his lordship did not take into account at all. How could he forget? Raymond himself insisted on such a law because of his past. His lordship began to get lost in his words. Duke Croft did not understand everything correctly. This cannot serve as grounds for divorce. His Majesty has no intention of making Edmund the crown prince, so his reason ceases to be valid. The Duke knew that the young man would not accept the divorce so easily, but he clearly did not expect the emperor to abandon his son. However, the grounds for the divorce proceedings are not only Edmund. This marriage should not have happened in the first place. Raymond's eyes open in shock, and his mouth drops open. He refuses to admit that he and his daughter had problems. Rihanna always agreed with everything. She always smiled. She accepted any decision of the young man. She was always behind him and never took offense. So, what could be the reason for her divorce? In this case, they had an absolutely normal marital relationship. The empress spent every day in the royal palace, walked in the beautiful greenhouse. She wore the finest outfits and jewelry. If you think so, the emperor could not say more about his relationship, as he was never interested in the girl's life. And Raymond really had no idea what his wife experienced while married to him. He never cared. If the emperor really considers that opinion appropriate and fair, then Rihanna's father simply has nothing to talk to him about. The gazes of the two men clashed again. Apparently, Rihanna's father trusted the truth of his words, while Rai had no idea what he was talking about. The emperor smiled painfully and hurt. Everything was clear to his lordship. Now Duke Croft can be free. After the great conqueror left his lordship's office, the emperor covered his face with his hand. This story of the divorce proceedings still does not want to end. The girl really decided everything. It would be more correct to accept the conditions of such an outstanding person as Duke Croft so as not to spoil relations with him. It seems the answer is already determined. The emperor is in a desperate situation, since everything is legal and there are grounds. But why then does his lordship keep resisting and resisting like a child, whose toy he never loved is being taken away? However, now that the toy is being taken away, the capricious brat suddenly needs it. Meanwhile, the protagonist anxiously awaited news from her personal assistant from the royal palace. Finally, the maid quickly burst into the girl's bedroom, informing her that today Helen managed to find everything out. According to numerous statements from royal palace employees, today Duke Croft demanded an audience with the emperor. The empress's father was so insistent in his request that his lordship ordered Duke Croft to be admitted immediately. The girl swallowed, knowing the strength of her father's character, as well as his immense love for his only daughter. And what was the atmosphere of their interaction? The servant said the men were arguing very loudly about something. The noise was so obscenely loud that even the gardeners and the guards on the street heard it. This only meant one thing. Her father officially announced the divorce. If rumors about their dispute, and the empress being locked in her own palace, spread beyond the palace walls, there would be a disaster. Moreover, if not only the obstinate emperor, but also his beloved father face unpleasant consequences. Everything must stop immediately. The main character cannot allow such a cataclysm to run its course. Such a conflict of interest can lead to open hostility. The maid observed her mistress's emotions. Her lady should not be so nervous. Everything ended peacefully. However, the royal knights were still at every door of the empress's palace, which meant Raymond was a stubborn fool and hadn't changed his decision. Tell the royal knights guarding her palace that her ladyship is ready to dine with this turkey. Helen swallowed, a cold sweat ran down her face, and her mistress could definitely withstand another shock after the previous ones. Rihanna nodded. The personal maid immediately bowed to her mistress. She will immediately fulfill the empress's will. The main character didn't want to see this jerk at all now, but she herself had to save the overall situation immediately. Raymond is still young and short-tempered, and judging by recent concerts, the decisions he makes are quick and thoughtless. While the girl's father's will is unshakable, like steel, neither will deviate from their intentions. Only Rihanna herself can overcome the forces. Rihanna knew very well that this boy always looked down on her, and that her love for him was as immeasurable as his sickly arrogance. And this is one of the reasons why the Empress needs to dine with her still husband. In the refectory hall, everything was ready. The Emperor was seated in his place, arms crossed in front of him, offended. The Empress made an elegant curtsy and greeted the son of this empire, even if it was for the last time. His Imperial Majesty, in a cold and distant tone, ordered the Empress to stand up and go to her seat at the table. The main character sat down slowly and gently at the table. The butler helped the Empress pull up a heavy chair. So here it is, a difficult and long-awaited conversation between former childhood friends and current young spouses. The Emperor ordered all staff to leave the refectory and leave him alone with his wife. The head of staff bowed to his Emperor, followed by the rest of the hall servants. His Highness picked up his wine glass and was the first to start the conversation. The young man did not expect Rihanna to be the first to approach him. This means Raymond truly believed the girl had no opinion or feelings. But now she is here, and his opinion has changed. The young man exhaled with pleasant ease. What a relief, just like that, the Emperor was immediately sure that Rihanna was not going anywhere. And that not a single word about divorce would pass the Empress's lips. Of course, His Highness misunderstood her. The main character wanted to talk about this when she finished her last dinner. But since the young man had already started this topic, the young couple sat opposite each other, each trying to figure out the probable outcome of the day for themselves. His Majesty froze, disheartened, sensing an uncompromising intention in his wife's firm voice. Rihanna's opinion has changed, but that doesn't mean her ladyship doesn't want to divorce him. That hasn't changed. So the Empress is insisting again on her own terms. Raymond already thought the storm had passed. The girl got a little angry and then calmed down. The protagonist called her husband to a joint dinner to finish everything herself and not continue this madness any further. Raymond, angry, slammed his fists on the refectory table. The Emperor will not divorce Rihanna, which is unclear. The main character has already decided everything and does not want to spoil their long-term relationship with such a note that the divorce will be peaceful. Enough to break everything that barely holds together. It's time to make the right decision for both. There will be no other outcome anyway. A predatory glint appeared in the young Emperor's eyes. The young man also wants to announce that they simply don't need to fight. How can a girl not understand that a marriage is not in a position to divorce because her feelings have changed? The main character understands everything. It was her fault from the beginning and her area of responsibility. The girl never saw him as an emperor. Raymond took a deep breath. He didn't understand what his wife meant. He let her explain her thoughts in more detail. The girl always loved Raymond and saw in him only the man of her heart and not the emperor, which is why she trusts this perception. The young couple lived together their whole lives, lived through the most terrible events together. Let this remain a fond memory. Rihanna no longer wants to be alone, so she asks his ladyship not to hold the girl back any longer and let her go. After all, the protagonist has spent so many years caring about the happiness of her fictional husband that she also deserves to enjoy it. But the young man just smiled at her. What nonsense is his wife talking about love? Don't act like a fool. For Raymond, the heroine's feelings were always empty, but for that, he sacrificed absolutely everything. The emperor rolled his eyes. What nonsense! Let the girl remember better that her son will become emperor. Here the protagonist could not stand at all how much she could be devalued. And her feelings for him, love was everything. Let Raymond answer honestly if there was ever a fleeting moment in his life in which the young man loved his wife. The most touching and painful silence in the girl's life reigned in the refectory hall. And Rihanna already knew what she expected to hear as an answer. The silence only confirms Ray's indifference, so if the emperor does not want Rihanna to become his mother, he will do the right thing. The young man's heart clenched with unbearable pain. Rihanna knew perfectly well where to strike and what to press on, the king's only spiritual weak link. If the current emperor is not exactly the same as the previous lord whom he overthrew, then Raymond will let hurt his wife. The two most painful points for the young man are the past emperor, sunk in pleasure, and his murdered mother. This is the same wound that could never be touched. It was cruel, but it is the only way they can both leave each other. If the young man was not hurt, Ray would continue to ignore Rihanna along with her life and her happiness, so it was necessary to strike the heart. Raymond really was someone like an ex-emperor to the empress all this time. A shiver ran down her body. Rihanna knew she had struck such a powerful blow that Ray would simply have nothing to defend himself with. He was neutralized and wounded to the soul. A decisive silence fell. The young couple sat opposite each other. The time came to summarize their many years of union. Take a deep breath, let it be as Ryan wants, the empress will divorce his majesty. The girl achieved her goal. The girl said everything correctly. This marriage should not have happened in the first place. This is a mistake that must be corrected. And the emperor also forgot to answer the main character's only question. Of course, the young man never felt love for her. There was never even a hint of such a feeling, and in the future, there can be no talk of such a relationship. The protagonist was sure that she had already shed all her tears for this jerk. But she still had something left. Raymond finally decided to strike the girl in the soul, and her wound began to bleed again. Someday Rihanna will smile remembering these events, but for now, she will only have to mourn the pain left inside her. The maids were already filling the halls with new rumors that the emperor had filed a divorce petition with the temple. The maid planned to cook something light for lunch, whatever her mistress thought. The empress didn't care. Well, what is it? Her ladyship sees that Helen is eager to ask something, she will remain silent. Or delay the time. All the time while the personal assistant was attending to her mistress, the maid wanted to tell the girl something. And what was it about? Helen immediately got nervous and started making excuses. Nothing special, just thoughts out loud. The main character is still waiting for her personal assistant to finally exhale and tell her everything as it is. The personal maid would really like the empress to have a happy life. She clearly didn't experience this in the palace. Her ladyship was surprised by her maid's confession. The girl's misfortune was so obvious to everyone except herself, and everyone wanted her to finally find it. Helen immediately became embarrassed in front of her mistress. She shouldn't have crossed the line at all. She apologizes to the empress. The main character thanked the maid for the words she said. It was very nice to understand that someone was still interested in her happiness. Of course, the girl will have to leave the empress's palace, but after her departure, she will do everything possible so that the girl has no problems. In turn, the maid was ready to help her mistress settle into a new place after leaving the palace. What was Helen thinking about now? But there was none of that. The maid was sincerely worried about the girl and wished her the best. But in general, the maid would like to continue taking care of her mistress and initially became a maid to leave her family. Of course, it won't be difficult for her ladyship to take her maid to the duchy. But in this case, Alina will find out about the pregnancy very soon. The personal assistant fell to her knees in front of her empress. To her, she will always have that title. The main character looked at the girl in shock and told her to get up immediately. What is this? Tears appeared in Helen's eyes. The maid had nowhere to go. She begged to be taken with her. She was ready to serve Rayana her whole life. Her ladyship got up from her seat and walked towards the distressed girl, kneeling to calm down. The main character agreed to take her assistant to the duchy and must first leave the palace with her. The girl's face immediately lit up with joy. Rayana became a true salvation for her. What a relief! Meanwhile, in the royal palace, His Imperial Majesty would like to leave the palace tomorrow, unless he needs to be present during the divorce process. Yesterday, the young man reluctantly gave his consent to the divorce proceedings, and in the morning sent a petition to the temple. However, this is not at all what Ray would really like. His ladyship was just very angry with the girl for the words about the old emperor. Rayana offended him greatly by comparing him to the past emperor, and the main character seemed to be waiting to send him this letter. Well, this is the true end of their relationship, of their marriage. The emperor did not expect everything to be decided like this, and so quickly. But Rayana has always been by his side since childhood, so he should wish the girl happiness in the future. Anyway, in the current situation, there will be no other outcome. Raymond has no reason to prevent the divorce. So everything was already decided. It was only a matter of time before his ex-wife left the royal palace and Raymond himself. His Majesty ordered his servant to inform the Empress's palace that everything would be as her ladyship wished. Meanwhile, the Empress began to eat, turning over in her head the possible outcomes of the recent events. The girl was called by the voice of her personal assistant. There really was some news. Rayana carefully wiped her lips with a napkin. The maid interrupted the flow of her mistress Helen's thoughts, announcing that His Majesty had issued a decree about his wife. This means how and what the emperor decided. Raimundo announced that everything would be as the Empress wanted. Well, of course, and the girl was worried all morning that they wouldn't let her leave the palace. Which means that yesterday Rayana fell into Rai's heart. The maid asked her Empress to start preparing the girl's things to leave the palace now. For now, this process will be postponed, as there is a place her ladyship wants to visit before her departure. The imperial carriage with the Empress arrived at the desired destination. Her maids helped Rayana out of the carriage. The main character ordered all staff to stay with her equipment. She had to visit this place alone to be able to experience everything. Before the young heroine's eyes was an old and small place that it was a pity to call a palace, since it was the most inconspicuous. But it is in this place that most of the girl's memories live, as Raymond lived here with his mother in her childhood. And the young protagonist came to visit them all the time. The time spent here was very warm and pleasant, and all thanks to the emperor's mother. Then Mother Rhea prepared sweet black tea, which Ryan loved very much as a child. She was always very attentive and caring. And this girl's smile could warm any soul. There was so much love and happiness in her. Rayana had never met a woman like her. The boy's mother called the young woman a true beauty and asked why she always wanted to smile when she looked at her. Her name was Lady Rose, and although Raymond became emperor, taking revenge on all the offenders for his mother's insulted honor, the doors of this palace are still closed. And the main character, knowing the man's feelings in her heart, never reminded him of this sacred place. Rayana simply came here silently and secretly to honor Lady Rose with her warm memories. And fresh flowers. The delicate and fragrant flowers suited her mother very well. They were so light and beautiful like herself. The girl apologized to the young man's deceased mother for his bitter regret. Rayana could no longer visit her. The young heroine decided to take one last walk around the grounds of the house where Raymond grew up, where true love and maternal warmth lived. The girl always felt calm and safe in her soul here, and this was Lady Rose's merit. Such a wonderful woman and such a terrible end. If you think about it, the memories Rayana received here are the brightest part of her relationship with Raymond. Then Rayana froze in place. Before the girl's eyes stood a mighty oak tree, spreading its long branches everywhere. Even when she was little, Rayana asked why the name of paradise was written on this tree. Lady Rose planted this beautiful tree. Her mother planted it with wishes for health. When her beloved and only son was born, if the tree gets sick, he will also get sick. At least her mother believed this and took care of the oak with all her might. So the girl would also take care of the tree so that Ray would never get sick. A charming young woman approached a mighty oak and placed her hand on it. The girl asked the tree that her friend would never get sick. After all, the girl's most important wish was the happiness of her young friend. So that everything would be fine with Raymond, she would always be by his side. This time the girl approached the beautiful tree as if she were a little girl and placed her hand on its bark. Then the entire tree of Mother Rose lit up with a magical green light with a single touch from the girl. Not many people know this magical ability of Ryan, the ability to give life force to plants. This was another reason why the heroine could not leave the palace, because the girl was very worried that the king himself would die along with the oak. The main character announced that she will no longer be able to come to the tree here, so she really asks it not to get sick. Because there is no one else to take care of him. The girl relies on the mighty oak. The majestic tree must not fail her emperor. Just as Rihanna herself never failed this oak. With a calm soul and the feeling of having completed the mission, Rihanna went in the other direction, without letting either the tree or Raymond himself get sick. So that same day arrived, all the staff were rushing with the belongings of the former lover. Her carriage had already arrived to leave for home. The maid announced that Duke Croft's carriage was ready to take the girl, where her father held a small box in her hands. That was all she was taking home. The maid looked around her ladyship's room. Just like the girl herself had no tears or sadness on her face, it seemed the Empress was really ready to leave the palace. Good news, the girl is also ready to leave her ruined palace and start her new life with the right decisions. That's right, to be an Empress leaving her own palace, Rihanna had few indecent things. But it is what it is. After all, the main character never needed dresses or jewelry to be happy. She only needed Ray to be happy. Her ladyship smiled in a good mood. In her hands, she has everything necessary to finally leave this place and start a new happy life the right way. The maid took the box from the girl, will take it to the carriage and wait for her mistress, who is already in the carriage. The young woman approached the coat rack and took off her light summer hat. How wonderful it was to stop being an empress. The protagonist approached the floor mirror, throwing a light hat on her head. As if a long time had passed since she was just a young woman and not a palace empress. What a pleasant feeling Rihanna had. This feeling of freedom and new life experiences. She still has a lot to come. The girl had already planned a lot, because Rihanna had been chained to Raymond all her life. And she didn't even think about her own desires. But they were there. So it's time to leave all your unhappy life and unrequited love within the walls of the royal castle. That absorbed Rihanna's pain and tears. The maid began to open the door for her mistress. Helen doesn't have to do this now. They both have a new life. Besides, the weather was incredible today, so the young woman wanted to walk to the exit of the Spring Palace. When was the last time the ex-empress walked like this on foot through the territory of the royal castle? Without visits or meetings. Of course, to leave the territory of the imperial palace, it was necessary to pass through His Majesty's castle itself. But Rihanna always knew the king's schedule. At this time, His Excellency is holding a meeting with his chancellor, considering the morning meetings as the most important, so that nothing else worries him until his end. For this reason, His Majesty will not turn the corner. She will walk casually through the palace and will not look out of his study window. Raymond had been given such a large part of her life, such a place in her heart and soul, that there was nothing she wouldn't give him. However, such sacrifice and devotion was always rewarded only with indifference and coldness, because everything turned out this way. Having spent her whole life with the emperor, the girl experienced a lot of sadness. But there were still some happy moments. But in the end, the curtain fell anyway, turning the end of the play into the saddest in the world with a vile aftertaste. The maid, worried, invited her mistress to sit in the carriage. The sun was relentless today. Everything is in order. The girl must leave the royal palace, where Raymond has found a home. The protagonist felt that only in this way could she start her life from scratch, leaving her past behind. The girl, with a feeling of pride and personal victory, accompanied by her assistant, passed by her ex-husband's office. At that moment, His Majesty was at the window and silently watched his childhood friend leave his life. This year there is a very rich harvest in the southern lands of Perkana, so there are more grain harvests than last year. The Chancellor stopped his story when he realized that His Majesty was not listening to his report at all. The Emperor was distracted by something. The man immediately called his lord. Does His Imperial Highness want to continue his meeting, or should they postpone it? The Emperor immediately came to his senses. So, what were they preparing? The Chancellor spoke of a rich harvest in the southern lands of Perkana. Therefore, they are ready to send many more tributes to the Imperial Palace than last year. And when the Imperial Chancellor reported to His Highness about the great harvest, the young man heard nothing of the sort. The counselor's mouth began to run down his face. The Chancellor reported to His Majesty about the wonderful harvest a moment ago. How strange he was. Rihanna said that today the Empress would leave the Empress's palace the Emperor. Let her leave the palace because there was no reason to stop him. For some reason, the young ruler's entire attention was focused on this girl. At that moment, the morning meeting was over. The Chancellor was free. The girl was almost seated in her carriage, literally a second, and Ryan would have already run to the nest of her native Croft family. But as is customary in the royal palace, drama happens here all the time before I leave. I met that same girl with her son by Raymond. Regina, as always, shone under the rays of the sun. Emerald eyes radiated confidence in her irresistibility. Behind the statuesque lady in a yellow dress hid her son, who was already predicted to become the crown prince. And the next emperor. The child looked confusedly at his ladyship. His mother bowed to her ladyship, greeting her empress. Rihanna asked that same girl to stand up. She was very embarrassed, and those honors were simply useless. After all, the main character is no longer the empress of the royal palace. Now she is simply the Duchess of Croft. This boy had graphite dark hair and eyes the color of the starry sky, those same imperial familiar features. It is undeniable that Edmund was of imperial blood, but the child no longer caused Raymond any serious resentment. The main character leaned over the baby and greeted him affably. The child was probably going to the palace to see the emperor. His mother answered for the baby with a dejected and somewhat exhausted look. Really, everything is like that. Those green eyes, if only someone in this empire knew what kind of rot in the soul of Miss Siasna this look masks. Regina noticed behind Rihanna's back a personal assistant with some luggage and the Duke's carriage. Which means the Empress is leaving the palace. The main character is about to leave the royal palace because she is divorcing His Majesty. Well, the girl probably already knows. Of course, these rumors reached that same girl, but Regina could not even imagine that the Empress would leave the Emperor's palace like this. Rihanna had never noticed any incomprehensible aura in that same girl before. More precisely, not even like that, Lady Sio's changed to a high tone. The girl could not even imagine that Rihanna would leave her emperor, to which the main character smiled calmly. And cordially. Well, they say nothing lasts forever under a silver moon. The girl simply realized that her life had a different meaning and priorities, for which it was necessary to change her life. Regina did not understand how one could voluntarily renounce the status of empress. Because for her, this was the main thing in life. For the sake of her true happiness, the protagonist had to get rid of her rose-colored glasses and put an end to this, for which the young woman sincerely wishes that same girl and her son happiness with His Majesty. And long life. This girl, whose well-being was taken away by Regina, simply took it herself and deprived herself of everything. And now she also makes Regina happy. After which the ex-empress majestically boarded her carriage to embark on her new life. The ex-empress finally boarded her carriage to forever leave her golden cage and her empty and illusory life. A menacing and cruel grimace appeared on that same girl's face, which means Rihanna wishes happiness to everyone. That's right, Lady Seuss was pulled out of her own thoughts by her little son, calling his mother. Regina immediately cheered up. Let the boy not worry about anything. Edmund is the long-awaited ticket to life for the Marquise. She will take care of him. Edmund must carefully remember everything his beloved mother demands of him and obey her without question. Like a good boy, Lady Regina ruffled her son's hair and invited Eddie to finally visit his dad. Since everything worked out on its own, and the emperor no longer has to worry about the legality of his actions. In general gossip, everything should be fine. Think about it. The former empress wished happiness to the one who was ready to see her off a moment ago. And how much more awaits him in the future from Regina. That same girl walked with the imperial heir, who is now obliged to become crown prince. And Regina herself as empress. Lady Croft's crew had already arrived at her beloved family nest. The duchy's estate was not far from the palace. Therefore, the journey took very little time. Wow, how great! Since the moment the girl left, nothing has changed in her bedroom. Duke Croft carefully ordered that nothing be changed in the bedroom of his beloved and only daughter. The old maid greeted her young mistress cordially. Would Her Highness like to change into home clothes? Of course, Rihanna dreamed of taking off the fluffy dress and putting on a cozy home outfit. But let the maid no longer call the girl empress. Rihanna has now become only a mistress. But is this really possible? The official answer will be known tomorrow. But it is already quite possible to call her madam. After all, the protagonist returned to her home to no longer be empress, so she asks not to be called that again. Therefore, I kindly ask all service staff not to remind the girl of the unfortunate fate of the empress. As Lady Rihanna pleases, all the assistants of this estate are very happy with the return of their young mistress. She began to help the girl adjust the corset of her dress to put on home clothes. After which her father himself visited his beloved daughter's room. It was unusual, but very happy to see his daughter in the family nest. Rihanna asks for forgiveness for visiting her beloved father so rarely, and thanks him for everything he did for her. Yes, everything was in order. The father perfectly understood what kind of career his daughter was always busy with. But that is in the past and forgotten. Now the main character focuses on getting the baby out of this black pit and protecting him from evil eyes. The girl asked her father to find out everything about her personal assistant, Helen. Carefully and discreetly. Duke Croft nodded in approval at his daughter's position. Now he had to be very careful with new people on his property. Besides, the girl will still need someone else she can trust unconditionally, and in whom she can rely at any time. Finally, the great conqueror managed to find the information his daughter needed about her personal maid, Elena. So the acquaintance of Baron Muad was involved in a series of endless gambling games, losing his entire fortune. Baron Moida's wife died several years ago. The girl could not even think of this because the maid never mentioned such a thing. It turns out that Helen has completely broken off relations with her family and now has no connection with Baron Muad. And the personal assistant announced to her mistress that the girl really had nowhere to go, that she was not welcome at home. Poor Helen had to face a lot in her young life, which definitely made her appreciate good deeds and the pure intentions of people. So the personal maid did not lie about her deplorable situation and told the truth about her hopelessness. But Rihanna was sure that the maid was not lying to her because Helen begged the girl on her knees and her eyes expressed real feelings. Faced with this situation, Duke Croft thinks that leaving the new maid with his daughter would be a good idea. If the Croft family announced that they were willing to take responsibility for Helen for the rest of her life, then the maid would be loyal to her until the end. If Helen remains devoted to the main character until the end of her days, then the girl will be able to reveal her pregnancy to her. That's right, the Duke cannot send his daughter alone to distant lands, so he lets Helen stay there as before. Of course, the loving father wants to go with his girl himself, but problems do not arise solely thanks to the Duke of Croft. After all, the best father in the world is the basis for all the Emperor's decisions. His irreplaceable right hand. The daughter of such an outstanding man understands everything perfectly and is proud of her father. She would also like to go with him, but duty is duty. And besides, the great conqueror is very responsible for protecting the emperor's rights received during the revolution. The duke is always devoted to his cause, but his daughter will leave the empire. And giving birth to a baby in foreign lands, of course, will not be easy for the girl. But for the sake of the child, that suffering is no suffering at all. And if there is someone close to you in a foreign country, some piece of home, Rayana will be much calmer. Father, as always, thought of everything in advance. This is what needs to be done. Let the duchy take care of Helen. Of course, Duke Croft will do everything possible, but now his daughter must worry about her condition. For the first time in a long time, the protagonist feels wonderful, as if she has come back to life and awakened from a long sleep. The loving father said that it wouldn't hurt to have a doctor examine his daughter more thoroughly in her situation. As always, total care for his little one. How much will the protagonist miss her father in a foreign country? A heavy and depressing silence fell, as both father and daughter knew very well that they would have to say goodbye again very soon. After all, His Highness can ask about the affairs of the former empress at any time. But he must not find out about his heir. And it will be impossible to hide the hereditary imperial traits in Miss Croft's fetus. And the emperor will simply take the baby away from the girl. Therefore, the sooner Duke Croft's daughter leaves the empire's lands, the greater the chances of salvation and a normal life for her and her baby. Duke Croft has already prepared the necessary legend for the future baby. His daughter probably doesn't remember it. But her mother had a sister. The protagonist vaguely remembers the features of her mother's sister. But she doesn't know what she looks like or her name. So the girl's aunt did not want to marry for convenience. She quarreled with her family and went to the kingdom of Rooney. Where will the protagonist herself go? So the legend of her aunt will be very useful to them. Making it pass for the truth will not be difficult. Having completely disappeared from the family tree, some time ago the news of her death arrived. The news is sad, of course, but because her aunt disappeared from the family tree, the fact of her death is not recorded there. So Rayana's mother's sister will be an excellent cover and protection for the girl's fetus. Since the heroine's aunt is not mentioned anywhere, it will not be difficult to announce that she had a child. Once everyone is satisfied with the planned course of action, the Duke finds out when the nearest ship to the kingdom of Rooney departs. The kingdom of Rooney, unknown to the girl, is where Rayana's new free life begins. And her baby, what awaits her there. You need to sleep well at night and start regaining strength, which will be necessary not only for Lady Rayana. The girl fell asleep with a smile on her face. From now on, invite her son to live happily together. Meanwhile, His Highness was looking out at the starry sky. Today was the first day the Empress left her life. Her ladyship loved looking at the stars very much. It seems the Emperor shared her feelings, because the stars are very constant. And they are always close. The protagonist always said that she turned to the stars when she didn't know where to go or what to do. Beautiful and bright stars that are always in their place, you can always rely on them. And now this whole bright scattering of stars in the dark sky reminds His Majesty of his old childhood friend. And it smells of emptiness. The entire empire is at the feet of the former bastard. All offenders were punished and destroyed. He rose above everything. So, what is his lordship doing now? Why did he come to the Empress's palace without understanding it himself? It is incomprehensible to the mind. It feels like the Emperor began to miss Rayana, who was always indifferent to him. Apparently, the fact is that the girl became a part of his life from the tenderest age. Of course, this was an important period of time, so the emptiness was happy in its place. The young man simply became attached to the girl for so long, that's all. What a beautiful sight, and now it is all his. No one likes to lose something, to be deprived of some part of their life, but Rayana has always been the most insignificant part of it. The young man simply did not expect that the always submissive and disinterested Rayana would express her desire to leave Raymond. One of the employees whispered something in the ear of the head of service staff. The man nodded in approval. Then, the butler announced to his emperor that he had received official permission to dissolve his marriage with Empress Rayana. How quickly it happened! Raymond didn't even have time to realize everything, and tomorrow it will be necessary to inform the entire empire about it. And everyone will know that the Empress's place is now empty, and that Mrs. Croft is free again. And open to this life. Well, the emperor did everything he could, but the inevitable cannot be stopped or changed. So the young man can only accept this new reality and find advantages in it for himself. He took a deep breath, but the heart and soul of his imperial majesty did not feel better. He was still uncomfortable. And tomorrow, the emperor will also have to face a growing wave of the most discussed gossip in the empire. The butler clarified when he should prepare the palace for the young Prince Edmund. Now or a little later. His Majesty turned to a servant. Everyone in his state thinks that Lady Regina will become the next empress. If Miss Seos really becomes the next empress, both she and Edmund will be accepted into the imperial family. Which means that Regina and Edmund will enter the royal palace a little later. Even the servants are sure of it. It seems that in the future, the emperor will also have to fight off the attack of making Miss Seos his empress. But today, Regina appeared at the palace. The girl did not think that the emperor would really divorce Rayana. She asks his forgiveness for this. After all, that same girl is sure that it was Regina and her son who became this point. But this is not her fault. This only concerns the two of them and the empress. However, it was today that Lady Regina met the empress, who was leaving for the palace. And at the moment of saying goodbye to her ladyship, the empress wished Lady Regina happiness with all her soul. And the emperor. The girl's face expressed a feeling of guilt, but Raymond felt absolutely nothing. To be honest, even in the gaze of his former lover, the young man began to notice something new in her eyes. It was as if something was wrong. It was such a strange feeling that the young man was missing something, or so it seemed to him all the time. The next morning, the divorce of the emperor and the empress was officially announced. Everyone behaved as usual at their father's behest, for which the girl was very grateful to her beloved dad. And why did he take her for such a fool? The personal assistant approached her lover and already wanted to address the empress out of habit. But now she is officially the mistress. The maid smiled in a good mood. Dr. Gaspar approached Mrs. Rayana, let him in. She was really waiting for him. Helen still knows nothing about her lover's pregnancy, so she will be quite surprised now. Then the main character sat motionless on the sofa. Gaspar placed his hand in front of her stomach, from which a magical light emanated. Both the girl and her baby are in a stable condition to continue like this. They will be able to travel by boat, even for a long time. But just in case, the doctor will continue to prepare medicines for the seasickness of pregnant women. The maid froze in frantic shock. That is, her lover is now pregnant, and the child is apparently the heir to the Imperial Highness. Gaspar realized that the personal assistant was unaware, and he and the girl needed to talk about it. The personal maid was completely astonished. This was news, and this was the day of the official announcement of her divorce from the emperor. But what to do now? The maid heard everything clearly. Her mistress is pregnant, the child is imperial, of course. Helen said she had nowhere to go and wanted to continue taking care of the girl. That's why her lover would also like her personal assistant to continue taking care of her. Since it will not be easy for the protagonist to go alone to a foreign country while pregnant. What is leaving like? The maid was simply torn by emotions and worries. Her mistress really decided to hide this news from the emperor. That's it. Helen knows firsthand the cruel and bloody battles for the throne. Someone always dies for the title of emperor. Of course, at first, as soon as the girl learned this good news, she wanted to share it with His Excellency the Emperor. The maid guessed why her mistress could never do this, and then the news of Regina's return with the emperor's heir became known. Rayana's decision changed when Regina brought her illegitimate son, Raymond, to the palace. Then the girl decided everything. The main character will protect her baby from the massacre for the throne. The lady will leave the empire and raise the baby as a normal child. If the personal assistant does not want and with her young lady, Rayana will find her a place where she can receive a salary. The maid immediately stammered that, in any case, there was no question of pursuing her mistress. In this empire and her personal assistant, there is no place she would like to return to. And she could because she is free. Well, since both girls decided to leave this empire, they must prepare for the trip soon. And to prepare everything before departure, the young lady and her assistant must meet in one place. The maid immediately froze in fascination, looking at her mistress with different eyes. What a strong and determined girl Rayana is. Helen is proud of her. The protagonist told her assistant to ask her to prepare a carriage for the girls, that they were heading to the city. At the same time, the head of the Fourth Order of Chivalry visited the ruler in the imperial castle. Something his lordship always looks forward to. Raymond was sitting behind a pile of papers. So many things had accumulated lately that the emperor ordered his dirty work executor to enter. A majestic young man in a military uniform greeted the son of the empire, bowing to his master. His Majesty ordered him to stand up. The head of the Fourth Order of Chivalry was named Castel Evans. The majestic young man was a trusted spy and executor of Raymond's will. His imperial grace has something to talk about again with his faithful mercenary. And all other servants must leave the office. Castel rested well. Thanks to His Excellency's grace, Castel always rests adequately. Raymond is somehow embarrassed to hear words about his mercy. Because out of all his subjects, Castel is the only one who does all the dirty work. But Evans never considered his job difficult. The young man jokes that the emperor is going to entrust him with a new task. Even though they recently completed the palace coup in the empire, the crown needs Castel again. Serious changes are coming to the royal palace. Conspiracies and claims for power will soon begin. You must be prepared. And since a certain question loomed over the young man with tangible pressure, the emperor would like to know everything to satisfy his fears. What should the head of the Fourth Order of Knights do? Let him travel secretly to a western state. The carriage of the Duchy of Kraft was already parked in the ladies' lounge. The girls were doing the necessary shopping for the trip. The radiant and helpful lady did not abandon the former empress. Maybe the girl still needs to buy something. Not at all. The main character and her personal assistant have already bought half of this store. And Rayana is apparently going on a trip. It's not for nothing that they say that all rumors in the empire start with a women's lounge. This moment must be smoothed over somehow. However, we cannot allow people to whisper about leaving the empire prematurely. This could arouse suspicion. So as not to arouse suspicion, the simple fact is that Croft wanted to relax after a difficult divorce. After all local residents know the reasons for the divorce proceedings with the son of the empire. Of course, this is difficult for the girl. In this case, the girl will send all the purchases to Milady by tonight. Rayana, thank you for your understanding. Of course, the protagonist did not like to mention her divorce, but this way she could keep the situation under control. The saleswoman sketched a helpful smile, wished the former empress a happy day, putting on her usual smile. Finally, leaving the ladies' lounge onto the street, Rayana saw something unpleasant. Her carriage was blocked by other people's carriages. Whoever it was, there was clearly a problem with their manners. She had to act so brazenly and rude to her lover's carriage. The poor and frightened stable boy immediately jumped up. He asked that carriage to move closer to him, but they ignored him. Therefore, the young man asks for forgiveness from his lover, who was first blocked and then ignored by her boyfriend. How interesting, the protagonist addressed the lady of the ladies' lounge, who called her empress for the third time, and immediately corrected herself. The main character ordered the owner of these two carts to move their carriages and clear the way. Then a thin, squeaky voice that the young lady Croft knew well echoed throughout the street. The vile voice belonged to the lady, the Marquise Clementia of Chester. Surely the empress herself is now in front of her. It seemed that the insolent girl had just opened her mouth and already felt like taking a hot bath and wash away her dirty aura. Yes, you can't just erase this vile person from your memory. She will always recognize this stupid and unpleasant voice. It all began at a party honoring the consummation of the coup d'etat, when Rayana stood next to the emperor. Then the envious scoundrel reproached Rayana for standing next to the emperor, imagining herself as an empress, although there were no official announcements about it. This worthless redhead snake called Rayana a pathetic girl who only got Raymond's attention thanks to her father's influence. And yet, the girl was grateful to this fool, so her father's character awakened in her for the first time. And everyone recognized it. Lady Rayana knew perfectly well how to defend herself and her interests. If it wasn't necessary to defend them in front of Raymond, of course. The future empress then decided not to allow such insolence from some envious girl, and to give her a slap in the nose, showing her place. The main character shouted at the cowardly gossip and approached her, capturing the gaze of all the guests. Tension appeared on the face of the redhead trash. Sticky sweat ran down Prozac's forehead. She clearly did not expect her words to be heard. Although the protagonist was absolutely calm and measured, there was confidence in her eyes. The future empress then took the fan from the hand of the Marchioness of Chester and pointed it at the scoundrel's forehead. The poor thing didn't see the most important thing. There are things that are very necessary to have, so she and her family must learn to see the line. After which, the future empress left this upstart in the middle of the hall to reap the fruits of her desire to be the center of everyone's attention. Then, Rayana so skillfully besieged this pathetic and envious woman that she instantly received general recognition of her will and honor. That's right. The Marchioness apologizes for her lack of tact because Lady Rayana is no longer the empress. News of the emperor's divorce had just broken, so Clementine forgot about her. So, who blocked the girls' crew and did it on purpose? After all, the pathetic creature is still trying to recover. Anything can happen, it's okay, and the news is very recent. Not everyone has gotten used to Rayana's new status. Indeed, over time, the past is easily forgotten, since only those who failed to achieve success in the present remain thoughts of the past. And again, the round depends on the main character, since this carriage belongs to Milady Croft. The Marchioness of Chester will immediately order her carriages to be taken away. The scoundrel thought that such a meager carriage could not belong to the Duchess. That's all. What does the Marchioness mean now? Well, this morning, the sad news of the Emperor's divorce arrived, and Lady Croft is here. The inspired snake means that news about divorce proceedings is usually disturbing. And Madame Rayana walks serenely through the women's halls. After all, the young lady had just been kicked out of the royal palace. The maid was furious. How could this cheap girl insult her lover? The main character reassured her assistant. Everything is fine. Lady Chester always speaks very rudely. You can't take away her marketability. 7 years have passed, and the poor thing is still trying to prove something and trying to fight with Rayana. Clementine will not restore her position by trying to smear the girl's reputation again. She will remain in her humble place forever. The Marchioness was satisfied with her joke. Lady Chester was simply too honest with the former empress. Crowds of curious onlookers and enamored spectators had already begun to gather around. Everyone had just learned about the divorce, and here she was. For the empress to walk unsteadily through the hall on the day of her divorce is the best way to tarnish Rayana's reputation. But the girl is leaving anyway, so she can afford to do something crazy. Then someone whipped the stallion standing next to the scoundrel. It reared up and splashed the Marchioness in a puddle of mud. Next to the horse stood a young man in a brown robe, happy and pleased with his prank. How awkward everything turned out. Dirt ran down the face of the angry Clementine, but she, or at least she knows who she is. She won't let it go. The hysterical and humiliated lady ordered her knights to immediately arrest and punish her attacker. However, the young man did not seem scared at all. On the contrary, he advanced towards the guard. All this time, the stranger was thinking about something. And the more the mysterious young man thought about it, the more he realized that he was not guilty of anything before this rotten fool. The offended snake roared. Since the young man is not to blame, he cannot be caught. The guards accompanying the Marchioness of Chester immediately rushed towards their target. But that was not the case. They didn't even have time to react. The guard turned angrily to his subordinates so that they would not let this insolent person leave. And leave them in the cold. Fire shone in the impressive amber eyes of the young Rihanna. She froze seeing such beauty. The young man turned out to be incredibly skillful and fast. Every one of his movements was thoughtful and polished. The guards couldn't even follow the stranger in the robe with their eyes, receiving blow after blow. It was very spectacular. The head of Clementine's guard gritted his teeth in pain. This stranger had frantic strength and speed. Literally 1 second, and a huge knight fell like a heavy sack onto the stone path of the main street. Wow! Everyone present gasped in amazement. Just a few seconds later, the knights lay on the asphalt, accepting their defeat. The red-haired scoundrel was paralyzed with astonishment. But what does this scoundrel allow himself to do here? This is her personal guard. The stranger solemnly announced that the Marchioness's guards would be lost for a couple of days like this, and that they also needed to practice with the sword after recovering. After all, the opponent can now kill the knights accompanying her even before they reach the sword. The young man walked away triumphantly, calmly continuing his way down the main street, leaving a pleasant trail behind him. The main character, along with her personal assistant, looked satisfied at the Marchioness. And Lady Chester looked very good. Truly a pig will always find dirt. There were laughs among the crowd. But if it weren't for her vileness with the carriages, this wouldn't have happened. The Marchioness was all red with anger over what Lady Croft had just said, and dirty drops ran down her face. The protagonist opened her fan, parodying the vile Marchioness and her vile little voice. The crowd immediately laughed. Well, now it seems Lady Croft was too honest with her about how life turns out. Clementine glared furiously at her rival. The girl was clearly humiliated and punished again. Well, they don't allow a snake to rise at the expense of others. So, maybe Lady Chester should take her carriage with her already. Otherwise, a very unpleasant smell will already start emanating from it. The scoundrels' carriages left immediately, and the envious woman awaited the crowd's just punishment. Everyone laughed at her. This is how the envious trash fell into her own pit for the second time, receiving only humiliation and shame. The maid added that this trash volunteered to measure pikes with her mistress. So let her have it. It's a curious situation. Clementine hasn't changed at all in so many years, but the girl is more interested in that handsome young man with amber eyes. They were already heading to the duchy, but who helped her so much? Who was this mysterious young man? Meanwhile, the mysterious savior of the main character entered the discreet room, and he was told to come when the sun set. Since the establishment had not yet started operating, but the young man in the robe called Viles. He recognized him immediately. A mouth immediately crossed the innkeeper's face, as if he were talking to a ghost. It could really be the same guy. The young man slowly removed the hood of his robe, revealing short hair and blonde with a golden tint. A young man of incredible beauty appeared before Biles. He had chiseled facial features and fantastic amber eyes. Bill stared at the young man for a long time. They haven't seen each other in 7 years. Maybe he should hug him first. The man rushed to hug this crazy idiot. What a joy to see Daron again. Well, that's enough. They all hugged, and that's enough. Hugs between men should not be long. They are not lovebirds. Viles is smart. Darona was teasing his old friend again. Viles was sure that this damned psychopath was dead. There were tears in Biles' eyes. How happy he was that his comrade was finally alive. Daron had always been tenacious. While the guest longs for a good cold beer, Daron offers his old friend a drink for their reunion. And at the same time, the two friends chatted about everything. The young man, as always, was serene. During all these 7 years, only Viles worried. Immediately on the wooden table of the refectory appeared mugs with a cold drink and foamy snacks. And now, 7 years later, two old friends are sitting opposite each other with a glass of beer. How long has Daron been back? How long has he been here in general? In fact, the young man cannot give an exact answer to this question. Daron himself has not yet decided. It is not time for Daron to inherit the title. The young heir cannot evade responsibility forever. Now the head of state is a man as strong as a tiger, and he is unlikely to retire in the near future. So the content young man had no need to worry. Daron could still live without worries for about 10 years. But in this case, the young man might not return for another 10 years. So why did his friend come to the Empire right now? In fact, Daron had no intention of coming to the Empire, but during his travels, he heard very interesting rumors. On one of his trips not far from the Empire itself, Daron briefly stopped at one of the local taverns to rest before a long journey. In one of the taverns on the outskirts, some men were talking about how the first and only love of the emperor had returned to the Empire. Dark clouds always loomed over Empress Rayana. After all, the girl received the status of empress, not because of love for the son of the Empire, but because of the achievements of her outstanding father. Moreover, the girl herself returned with a child, so it was only a matter of time before the empress was expelled from the palace. Upon learning of such news, the mysterious young man decided to personally verify the truth of such rumors. Well, the verification will most likely take more than a day, so Daron will stay in the Empire for about 5 days. When Daron decides to do something, nothing can stop him, not even the death of a loved one. Well, in reality, the young man is not that inhuman. Biles doesn't believe him. The young man really came here because of some rumors. That is all true. Only these unpleasant rumors concern a person he cares deeply about. Therefore, it turns out that the mysterious guy has a more serious motive, but even if his friend asks, Daron will not say anything. Bill knew his good friend too well. Everything was exactly like that, but the young man himself did not fully formulate his motives. But Daron will definitely understand everything as soon as he sees the girl, for whom he visited the Empire he hated. Pleasant winter coolness, a light breeze, icy freshness, she was in a whirlwind of white snowflakes. Like snow. A beautiful girl with purple eyes and lavender hair, how could she be here now? Daron was worried about her. A handsome young man with amber eyes would really not like anything bad to happen to the main character. Meanwhile, a personal assistant entered her lover's room and announced that the girl had received an invitation to a party. More than a day has passed since the announcement of the divorce. Someone really still doesn't know that she is no longer empress. Rayana became a duchess again, and having that title, it was unusual for the girl to receive invitations to various parties. This invitation is definitely addressed to M. Lady Croft, that's right. You must look at the envelope. Who the hell is this immodest daredevil who dared to invite the divorced empress to the party? The personal assistant carefully handed her young mistress the red-sealed envelope containing the invitation. The main character began to read the lines of the invitation. This letter was sent by the family of Lady Regina Seos. The Seos family decided to celebrate Edmund's last birthday with their surname, and they hoped to see Lady Croft there, respectfully Marquis Seos. The maid asked her mistress, who dared to send an invitation to Rayana. The letter was from the Seos family, and the invitation was for Edmund's birthday, but how could they even have the audacity to do such a thing? Helen was indignant, and this reaction is fair, the official reason for the divorce between Raymond and Rayana was not announced. Since the former empress left the royal palace for a reason, in the eyes of local residents, she was simply forced out of there. Everyone already knew that the reason for the divorce proceedings was precisely that Edmund. It was obvious. There was no person in the empire who did not know that Edmund was the illegitimate son of His Highness. Just yesterday, they announced the divorce. What the hell? These scoundrels dare to send the girl an invitation to Edmund's birthday. If you think about it, the relationship between the main character and Regina wasn't entirely terrible. The girls never took offense. However, this time when Lady Croft left the palace, that same girl looked at her angrily. What could that mean? A party in honor of the fact that Edmund will take the emperor's surname. Apparently, this is how the Marquis decided to put Rayan in his place. The really interesting thing is whether Regina could have been involved in this invitation, or if it was just her father's idea. What did the lady decide about the party? Maybe she shouldn't show up there after all. Her ladyship might be there. As long as rumors circulate among the aristocrats that the cause was an illegitimate child, it is unlikely that the emperor will appear so as not to confirm these rumors. Since her ladyship will also be concerned about that girl's reputation, she won't set a trap for her. The protagonist asked me to tell the butler that tomorrow the girl was going to visit the Marquis of Sios's estate. The maid was very worried about her mistress. She wouldn't want the girl to have another accident due to her worries. Whose idea was it? Was Regina angry with her, or was it her vain father who decided to slap Rayana? The maids are already busy working on their mistress's appearance. The girl wants to wear ruby or sapphire earrings. Perhaps today the girl would like to wear ruby ones. Her ladyship is simply dazzlingly beautiful, and this outfit suits her perfectly. When Rayana was empress, she always had to keep her hair up due to events at the palace. And now, every time she let down her beautiful hair, the heroine felt like she had returned to her past. The main character looked incredible. The outfit perfectly highlighted her aristocratic skin tone and added depth to her purple eyes. The ruby earrings matched Lady Croft's face perfectly. The girl made the right decision. The maid began to shower her mistress with compliments. Her joy was interrupted by a knock on the door of Rayana's bedroom. Her beloved father entered her daughter's room. Duke Croft immediately froze. His baby was so beautiful. Duke Croft couldn't believe what he was seeing. His girl was already so grown up. It was incredible. She looked so much like her mother. The protagonist immediately smiled. She was very happy to hear and see the delight in her father's eyes. There could not have been a better compliment. His daughter is really going to do this. Rayana will get to the bottom of it, and for what? A radiant smile never left the face of the affectionate father, his beloved daughter. Now she was home, and the Duke could be by her side and accompany his daughter to the event. The Duke would really like to accompany his daughter, but his work doesn't allow it, damn it. Don't worry about Rayana, she will handle everything. But if his dear daughter feels uncomfortable, she doesn't have to go through all this by force. Her father has already booked the boat. The party was about to start. The girl was already late. They would definitely continue their conversation with the Duke when Rayana returned home later. As his daughter wishes, perhaps the Duke should accompany the young lady to the carriage. The heroine will be very happy about this. Like in the old days, an affectionate father who always accompanied his baby. How the girl missed the homely feeling of warmth and care that only her home could provide. The best father in the world extended his hand to his only daughter, and Rayana took it with great pleasure. The carriage with the main character was already speeding down the beautiful sidewalk. The coachman shouted to his beloved that they were approaching the Marquis's estate. Well, the young lady has arrived at the Marquis of Sios's estate. The parade of hypocrisy begins. The girl will have a very hard time with her new status and general condemnation. The main character will manage everything. The worst is over, what could go wrong won't. This mansion, owned by the Marquis, has not changed since the girl visited it with Raymond. Memories of how they walked up the stairs of this mansion hand in hand, as spouses immediately appeared before Rayana's eyes. Well, the girl is already boiling with mixed feelings and never would have thought upon arrival that she would visit this viper again. Take a deep breath. You just need to show yourself to everyone and then bravely leave the empire. Leaving everything behind like a bad dream. As soon as it was announced in the ballroom that Duchess Ryan Croft had arrived, all the guests immediately froze. The main character swam confidently and majestically through the crowd of onlookers, heading towards the heroes of the occasion. The girl made an elegant curtsy, glad to receive the Marquis of Sios and his invitation. It is a great honor for them to see her on their holiday. The Marquis did not have a good reputation and might well have participated in inviting Rayana to this party. And here is that same girl, Lady Regina Sios, looking beautiful as always and confidently shining in her eyes. Lady Regina is pleased to welcome Sra. Croft to her family property and thanks her for honoring them with her presence. The girl immediately froze. She was struck by a bolt of an unpleasant assumption, because Miss Regina was not at all surprised by her arrival. This means that the decision to send an insulting invitation was made by this girl, and not by the Marquis. But why is she doing this to Rihanna? It is out of fear of revenge from the Croft Duchy that Lady Regina really believes that Ryan will try to get rid of her son. Although the girls were never close, their relationship cannot be called hostile. Rihanna left alone. Why try to rectify the situation after the divorce? How absurd. However, the main character began to feel more and more that behind Regina's sweet face, something not good was hiding. The emperor confidently entered the ceremonial hall. All the guests present bowed in respect to their ruler. And here he is. An unexpected encounter. The main character bowed to her emperor and greeted the son of the empire. What the hell is your majesty doing here? Does he really love Regina so much that he doesn't fear general discontent? The emperor ordered the girl to stand up. There was heaviness in his lordship's eyes. The young man never expected to see the former empress, who came up with this idea at the birthday party of her illegitimate son. His Grace wanted to start a conversation with the former empress, but Regina immediately interrupted him and stood between him and Rihanna. She is glad he is here for Edmund. Of course, the emperor could not miss the child's last birthday next to his mother, and under the CO surname. The main character froze in astonishment. It was her last birthday with Regina. She and Raymond divorced, now she will become empress. There is something else besides saying goodbye to the CO's family. What kind of separation are we talking about? Marquis CO's jumped up and thanked his Grace for his visit. The head of the CO's family also wants to thank all the guests who honored his home with their presence at Edmund's birthday. The Marquis hoped that every guest would enjoy the event, but all eyes were on the love triangle. The main character felt that an uncontrollable panic attack was coming. She wanted to go home. Rihanna apologized to Lady Regina. She would leave his property first. It would be better for everyone. The emperor froze, dejected. The last crazy person in his nervous state was Raymond, whose presence here the girl never expected to find. And it could tarnish Regina's reputation. And this, in turn, could prevent her from becoming empress, and also makes Rihanna seem superfluous. So the unwanted guest should leave, then someone intercepted her hand. It was Lady Regina. Lady Croft had forced herself to accept her invitation and was not at all happy to be here. Seeing the girl, Regina assumed that Rihanna would be happy to attend Edmund's birthday. She didn't want to cause her any inconvenience. Wow, for the first time there is no sincerity in that girl's eyes. Regina shamelessly lied about her intentions. After all, with these words, the scoundrel is now trying to destroy the reputation of the former empress. And here is a sincere smile on her face. The protagonist pretended that everything was fine, despite the divorce, but as soon as she saw Ray, she felt bad and wanted to leave the party immediately. This trash was really going to bring out exactly these feelings in the girl. Humiliate her and demonstrate her superiority. Maybe the main character just complicated everything, and Regina didn't even think of such baseness. But something in her gaze was clearly wrong. Rihanna is doing well, this is wonderful, which means the lady will keep everyone and enjoy delicious dishes. There was definitely some kind of threatening aura coming from that girl. The girl felt threatened by her. What kind of game is she playing? For the Empress's place, Rihanna is no longer a rival. Then the Emperor rushed past them and let them congratulate the child on his behalf. Marquis Sela brought Edmund to the guests and let the Emperor see how happy the child was with him. He was looking forward to it so much. Edmund immediately jumped out of his grandfather's arms and ran to his father at lightning speed. The Emperor immediately froze in place. The child grabbed his father's fingers and asked him to dance with his beloved mother. Of course, this was a setup. A man and a woman twirling in a dance is a fairly common thing, but not a divorced emperor whose first love suddenly returns with a child in her arms. The main character has already begun to finalize what kind of concert Miss Regina will organize. And it was specifically aimed at her. The show is very unacceptable. Regina falsely stammered that her beloved son could not put his majesty in such an uncomfortable situation. Regina's petty executor of the will made puppy dog eyes, but all loving couples dance at parties. Let his dad and mom dance at his birthday. Edmund will be very happy to see this on his holiday. The main character no longer wanted to be part of their planned humiliation scene. The girl was about to leave. However, the lying reptile shouted at Lady Croft, "Where is the former empress going again?" Miss Rihanna wouldn't mind if the parents fulfilled their son's request. Regina asked this of Rihanna and not the emperor, as if her answer was already obvious. Regina decided to show before the entire audience that only the former empress and nothing else stood between her and the son of the empire. And the loving couple supposedly cannot fulfill the child's wish just because of Lady Croft. That's what was hidden behind the sweet appearance, the stinking rot, and cruelty. However, the main character is not blind at all. While this fake plays the role of innocence itself, Rihanna must follow the same rules and not provoke. So, to deprive the scoundrel of the opportunity to harm Rihanna, she must play along. Regina must ask the emperor for permission. They are no longer spouses. This is why Lady Croft even thought of preventing the Marquis, Seos, the emperor from looking painfully at the girls. Then, unexpectedly for Regina herself, he extended his hand and invited that same girl to dance. In the emperor's eyes, there was no obvious desire to arrange a date for the scoundrel at the ball. But he also could not refuse the child's request. Of course, this would be a great honor for Lady Regina and also a wonderful gift for her son. Acknowledge. Thus, in the ceremonial hall of the Seos family, at the epicenter of the celebration for the heir's birthday, the man of her heart and the lying trash were dancing, and Rihanna was forced to watch and smile. The musicians played a beautiful and sensual melody. The notes flowed like a river from their instruments. Live music was playing, the laughter of the guests flowed like a river, but the protagonist perfectly heard the guests' pity for the former empress behind her back. But then, like a bolt from the blue, the voice of that same young man sounded, asking if the most beautiful lady would like to dance with him. This is the same young man. He was incredibly handsome, as if taken from a fairy tale. His deep amber eyes, his beautifully chiseled face. The main character immediately froze in astonishment. The girl was mesmerized by the beauty of her knight. But it was this same handsome young man who hid his face under his cloak. It was he who saved Rihanna's situation in the study. There was immediately a whisper among the crowd of guests about who this young man was, if he was incredibly handsome, and what kind of family this stranger belonged to. The emperor and that same girl froze in astonishment. No one expected such a turn of events. The most beautiful young man extended his strong and reliable hand to the protagonist, and she placed hers in it. Lady Croft gladly accepts the invitation of the handsome young man. It is a great honor to dance with such a beautiful lady. Where did this boy come from? He was like something out of a fairy tale, incredibly handsome, gallant, and mysterious. And he even appeared at the right moment. Now all eyes turned to the irresistible young man and the former empress, who jumped onto the dance floor. The dream boy announced that he wasn't actually an important dancer, so he let the girl take the lead. The main character, with a worried look on her face, replied that it would then be difficult for them to dance, because Rihanna couldn't do it at all. The most handsome young man froze in surprise. A cold sweat began to run down his face. I mean, how is it possible that a lady doesn't know how to dance? The girl couldn't stand it and laughed. Rihanna knows how to dance. The young man can trust her. I was joking. What a relief. Then let the girl lead. The young man moved magnificently. Why did he say that? In the studio, Ryan thought he was an Eastern mercenary, but his impeccable manners and perfect movements indicated that next to her, there was clearly no street vagrant. The main character's fiancé was beautiful in everything, as if the sun eclipsed everyone around him. If you look closely, his appearance didn't seem Eastern either. Incredible amber eyes with a golden glow, blonde locks of silky hair. How can one be so handsome? Raymond is nothing like this young man. The charming gentleman turned to the girl. Ryan's thoughts were clearly not here. Was her dancing really that bad? Who is this young man, Rihanna? She has already been lucky enough to meet him twice. The girl is really interested in learning about him. The young man gave a satisfied smile that says, "My charming lady, today is your first meeting." Then the handsome young man does not want to reveal his identity prematurely. The girl does not want to ask him anything else. Of course, Rihanna had a lot of questions and a great desire to meet the young man. But she couldn't show it. Not at all. The main character decided to give the young man a punch on the nose to the lady. She doesn't like people who are clearly trying to hide something. Daron confidently spun his charming partner in an elegant turn, holding Rihanna securely. For the first time in a long time, the girl enjoyed her visit to a social event. And she had a pleasant time in society. Daron also enjoyed the time spent with the same ash-haired girl. And purple eyes. But the young man did not want to deceive his companion gentleman. He simply dared to hope that Rihanna would recognize him herself. The protagonist hadn't even had time to formulate her thought and express it when the music ended. After which there was a silent pause in the ballroom. All the guests only looked at them and were simply delighted. And everyone was tormented by the same question: who was this mysterious stranger? Charming with captivating looks and manners, because nobody knew him. The charming young man knelt in front of his beautiful lady. What exquisite manners! This boy is clearly from a noble family. Under the admiring gazes of the guests, Daron kissed the main character's hand, thanking her for the dance she had given him. To Rihanna's surprise, this was very pleasant. She had never felt this from a man before. Who was this boy? Looking into the girl's eyes with his amber eyes, the young man whispered that if they were lucky enough to meet again, that she should remember him. What kind of mysterious young man is this? How could a girl forget such a wonderful gentleman? It's impossible, even though she had never seen anything like him before. If the young people really met before, Lady Croft will definitely remember him. And maybe she won't want to forget him again. After a pleasant dance, the young man, the dream, left the ballroom to the silent delight of everyone present. From the crowd of guests, no one approached the handsome young man, although most of them really wanted to. Which means that simply no one knew him. How surprising, being empress, the girl knew all the noble families of the empire. And all the heirs of aristocratic families, but this young man was incognito. The main character noticed that His Majesty and his occupation were also not taking their eyes off the handsome young man. A completely worthy end to this vile evening, it was time for the girl to return to the estate. She bowed to his lordship. Then the butler brought a tray with champagne glasses. Rihanna immediately felt unwell. She couldn't stand the smell, she was barely pregnant. But not this lingering smell. The carbonated drink immediately hit the main character's nose. Rihanna immediately reacted by vomiting. It was necessary to suppress the urge to vomit, because all eyes of the aristocracy and His Majesty were turned towards Rihanna. Apart from the strong and unbearable smells for the girl, Rihanna completely forgot about her doctor's strict punishment. Now she couldn't dance and stressed her body. And now, if the heroine vomits in front of all the sophisticated public, they will immediately call a doctor for her. And then it will become clear that she is pregnant, which must not be allowed under any circumstances. The hostess of the disgusting revenge ball took a glass of champagne from the butler's tray, with the intention of gifting the empire to the son. Regina happily invited his lordship to drink champagne with her in honor of the child's birthday. But His Highness only coldly replied that he preferred to drink water, ordering the girl to bring him a glass of water. Laedicios immediately froze in astonishment. The emperor asks her to bring a glass of water as if she were a servant. These are not the words the future empress should hear. Well, as His Imperial Grace wishes, Regina will find a glass of water for you, but you will have to wait a little. The emperor, with some strange impulse for him, asked if Rihanna was all right. Her face looked very pale. In the past, the girl would have given everything for Raymond's care. But now Rihanna simply didn't care. She didn't need him anymore. It seemed the young lady was about to turn inside out. It was getting harder and harder to suppress her nauseous reflex. What's wrong with Rihanna? Then a stranger's hand fell on the girl's shoulder. How is the lady feeling? Everything is fine. Apparently the girl has a very weak stomach. This woman tried to use Rihanna to gain favor with the emperor. Let neither the lady nor His Majesty worry about the girl's health. Everything will be fine with her. Alcohol, different perfumes, how many oppressive smells floated in the air. The poor lady's nausea did not cease. She needed a doctor. It's just not a doctor. She must immediately suppress any desire to vomit for the safety of her child. Otherwise, you and your baby are doomed. All the aristocratic nobility looked with interest at the main character, awaiting the outcome of the current situation. The persistent, unknown woman who wanted recognition from the son of the empire. She did not give up. She would help Rihanna, let the emperor not worry. The stranger stammered that she would help young Mr. Croft get to the bathroom, but Ryan immediately pushed her hand away. The girls knew each other before. The stranger just wanted to help. The woman behaves as if they were old friends. Rihanna can handle it herself. The former empress has already rejected the imaginary help of a stranger several times. But she keeps insisting. So, what exactly is the woman trying to do? Does the stranger really want to please Lady Rihanna or his lordship? The insolent woman's face immediately twisted into a grimace of surprise. She did not expect at all that such a fragile young lady could upset her. The woman did not want to offend the young lady. Seeing Rihanna's indignation, she immediately left, which Regina called attention to. And why is the guest leaving the son of the empire so quickly and fearfully? Apparently, Regina spent too much time looking for a glass of water for his lordship. Lady Seuss returned and brought the emperor a glass of water, but Raymond didn't even react to her appearance. As soon as the doctor is called, the lady is already preparing to leave. No need. Regina thanked her for the visit. The protagonist thanked the fake lady for such a pleasant invitation and for a wonderful evening. But due to her condition, she is forced to leave her son's birthday party. The emperor wanted to add something, but young Rihanna abruptly interrupted him and bowed. It was time for her to go home. After which, the girl sharply turned and headed for the exit. She had to run before vomiting in front of everyone. The protagonist was already outside. The cold air had a healing effect on her. The girl needed to listen to her father and Helen, and not go anywhere today so as not to worsen her condition. But Rihanna wanted to stop all the dirty rumors before her departure, but she miscalculated badly. Regina prepared everything to tarnish her reputation, and this was only the beginning. The main thing is that the heroine managed not to reveal her situation. The most important thing now is that the child is born healthy. The rest is nonsense. The crew was already waiting for their mistress to take the main character away from the snake pit. And all the spectators. However, then she would not have met such a captivating young man. In fact, her boyfriend did not leave her thoughts. Every girl's dream hinted to Rihanna that they had met before. She just needs to remember. But where could this have happened? Then Raymond's voice was heard behind the girl, and Rihanna almost managed to hide from all eyes and escape the party. The emperor was clearly worried and carefully examined her with his gaze to see if Ray suspected that the girl was pregnant. With clenched fists, the girl will no longer allow anyone to control her life and ruin it, let alone invade the life of her child. The son of the empire wanted to tell the former empress something. They hadn't poured all their poison on her as a farewell gift. It's just that his lordship is worried about the main character's condition. The girl suddenly turned pale in the middle of the holidays. Her lips turned blue. Something must be done immediately. Rihanna hasn't been well lately. These are just consequences. There is nothing to worry about. During a long-term marriage, Rihanna was often bothered by abdominal pain. and the imperial doctor was often called to see her. Gastroenteritis flared up again. Rihanna complained about her stomach, literally from the first months of her wedding. Which seems convincing. The girl is undergoing treatment, that's all. And this is enough for Rihanna to leave. Since they have clarified everything, the emperor still wanted to ask the girl something. Since his lordship finally realized that the former empress had health problems, and that she was alive in general, she would finally like to return home. How long will Rihanna formally communicate with Raymond, since there is no one else here except the two of them? Even if so, Lady Croft is in no condition to forget etiquette. Ray is the emperor, and she hasn't been the empress for a long time. Well, since the girl decided to follow these rules, the emperor should play along with Rihanna. Let her look up, because this is the emperor's will. Why is this pompous turkey always dissatisfied with her? Ray's face always gets angry when he sees Rihanna, although she gave no reason. If his lordship has nothing else to say, then, with your permission, the main character would like to go home. The lady wonders why the emperor is angry with her, but it wasn't his lordship who requested the divorce, but herself. Ray really thought that, after the divorce, she would become the same Rihanna. Even if it angered him, but the girl had no desire to communicate with him informally. These two were not even friends, the ex-spouses, they didn't even have simple human relations. And respectful. Moreover, when Rihanna loved this idiot, she tried to maintain their relationship. As soon as she sobered up, she no longer wanted to make any effort. His Highness must understand that Lady Croft, according to her own legislation, as an aristocrat must follow him. His lordship had no idea that his ex-wife was so respectable, because she turned out to be a slut who was not ashamed to dance with men she saw for the first time. His lordship is sure that she will proceed to directly insult his name and continue to demonstrate her baseness. The face of the unbalanced monster was covered in sticky sweat. Who was the man who dared to dance with Rihanna? Raymond's fists clenched involuntarily as soon as the young man mentioned that handsome young man. And the veins on his arms pulsed. But the emperor does not believe that his lordship is sticking his imperial noses into something that is not his business. Now he has his own family, and let him ask questions there. And what does his lordship care about? That Lady Croft looks towards the future of her family. She sees no point in continuing the dialogue with him. What kind of sick obsession had Raymond developed? Open hostility towards some stranger. Why did Rihanna even support this dead-end conversation with Imperial Highness? The girl rolled her eyes and sat silently in her carriage, after which the girl loudly closed the door of her carriage behind her and asked the coachman to take her as quickly as possible to the Duchy of Crofts. She buried everything between them. His lordship didn't even have time to utter a word before Mrs. Rihanna's carriage drove away. And she moved away from all the gazes of her wicked ones. And finally, the carriage with the main character left the lands of the serpent's lair. And the girl could breathe again. What a disgusting night. Regina carried out a true moral reprisal against Rihanna. And in her gaze, there was still much unknown danger and cruelty. The main protagonist was in her carriage. This idiot seemed to be jealous of her, although what is he talking about? Being jealous of the one whose feet one wiped one's feet on sounds absurd. Meanwhile, a mysterious and handsome young man, under the cover of a starry sky, was climbing the stairs of his hated house. As soon as Daron approached his family's property, a sharp cold and an unpleasant heaviness reigned in his soul. However you look at the current circumstances between Rihanna and the emperor, everything is very complicated and ambiguous. The charming young man was greeted by the servant because the men are still working at this hour. He should be asleep by now. But Daron is so rarely here, why not take the opportunity and give him all your attention? It was devotion, or so it seemed to the young man. In no case, it seemed to the young master. The two men entered a majestic building with rich decorations. Home, sweet home, from which there always remains an iron aftertaste of blood and suffering. How the young man hates these walls. Daron, as always, was greeted by a black panther. Symbolizing the power of the clan, the first emperor received it from God, paying with his blood. God helped him found an empire, and finally told him that if his family was sincerely faithful to him, then God's blessing would remain with his descendants. As long as the children inherit his blue-black color, it will serve as proof of their loyalty. It is a symbol of the family. How dare Diran not inherit it, like all others before him? How did it happen that such a disgrace was born in the greatest family? This symbol has protected his family since the time of the first emperor. The day the new emperor ascended the throne, the droid clan was humiliated and destroyed. How many days did Diran spend with the Black Panther as a child, trying to understand exactly what his father blames him for? And now, many years later, young Diran stands again before the powerful Black Panther, which became a curse for him. The butler prepared the water for Diran's bath, showing, as always, care and undisguised attention towards the young man. The young master will bathe, but his servant will also have to rest. The young man has been alone for a long time and can take care of himself. How dare an aristocrat say such things and act like a commoner? Does he really want to disgrace him further? On the way, Diran was waiting at the back door. The young man apologizes for his rudeness to the duke. He thought he had been sleeping for a long time. Let Diran immediately shut his mouth. The butler watched what was happening with great heaviness in his eyes. Once the young master dared to steal the invitation, and now he dares with such impudence to look the duke in the eye as if nothing had happened. Even Cideron is crazy. This time, all limits have been crossed. If his identity is suddenly revealed, shame will await his entire family. Apparently, the duke forgot that in front of him is no longer a helpless little boy, from whom he used to vilely take advantage. How can the duke's reputation be ruined if it is already at rock bottom? And how can we talk about stealing an invitation if the young master took what rightfully belonged to him? Then his father's anger is useless. He is a shameless bastard. How dare Diran speak to him in that tone? Yes, yes. The young man perfectly understands that his father is ashamed of his son and does not want to be seen. This will not happen until his death, so there is nothing to worry about. And now Diran wishes everyone a good night, and that the father remembers to keep his son under control so he doesn't overshadow him. The handsome young man went up to the second floor. His father's shouts could still be heard downstairs, but how dare this bastard talk to him like that? Let him return immediately. And that's why it's impossible to break this disgusting relationship every time. Even if you renounce your inheritance rights, the father will not allow it for his reputation and unnecessary noise. And if Diran tries to carry out his decision in secret, his vile father will find a way to stop the process. As long as his dirty blood flows in the young man, it will always be this way. The charming and strong young man, who had suffered so much, collapsed tiredly onto his bed, his own blood becoming his own cell. Every time Diran arrived at the family nest, it became harder and harder to see how much the young man hated this property. Today there is a beautiful full moon outside the window. The silver moonlight reminds Diran of his hair. And these deep eyes, in which there was so much openness and light, the young man could never forget them either. The girl was enchanted by Diran's amber eyes. So much beauty. They shine like a jewel, while to her father they were disgusting. Diran would really like that same girl to live happily ever after. It was for her that the young man attended this party. Then, in the Duchy of Root, the young man heard that His Majesty could not decide whether to name the Marchioness of Seos as Empress or not. The young master also learned that this scoundrel had invited Rihanna to denigrate her at the festival and push the emperor towards her. The grandson of the Marquis of Seos, whom Regina brought with her, will be recognized as prince. The empress gave up her title, and now Seos decided not to miss his chance. If the Marquis of Seos's daughter becomes empress, then everything will definitely turn out well. Let the butler deliver it to the Marquis. What kind of message was that his vile father sent to the Marquis? It had to be found out. The feeling of all that was bad. Diran needed to go to Edmund's birthday party, but couldn't find an excuse. The reason for Lord Diran Droid's return was precisely Rihanna. Then he heard interesting rumors about her, and then the handsome young man saw her at night. Her expression when the emperor left with another. His lordship, who also couldn't take his eyes off her, and Regina's dangerous aura. These three young people are closely related to each other, but there is something that Daron himself can do. After all, very soon the most handsome young man will leave the empire again. And Rayana will be left here completely alone. She never remembered him. There are so many complexities around, so much betrayal and cruelty, and poor Rayana found herself right at the epicenter. You cannot ignore the emperor's scorching gaze directed at Daron. You must be more careful with this, because if the handsome young man provokes his lordship, then he may ask him for information about him, which could reveal his identity. Meanwhile, a white messenger with feathers arrived at the royal palace with an important message for His Majesty. The white dove flew to the imperial palace. It perched on the balcony of the ruler's office and tapped the window with its key. The son of the empire, seeing its feathered messenger, opened the window and released the bird inside. The dove immediately perched on Raimundo's hand. His imperial majesty carefully brushed the white feathers of the doves, and the messenger purred contentedly. The report stated that Lady Regina actually gave birth to a child in the Western Kingdom. And the Marquis secretly sent her a midwife. With the help of a midwife, Miss Seos was able to give birth to a child and then took him out of the palace. But there was a strange circumstance. When the thief took Lady Regina's son, they left him there alone and unguarded. The knight will continue to find out more. A very interesting detail, his lordship immediately set fire to the message after reading it so as not to accidentally draw anyone's attention. His lordship initially suspected something was wrong, so he sent his faithful executor to find out everything and allow him to find out the exact time his son was born. After the son of the empire finished writing his order for the head of the Fourth Order of Knights, his feathered messenger set off on the way back with his letter. Yesterday, due to the stress she experienced, the girl immediately fell asleep. She did not go to her beloved father. But today she needs to do it. Recently, the Marquis has often met with nobles from large families, paving the way for Regina to become empress. But the emperor has not announced anything yet. The servant should stop watching Marquis Seos. It's better to tell him what is happening now in the Droy family. Since the Marquis has always been a power-hungry loser, but a coward, the head of the Droy family is one of those who have nothing to lose. So he will do anything. The Duchy of Droit is the only noble family that has existed since the time of the first emperor, and on which all his influence was based. Thanks to the connection with the first emperor, the Droit family managed to survive Raymond's purges. Now the Duke has calmed down, there were even rumors about his death. But it is not so. A person like that would not have died like that. He was tormented by some kind of obsession. He would not have left the duchy without an heir. He is hiding somewhere. Duke Croft ordered this geek to be watched. He is very dangerous and would not stay hidden. He could attack at any moment. This would be more correct now. It is still necessary to find out if there is a connection between the Marquis of Seos and the Duke of Droys. The protagonist froze in horror. Her father's advisor was about to leave his office and take her by surprise. At the door, Lady Rayana met Sir Artel. They exchanged greetings and brief jokes. Lady Croft has started to look much better after the recent events. And health problems. Arethel is very happy about this. Unfortunately, the time has come for her father's assistant to say goodbye and fulfill the will of Duke Croft. He wished the Croft family a good day. The beloved father invited his daughter to his office. He and Mayor Arethedum had just finished everything. The maid said that upon arrival yesterday, the girl immediately fell asleep, and his lordship was also at the party. How did his beloved daughter endure all this? The Duke definitely should have gone with Rayana to this fake party. Well, the father found out everything again, and the girl did not want to worry the Duke once more. He had so many burdens on him all the time. Everything is fine. Rayana will no longer cross paths with the Emperor. She rested a little and immediately felt better. The girl should not have given in again. Rayana had already made her decision and knew it was the right one. And when the ship arrives in the Rooney Kingdom, not everything is going very well with maritime security. But a ship with good security is heading there. The ship is large and strong. It would be good if the girl could leave on it. The ship sails in 2 days. Wow, her departure was soon. The protagonist knew that she would soon leave the Empire, but not so soon. This is too fast, but it will be very difficult to find an equally safe ship later. And the girl needs to set sail before her belly is noticed. Father says everything correctly, but the girl is not yet ready for such a quick separation. She spent so little time with her dad, and her father will be left here all alone. Rihanna should not worry about the Duke. Now she has someone to think about. Raising a child alone is not the easiest task for a young woman, so Rihanna has reasons to think. Raising a child alone in a foreign country can be a real challenge for a young woman. And lonely, but despite all the difficulties, the main character will do her best. Because she made a promise, and it must be kept. So, what will his daughter say? The girl will leave for another country in 2 days. Rihanna agrees, it will be best for her. And her baby. No matter how difficult it will be for the girl from now on, the protagonist will no longer follow her fantasies. She finally wants to enjoy reality. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the Marquis of Seos requested an audience with the Imperial Highness. And let him in. As much as his lordship may be annoyed, lately most of the nobility, along with Regina, have been trying to pressure the emperor. The Marquis of Seos entered his lordship's study and greeted the son of the empire. The emperor ordered the Marquis to proceed. Lady Seos's father approached His Majesty's desk and bowed obligingly. The Marquis bowed his head and sighed deeply. The emperor ordered Regina's father to stand up and start telling him why he had come. So, what did the Marquis of Seos come for? The emperor has a lot to do. Let him state it as soon as possible. Why this silence? The Marquis of Seos knelt before his emperor and asked his lordship to name Regina Empress. What the Marquis just said was not the first time it occurred to him. The issue with Regina was closed. His lordship had already said everything, but the Empress's place cannot be empty for long. And his daughter is the most worthy candidate for this role, because she gave birth to the only heir to the emperor. The Empress just left the palace, and the Marquis is already bothering His Excellency to place his daughter on the throne. Where is his conscience? The father is simply worried about the fate of his state, his daughter, and his grandson. And besides, he is loyal to the crown and wants to be useful. The son of the empire became furious since the Marquis started making decisions on behalf of the emperor. Seos has some kind of ambition for the imperial throne. Marquis Seos apologized for his impatience. Why delay what is already clear? And final, Regina's father did not expect to receive a response from the emperor today. He just wanted to show that he was determined, but he only made things worse. This is the first and last time His Majesty will forgive the Marquis for such insolence. He will mean it. But this damned Marquis is right. The Empress's place really cannot be empty for too long, and Regina is the most obvious candidate. But his lordship still cannot forget that Rihanna's dance with that blonde stranger with amber eyes. Although this was no longer Raymond's business at all, and he and the main character had broken off their relationship a long time ago. For some reason, he was very dissatisfied with this. If you think about it this way, Ray had never seen Ryan so close to another man. She had always looked only at him. He was the only man for her. But the main character has changed so dramatically, she has become so cold and rude to his lordship, and the man has nothing to do with it. The point is that her changes cause confusion. Furthermore, Raymond did not like it when Rihanna started ignoring him, whereas she always praised him and exalted. Meanwhile, the protagonist and her assistant returned to the estate, dressed in robes to go unnoticed. The knights were definitely not tired. Having spent the whole day standing, everything was in order. Rihanna would have reported her illness to her maid. In this case, the maid will go prepare dinner for the girl and the baby. Rihanna will appreciate the hot meal. Helen was unaware of the latest news from the royal palace. There was nothing in today's newspaper. Since the day the former empress left, there has been no more news. I wondered why there were no announcements about the new empress. Although it would be even better not to know before leaving that Regina will be declared the new empress. And they will enter the royal palace along with Edmund. The main character is very happy that she and the baby can leave peacefully, without spoiling her mood. The protagonist has already suffered enough and has hurt her son, whom she must protect with all her might. So this will only finally allow her to leave the empire calmly and without painful memories. And necessary. It was time for Edmund to finish playing and start going to bed, because it was quite late. The boy immediately ran to his bed so as not to disturb his mother. Regina waited until her son went to bed. How Edmund's lessons with his etiquette tutor went today was not entirely pleasant. The boy was not doing well. But in the future, besides etiquette, the boy will have many more subjects. Even if it's difficult, he has to listen to the teacher now. After all, Mom really wants everything to go well for her son. Edmund does not want to upset his mom. Edmund will try. What an obedient son she has. Regina is now reading a fairy tale about the hero and the demon king. As a result, the Dark Lord of the evil spirits was struck down by the main character's sword. As it said, the boy had already fallen asleep. Lady Seos closed the thick storybook. Her son will become emperor at all costs. She must fulfill her plan. With the exception of the dark hair and the eyes the color of a starry sky. Eddie is a real copy of his mother. What a relief that the boy looks exactly like Regina, because if it were otherwise, the boy would already be dead. After all, then the boy would have become absolutely useless for implementing the grand plan. But it's good that it's not like that. Regina kissed the top of the child's head. Eddie would be Mom's emperor, no matter what it cost. She had secured her precious ticket to life. After Miss Regina put her son to bed, she left the children's bedroom, where they were already waiting for her. "What is your brother doing here?" The young man was named Leon Seos. His uncle just came to visit his nephew, but apparently he was already asleep. Leon had always been a freedom-loving person and hated having tied himself to his status beforehand. He refused to become his successor and went on a trip across the continent. Regina does not believe that Leon cares about Edmund if that were the case. His uncle would have gone to his birthday party. If the young man had attended his nephew's party, he would have tarnished the reputation of Marquis Seos's family. His sister has not yet forgotten that it is because of her that Leon Seos is forced to live quietly and under the grass to build an ideal reputation. As Leon wishes, Regina has neither the desire nor the strength to argue with her brother. The child is already asleep, so don't let him be disturbed. Well, why so abruptly and rudely? Haven't she and her brother seen each other in a long time? Besides, her brother is so interested in knowing that Edmund is, indeed, His Majesty's own son. What Leon just said, his brother is generally aware of what he just said. Although Leon has not appeared in the capital for a long time and does not communicate with his family, his brother remembers very well the only man his sister became close to. Regina immediately turns to look at her brother. Her face contorted, and the true ugliness of her soul appeared. And if anyone heard it, Regina immediately grabbed her brother's neck. She shut his mouth. While Leon was having fun, Regina sacrificed everything for the good of the family. It was her brother who always had an easy life away from this vile family. It was Leon who placed the entire burden of responsibility on her, even if he didn't dare say so. Regina's face was incredibly ugly. That was her true nature. If Leon insulted her or her son again, then not even their relationship would save him. After which Miss Regina roared angrily and scratched her brother on the cheek. She had already done too much to turn back. Leon just wanted to prevent the lust for power from forcing her to cross the line. There would be no turning back, she must have prudence. Regina knows perfectly well what she is doing and is doing everything correctly, so finally everything will go well for her if her brother bites his tongue. 2 days later, the protagonist's bags were really packed. This is all Rihanna will take on the trip. That's right, this is all the young lady's luggage. And the girl also took enough jewelry with her to buy a small house. Buying a small house and the lady is sure she doesn't want to live in a foreign country like a noblewoman. Rihanna plans to lead a quiet and peaceful life like common people, so she must not attract attention. Tell Helen not to worry about anything. The girl has already thought everything through in advance. It is all for the sake of her unborn son. So the young mistress will not have to worry. The maid will properly take care of both Ryan and the baby. The time has come to move to the pier. The beloved father, surrounded by all his servants, came out to accompany his daughter to a new life. If his daughter needs his help, her father is always there, and at her service. Under no circumstances should she try to conquer the whole world alone. The protagonist's heart was very heavy, because her father would be so far away for the first time. And it was not known when they would meet again. The girl couldn't bear it and rushed to hug her best father in the world. She loves him very much and is grateful to him. Duke Croft also loves his girl. He let Rihanna take care of herself and her future grandson. Unfortunately, it was time for them to leave. All the staff saw off their mistress in tears and with a heavy heart. They will miss this brilliant girl. And now, under the cover of the dark starry sky, the protagonist was already waiting for her crew. Which would be the first step towards a new life? But how will the girl Rihanna fare? Will she finally find her happiness or give it to someone else? The main character had many questions and not a single answer. And this suited the young Ryan quite well. It was time for a change. In the royal palace, the young heir of Imperial Highness devoured his sandwich. How delicious it was! Regina patted the child's head with satisfaction, even though it is very rich. Don't eat too much, because Mom and Dad aren't eating either. Mom doesn't feel like eating right now, but what will His Majesty Regina say? She already felt like a full-fledged empress and mistress of the palace. But the emperor ignored Regina's question. The boy froze and stared fixedly at one spot. The boy began to turn his head, exchanging glances with his mother. Something was wrong. His lordship was able to answer the child. The young man watched the child intently. In those eyes, the color of the starry sky was clearly visible. Edmund simply invited His Majesty to eat cookies with him. His Imperial Highness loves cookies. His Excellency is not hungry, so the young heir can take all the sweets that fit in him. At that moment, the emperor's thoughts were occupied with whether his son and Rihanna's would be so charming. Although the gender is unknown, if his baby looked like the main character, it would definitely be pretty. Stop, because his lordship even thought of a non-existent child. He even called him cute. If he looked like Rihanna, the guy was completely crazy. No matter how much his conscience might torment him, his lordship can no longer even work because he finds it difficult to concentrate on anything. Before his eyes was the last ugly scene, where the emperor again behaved impulsively and rude, and he remembered it that way. Regina noticed some concern from his lordship. If the emperor has a lot to do, she will not distract them. His Majesty invited Regina and the child because they have something to discuss, so let them stay. However, the son of the empire does not want to stop the child, so let Edmund spend time in his room for now. The butler will take care of young Edmund while the adults talk. The emperor has decided to tell Regina something. It must be very important if His Excellency asks the girl to leave like that. Surely Regina will finally be announced that she will become empress. So, who decided to invite Rihanna to that ball? Regina's face fell. His lordship already had the answer. So why ask her about something that was already known? The emperor would have believed the girl if she had said it wasn't her initiative. There was an ambiguous silence in response. Raymond had changed so much during this long separation that the young man believed without question every word she said. Even lies. And now not even the truth is enough for him to believe her. These 7 years were apparently too long. It doesn't matter now, but Regina herself has not changed. She still loves his lordship and has not forgotten him. Regina began to press the young man with her tears and feelings of guilt. But Raymond didn't care. Nothing inside him reacted to her. Regina thought she would die during the birth of her son. The girl was sure she could never return to the empire. Because she wanted to protect her son, the only connection to His Majesty. because her happiness is here, even if he is not happy with her. But Lady Seos could not even imagine that she would be subjected to such an interrogation. The young man should understand her feelings. She herself gave birth to and raised a child. The former lover sobbed bitterly because before it worked perfectly. Ray should soften his will. Rihanna and Raymond are already divorced. It really makes no sense to mention them anymore, so the topic is closed for now. Surprisingly, Ray's voice has become softer, but he no longer rushes to hug her and wipe away her tears. Regina also did not expect everything to happen exactly like this. This will not happen again in the future. Even if Miss Seos wanted to humiliate her in some way, the girl would not succeed in the future. The Emperor did not quite understand why Regina said this, except that something happened to the girl. Everything was fine, but Lady Rihanna was leaving the Empire. The Emperor fell back into agony, where she was leaving from, with clenched fists and veins throbbing on his forehead and neck. Regina heard from her servants that the former Empress was preparing for a long journey. Lady Sees deeply regrets what happened at the ball. Although it was her father's fault, she emotionally said what she shouldn't have. Lies poured out of the scoundrel. Regina had planned to hear the announcement today that she would become the future Empress, instead of talking about Ryan. It's not that serious. Regina no longer has to worry about it. Lady Seos should return now. Her son has been waiting too long. Well, since his lordship has no more questions for Lady Regina, then the girl will go with her son. Miss Seos left the son of the Empire dissatisfied. The task turned out to be much more difficult than she initially thought. This means that his ex-wife was planning not only to leave the royal palace, but also the entire empire. What was going through Rihanna's head? Where is the girl going anyway? And why? How long does Rihanna plan her trip when she plans to return to her empire? Stop, this no longer concerns your lordship. There is no need to fill your head with such nonsense. Ray now has something real to think about. But why can't Raymond get over his anxiety regarding the main character? It's just a kind of torture. If your lordship had wanted, the young man would have immediately found his ex-wife and dissuaded her from this crazy journey into the unknown. Why would Rihanna move so far from the imperial palace? But Rihanna and Rihanna are no longer husband and wife. Even if they remained friends, it would still be inappropriate. And judging by the girl's words during their engagement, she doesn't want to remain friends with him. She doesn't care that Ray doesn't love her. For Rihanna, the main thing was her happiness. And only if Raymond is happy, then Rihanna herself will be happy. Friendship, but the Emperor really wants to be friends with her. The butler interrupted His Imperial Majesty's thoughts. He had stayed up very late. It was time for the Emperor to return to his chambers. It is really that late. The Emperor looked out the window, where it was already night. The butler could be free. A small child was running down the royal palace hallway when he saw Regina. The child immediately ran happily towards his mother with his arms outstretched. However, his mother greeted him coldly. How many times did she tell him not to run? The etiquette teacher taught her son nothing. The child hesitated. If her son learned anything from an etiquette teacher, let him correct himself immediately and greet his mother as expected. The baby immediately became sad. He missed his mother so much that he just wanted to hug her. What was his fault? The child sighed sadly, straightened his back, lowered his head, and put his hand on his shoulder. Edmund was happy to greet his mother. Regina immediately attacked her son's etiquette teacher. She did not ask Miss Seos to teach Edmund the rules of conduct in the royal castle. The etiquette teacher bowed. Edmund is still very young. The child will surely understand everything later. For his age, he is doing quite well. Regina does not need her son to do entirely well. This child should be perfect. Edmund will become prince and should behave like this from a young age. The etiquette teacher understood Lady Regina. She would do her best. It was not mandatory. It was her last day teaching Edmund. The teacher was immediately stunned with surprise because the child's mother said this. Regina has big plans. Everything should be perfect for her. And if the etiquette teacher has such low standards, Misuse will find someone suitable for the son of the future empress. After which Regina turned in vain and walked in the other direction down the hall. The teacher was indignant. The etiquette teacher knew her job very well. She did not have a single complaint. Then the hand of the annoyed teacher was intercepted by the maid. This girl was not naturally strong and muscular. Is she really a maid? Isn't she already too powerful for an ordinary maid? The teacher carefully examined the maid, trying to figure it out. The maid asked her not to waste time and leave the building. The teacher understood everything, and from the first time has no intention of making a scene. So she will leave immediately, since the child's mother lives on her illusions and plans. Then the maid will guide the etiquette teacher before leaving and will personally ensure the woman's understanding. Well, the lady will not get rid of Miss Seo's persistent assistant so easily. The woman will have to follow her. There is no other way out. Regina approached her son, who doesn't help her at all in getting closer to her goals. She needs to convey it to the child again. Miss Seo sat down in front of the child. Edmund must understand that very soon he will be declared crown prince, and then he will become emperor of the entire state. But for mom to succeed, her son will also need to help her. Edmund must study well because he wants to be like his dad. And dad's job is very difficult to be emperor. You have to learn and understand a lot. And it's not easy at all. Edmund understood everything. The child bowed slightly. What a good boy. Regine stroked the child's hair. The same superpowered maid entered the room with a cold and empty look. Miss Regina immediately turned to look at her. Well, Leela has finally returned. Mrs. Regina hopes that her assassin maid will dismiss Viscountess Bertie well enough. Leela was an assassin from the Western Kingdom, as Regina ordered. Leela gave the Viscountess money and told her not to do anything stupid, including moving her tongue. By the way, on the way back, Leela heard from the butler that Lord Leon had already left the mansion. It seemed that her brother had left early in the morning. Leaving means that's what Leon is about. He always runs away so as not to bear responsibilities and not make decisions. This coward will also condemn her for the fact that Regina is doing everything possible to become empress, relying on his common sense. What a kind soul he is. The personal maid handed her mistress a letter that Lord Leon personally addressed to Regina. Miss Seos opened the envelope and took out a message from her brother. It said that Leon would never return to the Empire. Although it was late, her brother would still like to offer his most sincere apologies for the fact that Regina had to bear the responsibility of the family burden. It's better that her brother escaped from this viper. Leon has always had a tender heart. And kind, he simply cannot survive in his vile family. And now that Leon is gone, he has the opportunity to live free and independent, leaving behind all the rot of his family line. Miss Seos did not have that opportunity, so the girl did everything possible to achieve sudden results. Her father burst into her room with some kind of scroll. The Marquis of Seos shouted throughout his property that His Imperial Highness had issued an official order. Now all the inhabitants of the Empire know about the assignment of prince status to Edmund Raymond. He recognized the child as his son. Why is the Marquis of Seos still dissatisfied? He wanted to make Edmund a prince because there is no line about the Empress. The Marquis forced the rest of the nobles to pressure Ray, but it was all in vain. The Marquis roughly and shamelessly shoved the scroll with the imperial decree in his daughter's face. There is not a word about Lady Regina. Miss Seos told her personal assistant, Leela, to take her son to his room. This conversation is not for her ears. The assassin nodded obediently. Regina sat tiredly on the sofa and exhaled. She had warned the Marquis about such a possible outcome of events. The girl did not understand the reason for these surprises. Most likely, the son of the Empire can never get Lady Croft out of his head. And out of his heart, although she herself is not yet fully aware of her feelings for the former Empress. How can the daughter of a Marquis speak so casually about the throne and title? If Regina does not become Empress, then her plan will not come true. Don't worry, father. even if Regina doesn't become Raymond's wife. She won't be too angry, because Edmund has already become a contender for the throne. Half the work is already done. Again, the father is displeased, because the girl does not always make the Marchioness enough, and always covers his interests with his daughter's wishes. Half. And if the emperor marries a girl from another family, and she gives him an heir, then the brat from your family will be sidelined. Regina realizes how lucky they are that Rihanna herself abandoned the throne. They need to try again, that's true. The former empress also left, deciding not to interfere in anything. What the Marquis's daughter just said, and her father doesn't know, Rihanna abandoned the empire. And no one knows for how long, meaning she might not even return. Then the Marquis Seos suddenly jumped towards his daughter, roughly grabbed her by the shoulders with his hands, and began to shake her. So, what are you waiting for, Regina? Lady Seos has not a single competitor. The main problem itself has been eliminated and is no longer an obstacle. She needs to win His Highness's heart by any means. In the eyes of the girl's father shone a maniacal brilliance and an obsession at any cost. His daughter must become empress, and it should be no other way. How tired the girl is of always being used as consumable material. And by her own father, Regina sharply pushed his hands away from her. Mrs. Seos will do her best. She is well aware of what is at stake and will let her father focus on increasing Edmund's number of followers. The Marquis Seos gritted his teeth in anger. Because his daughter interrupted her father and reacted so rudely, he did nothing wrong. Both needed the throne to carry out the plan. Marquis Seos did not finish his sentence at all then. He let Regina return immediately and listen to the end. It is not the father who wants to achieve the goal, nor them together. So some time ago, the former crown prince celebrated his 27th birthday. And noble guests from all over the empire came to the royal palace. At that time, the royal geek wrote the invitations out of boredom. It seems his guests don't know how to read between the lines. The prince was amused by these idiots. The future of the empire will be bright as long as its people are led by such an outstanding person as the crown prince. Hypocritical flattery flows like a river. On this day, the vile monster offered the king's mother to become his concubine. Because his father had been dead for a long time, and the young man was young and handsome, his mother naturally refused. Raymond intervened in the obscene conversation between the mother and the stupid geek. He grabbed the cretin by the hand and ordered him to stop humiliating his mother in public. He told the bastard to let go of his hand. Ria's mother begged him not to get angry with her son if the emperor wants to vent his anger on someone. Let it be her, but not her son. Raymonda's mother trembled with fear for her son. She asked for forgiveness. The girl accidentally touched the tray with her red gaze. Then the fatal blood-colored wine glass overturned directly onto the crown prince, who was furious. The monster ordered the guards to immediately capture and execute this dirty girl. Ray begged for his mother to be spared. It was better to let him be executed. Well, if that's what he wants, he will die after his mother. Lady Rose then looked at her son one last time with eyes full of real fear and horror. But then the guardian angel of a young man with ash-blonde hair and dark purple eyes intervened to protect him from imminent death. The main character covered Raymond with himself and bared his teeth like a wolf. He told the emperor to come to his senses immediately, or he wants to be labeled a fratricide. This unbearable nightmare tormented Raymond year after year on the crown prince's birthday. He chose the death of his brother's mother as a gift for himself. After the bloody massacre of his mother, the young man could not say goodbye to her or bury her with dignity. His kindest mother in the world, who was always there and protected him from all troubles, died painfully because of him. That terrible day became a catalyst, and the countdown for Raymond began with a collapse within his soul. And the young man then made a firm decision. Ray will no longer lose anyone from his loved ones. The young man will fight for each of them until the end, and for this he will take up a sword. Is it worth killing your loved ones? The son of the empire woke up amidst tears and sticky sweat, after another nightmare that tormented him. Raymond jumped out of his bed and started pulling the cord next to the bed to call his butler, with an incomprehensible fear frozen in his eyes. The chief of staff immediately entered his lordship's bedroom. "What happened to your majesty?" Raymond asks for water to be brought to him. In a matter of seconds, the employee filled his majesty's glass with cold water and placed it on the nightstand in front of him. Raymond sat on his bed and greedily began to drink cold water in one gulp. This helped the young man come to his senses. The emperor had a nightmare again. Maybe he should take a sleeping pill. The son of the empire sighed deeply. Raymond will not resort to sleeping pills. He has no trouble falling asleep. And this medicine will not save him from nightmares. Before the young man's tired and exhausted eyes, the image of his childhood friend shone again. She called Rhea. His Majesty wants to take a walk in the open air. This always helps to drown out his thoughts and worries. It helps the young man to exhale. Raymond walked under the starry night sky to a specific place. A place that used to be home for him and his mother. Upon arriving at his mother's palace, his lordship was paralyzed with amazement. How is it possible that after so many years, the monastery still looks well-maintained? The imperial majesty immediately turned to his butler named Iliad, while Raymond was not here. Someone was taking care of his mother's palace, the head of staff thought. The emperor looked at him expectantly. He remembered Iliad. The former empress was in charge of all matters of his mother's castle. His lordship immediately froze in place. It turns out Raymond didn't come here to honor his mother's memory. And Rihanna hasn't forgotten her all this time. Memories of her sky. She really liked that star. This star was always in its place and never disappeared. Just like Rihanna herself, the girl always stayed by Raymond's side. But the emperor knew the main character, since childhood, and his late mother loved the former empress very much. And if only his poor mother had married a commoner without title or power, and not an emperor, she would still be alive. When his mother was humiliated in front of Raymond's eyes, and then captured and executed on the whim of the hereditary degenerate. He felt weak. He couldn't help her, so he took the sword. Moreover, the young man simply couldn't lose at least one more person, so Raymond started fighting. So the former emperor was defeated, and his mother was avenged. The son of the empire punished all previous offenders and took revenge, taking the throne. And he achieved universal recognition, but there was still an emptiness inside him. His lordship's heavy thoughts were interrupted by Iliad. It's starting to get colder. The emperor should return to the palace. But his lordship dismissed his butler. Now the emperor wants to go to the castle where his mother lived. Raymond, accompanied by an entourage of his servants and a butler, went straight to his mother's palace. Someone was also spying on his mother's favorite garden. Iliad sighed deeply, knowing that his lordship now had difficulty hearing the name of his former empress. It was really that Mrs. Rihanna also took care of this whole garden. It was his mother's favorite garden, and it hasn't changed at all since then. And all these works are the work of his ex-empress, his former childhood friend. And how long has Rihanna been involved in his mother's palace? The butler replied that the main character began to take care of the emperor's mother's palace and garden immediately after becoming empress. Raymond was paralyzed with amazement. Even the young man completely forgot about his beloved mother's palace, although he spent his entire childhood here. Seriousness appeared on the emperor's face. He needs to honor his mother's memory. Let all the servants remain in their places and not follow his lordship. So be it. As soon as Raymond entered his old home, the most difficult memories of how he suffered after losing his mother immediately hit his head with a strong blow. These memories drive the emperor crazy, as the young man went for a walk to avoid thinking about Ryan. But in the end, he ended up where everything reminds him of her. Suddenly, through the open window, a cold wind brought a green leaf from that very oak tree on the street, and carefully placed it at Raymond's feet. The emperor immediately picked up the leaf. It was completely fresh. Apparently, the wind had brought it from somewhere nearby. But where did the green foliage come from here? His Majesty immediately realized. His eyes widened. How could Raymond forget it? Literally 1 second, and the young emperor started running. Raymond wanted to check if his assumption was correct. And now, His Imperial Highness was already on the street under the cover of the stars, and stared in amazement for a moment. Unable to look away, Ray stood in front of the majestic great oak that his mother had planted and cared for every day, believing that it would bring health to her son. But how is this possible? Cold sweat ran down the young man's face, as if a dead tree could come back to life. The person who revived his mother's oak was definitely Rihanna, since only the girl was capable of giving her life energy to plants. Raymond immediately remembered how, as a child, he first brought the little heroine to his mother's garden and showed her his oak. And why is Raymond's name on this tree? The mother planted this big tree on her son's birthday. If he gets sick, Ray will too. Therefore, Lady Rose always carefully looked after her son's oak, and then Ryan also wanted to help his mother. Since the main character really didn't want Raymond to get sick, apparently the girl kept her word until the last day here. Before the young man's eyes was Rihanna. His eyes saw nothing through the tears. The girl loved Raymond and wanted to live with him her whole life. This, despite the fact that the main character understood that the young man never shared Rihanna's feelings. It suited her as long as Ray was happy. The Emperor never understood the true strength of the girl's feelings, although Rihanna tried to convey it. Every one of her actions was a confirmation of her love. And Raymond, deep down in his soul, always knew that his childhood friend loved him. But it was easier and more convenient for him not to realize it at all. She and Rihanna had been together their whole lives since childhood, and both were sure that it would always be this way. That is the only reason the girl agreed to become empress. And Raymond naively believed that his childhood friend would always be there. He took it for granted, and when she left, the young man finally realized that he loved Rihanna. Hot tears rolled down the young emperor's cheeks. Raymond simply cannot let go of Rihanna, not now that he has realized everything. Raymond wants to get the girl back. Even if she hates him and curses him, he was so indifferent to her all these years that he deserves it. The Croft Duchy was already visible ahead. The wind drew the family crest on the flags, the house where the main character appeared. One of the patrolling guards fell asleep while standing at his post, with drool running down his chin. However, the sleeping knight quickly regained consciousness from the imperious voice and threatening voice of the son of the empire. The young man immediately jumped up and opened his eyes wide. In front of the guard who woke up from sleep, the emperor himself was sitting on a horse and ordered to convey that he wanted to meet Lady Croft. His lordship was already inside the Ryan family property. He was greeted by the Duke of Croft himself and received by the son of the empire. His lordship's face showed undisguised emotion. Sweat ran down the young man's forehead. Raymond apologized for his late visit. But there are reasons for this. Ray began to shake his head. And where is Rihanna? The girl probably already knows that the emperor has arrived. She really doesn't want to see Raymond that much. The girl's loving father simply gave the young man a cold look. The emperor promised to make his daughter happy. Now the young man realized that he was wrong in his feelings and attitude towards the main character. Realizing that Lady Croft was not going to come out to meet her emperor, Raymond turned to the Duke. The young man urgently needed to see Rihanna. The loving father's gaze became completely grim. His lordship will not be able to see his daughter. How Rihanna managed to board the ship in time. But the emperor asked Duke Croft to allow him to meet the girl Raymond. He realized his feelings too late. What kind of feelings are we talking about now? Since childhood, his lordship was accustomed to the fact that Rihanna was always at hand. And only when the girl left him did Raymond realize that he could not live without her. Duke Croft was not impressed by the scattered confessions of young Raymond. He tormented his daughter for years, knowing her feelings, openly neglecting them. His Imperial Highness called Duke Croft. So, what will her father say about this? He will arrange a meeting with his daughter for them. As the young man said before, it is already too late. The main character is no longer here. So it is impossible to meet her. How is it that Lady Croft is no longer here? Where else could the lady be except on her native property, which means Rayana left the empire. His lordship really heard that the girl was going on a trip, but he didn't think it would be so sudden. But when would Rayana return? And in general, where did the lonely young woman go and why? It could be dangerous in other states. The Duke said in an icy voice that Rayana would not return. His beloved and only daughter did not go on any long journey. Rayana left his empire forever. The emperor did not believe what he heard. This simply cannot be. Rayana lived here her whole life and suddenly left forever. Raymond refused to believe that the girl simply in one moment took and abandoned everything that was dear to her and went in an unknown direction. Duke Croft replied in a calm and even voice that he understood his lordship's surprise. But if he accepts the obvious truth, the girl will really never return. But in this case, let at least Rayana's father say in which direction his daughter went. The Duke did not know, the emperor roared. The young man would never believe that such a loving father did not know where his only daughter had gone forever. And Rayana loved her father madly and would probably say something like that, so his lordship is waiting for an answer. Duke Croft replied coldly that he really knew nothing about his daughter's plans. He did this on purpose, and the father also asked not to try to find Rayana. It would be better for both young people, his lordship asked the Duke, who asked Ryan to tell him not to look for the girl. What does it matter now? Even if we assume that His Imperial Highness finds his daughter, then what? What is Duke Croft talking about now? The young man clutched his head. The man reminds Raymond that today Edmund is officially recognized as a prince. His lordship really believes that the woman he loves will easily accept the news that his husband's illegitimate son has become heir. But Raymond didn't even think about that now. The young man had just realized his feelings for Riene, and a tense silence set in. Raymond sighed dejectedly, but the imperial decree on the right to inherit the throne can always be cancelled. The Duke roared, "If you take away Edmund's prince title and take back your words, then the emperor will act vilely towards his son. And moreover, everyone already knows whose son Edmund is, and besides, his lordship does not know that in the fight for the throne. Even brothers are willing to bite each other's necks. Hypothetically, Lady Croft will return to the empire, and Idol will reign with Raymond. And their children will appear, let him think about the risks. Regina and Edmund can kill his entire family." The emperor found nothing to answer Duke Croft, as the loving father was right in his words. That His Majesty should not forget that such conditions will put Ryan in danger, so they will pretend that this conversation did not happen. And that the emperor should return to his place. Duke Croft, with his iron tone and cold gaze, cut off any attempt to continue the dialogue, leaving Raymond alone. His grace clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. As Duke Croft wishes, the emperor leaves. Meanwhile, a huge and luxurious ship cut through the bright surface of the water under the cover of a starry sky. On board the beautiful ship, the main character was admiring and looking around with great pleasure. Helen asked her mistress to be more attentive to herself. It was already much colder. Rayana needed to return inside the ship. The maid is worried that her mistress will freeze. It's okay, let Helen leave without her. The protagonist wants to have a little more fun and breathe the sea air. Then the maid will prepare a bed for her mistress. The personal assistant earnestly begs her not to stay long and to go to her mistress's bed as soon as possible. Rayana smiled radiantly at Helen's care. The girl went on a trip for the first time. For the first time, she was separated from her beloved father and so far from home. Rayana took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The trip is very exciting for her. Although the girl told her father that she could handle everything, Rayana was very scared. And so far she had no idea how everything would turn out. But the girl will definitely overcome all these fears for the sake of her baby. Because now she will never be alone again. They will live happily ever after. Rayana is sure of it. On one of these deeply starry nights, the main character and the emperor looked at the stars from the balcony. Then Rayana showed her beloved. Then his lordship said that this star is always in the same place and does not disappear anywhere. Just like the girl herself, so she probably likes it. The girl was interested, looking at the same star as the main character. Raymond would remember Ryan. Then the girl was surprised, thinking that she was remembering Raymond again. Why torture yourself with unrealistic things? It would be time to discard painful memories and make room for new pleasant moments. And happy ones. Here Ryan's internal debate with herself was interrupted by the voice of the same handsome young man with amber eyes. Darren greeted Lady Croft. The main character turned to him with astonishment and looked at him inquiringly. Well, this is the same charming gentleman who invited Ryan to a ball on Edmund's birthday. For Mr. Darren, this unexpected encounter with young Croft was very pleasant. A smile shone on his beautiful face. I wonder if the main character, due to her beautiful Smoky, might have mistaken the handsome young man for an aristocrat. But in reality, the stranger is a commoner. And how does the charming stranger know who is in front of him? There are not many people in the Empire who do not know who Lady Croft is. The girl deeply regrets that Lady Croft cannot say the same about a young man she does not know. But this is very easy to fix. The captivating young man immediately knelt on one knee in front of his companion and kissed her slender hand again. Darren apologized for the fact that the young man did not introduce himself immediately and was named Cyrus. He did not give his last name. Apparently, he really was a commoner. But most likely, the young lady is still mistaken about his origin. A commoner cannot have the manners that are taught from the cradle. No, this charming young man is definitely not an ordinary person. Rihanna is very happy to finally meet the young man. The young people looked at the starry sky. Was Lady Croft also sailing towards the kingdom of Rooney? The girl felt surprised. An obvious choice for travel. Rooney is a small kingdom that is quite friendly to foreigners, so it is definitely a good choice. The main character also heard something similar. This is a good place to live for a long time. The girl thought the same. So the handsome Darren pointed with his hand to the sky. The main character, know the brightest star up there. Rihanna looked closely at the night cover, of course. This star is called Estella, which means starlight. Darren admired the brightness of this star. In the Empire, the star bears that name, but in the kingdom of Rooney, it is called Agiotida. The name Agiotida translates to sacred star, according to legend. If you make a wish while looking at Agiotida, your wish will surely come true. The main character looked with fascination at the shining inhabitant of the sky. The lady can make her wish right now, and then see if Agiotida fulfilled the beautiful young lady's wish or not, as the legend of Rooney claims. The girl had only one wish, but the most precious and reverent, the main character turned to the radiant Agiotida. Great Saint Agiotida, the girl addresses you with an unbearable desire to leave her past life behind, and in return find a new and happy life for herself and her unborn child, a long life. And happy again. So 6 years have passed since the main character's forced journey, and one could surely decide whether the star fulfilled the girl's wish or not. It is a beautiful sunny day. The sun's rays illuminate a small, cozy house with a beautiful garden next to it. The main protagonist wore a green dress with dusty hair and watered her beautiful flowers. Then suddenly, a small child crept up behind the girl and shouted loudly at his mother, then gave her his smile. Rihanna was startled at first by the surprise, but then burst into loud laughter. And sincere. That's what happiness sounds like. A charming baby was in front of her. Why does Carlyle sneak up on his mother like that every time, really? He liked to scare her. A familiar neighbor entered Rayan's small, cozy shop, and the main character immediately greeted the kind woman. The main character really enjoyed spending her time here every day. The woman was always very friendly and kind to her. Ryan greeted Madame March. The woman shouldn't have brought so many things for the main character. Madame March has been visiting Ryan every day since she and the girl became neighbors. And every time she tells Madame this. It's just that Ryan is very embarrassed by so much generosity, but the girl is very grateful. Why is it awkward? Shouldn't they help each other? After all, the girl herself often brings fresh flowers to Madame Marge and even revives her fruit trees. But there is none of that. The truth is that it is not difficult for Madame Marge at all to share with the main character in a friendly way, since the woman bakes baked goods every morning. The protagonist is very grateful to her kind neighbor. Her baked goods are very tasty. Something attracted the woman. Wow, the young rapori tree has come back to life. A couple of days ago it looked like it definitely wouldn't survive. But now it's just a sight to behold. Thanks to the main character, everything flourishes. Even the most desperate cases come back to life. How does she manage to do it? Love and care, that's the secret. Indeed, the girl had the magical ability to give life force to plants. But it was impossible to talk about this, otherwise she would get into trouble. In the last 6 years, Rihanna began to use her power frequently. She realized what she was capable of doing. Now the heroine could also clean the soil and make it fertile. If the main character still had the power to control plants, then Rihanna could compete with the owners of great earth power. The girl was pulled out of Rihanna's thoughts by her neighbor. The main character was all attention. Something had happened. The last time a woman came here and talked about Potow's flower perfume. The girl could not prepare a vial. After all, her little daughter loved this floral perfume so much that now the little one won't let her pass, and begs her all the time. Of course, the girl will prepare everything, and tomorrow Madame Marge can get her vial of perfume for her daughter. It's great how much money she ended up with Madame. Well, what money is the neighbor talking about? The lady herself said they should help each other, but the perfume is very expensive. The main character began to see off her guest, in which case tomorrow Ryan will have another ration of wonderful cream buns. These wonderful muffin creations will definitely serve as payment. Then the woman will bring the best buns for the young lady. Seeing that her mother had finally finished working in her shop, her baby immediately saw this as his chance. Carl Eisel immediately ran happily towards the main character. A happy Helen was behind him. What a life! If someone had told Rihanna 10 years ago that she would own a perfumery and raise a child alone in another country, she would have laughed. But now this is her life, and nothing more real has ever happened to her. Rihanna did everything right at that time. If you want to hide a tree, hide it in the forest. The girl settled in Rooney, which is the capital of the Kingdom of Lunta. On the way home, Uncle Kun gave young Carlisle a wonderful wooden side that looks real. The main character sees that her son really likes this boat. Let him pamper it and take care of such a beautiful boat. After all, Carlisle is also a captain now. And the boy thanked Uncle Kun for such a wonderful gift, of course. Well, what a wonderful son Rihanna has. Carlisle is a great companion. Mom is very proud of him and loves him. The boy should never forget it. The girl sat with her son. What a good boy she has. Rihanna loves her little prince very much. Rihanna took her son's hand. They must hurry, because the boy still has time for breakfast and then to go to the academy. The boy immediately became sad. Carlisle did not want to go back to the academy, especially since the weather was so beautiful. Well, why is the boy so upset? But immediately after the boy returns from the academy, will they be able to have a picnic in that flower meadow? What will the little friend say? The boy immediately smiled with happiness. Carlisle is really looking forward to a picnic with his mother. In that case, he and his son must hurry so as not to be late for academy lessons. The boy will never be late. The protagonist, along with her personal assistant, watched the young prince leave. It was not easy for a maid to come with him. Lately, Rihanna leaves very early to finish everything in her shop. Helen must be very tired. The girl apologized to her maid. Rihanna forgets the time when she is making perfume. Her son is a very obedient child, so there are no problems with him. By the way, today young Carlisle dressed much earlier than the maid came to wake him up. Wow! And when the main character tries to wake up her son, the boy complains all the time. And he doesn't want to wake up, the baby just plays when his mother is near. Apparently the personal assistant is right, because the girl loves her baby very much. And apparently spoils him. The maid felt her mistress is very kind. The child knows it and can sometimes take advantage of it. But after all, this is her beloved son. It seems like only yesterday that young Carlisle was born, and today he and his mother are already escorting the child to the academy. How time flies. When her beloved prince was born, the girl had no idea how to live anymore. They were very lucky to stay here. All this is due to Rihanna herself and her unique talent. If only life could always be so calm and beautiful. By the way, there were no letters this morning. The maid's eyes widened, but she didn't seem to know. It's very strange. It has been 6 months since the letter was received. The next letter should arrive in 3 months. Something was definitely wrong, most likely problems with the delivery, but what if something happened to her father? The girl already knew that after Rihanna left the empire, Raymond was looking for her. And her father said that his daughter had left the empire forever, and he couldn't even imagine what his reaction was. Happy and well-fed, the baby ran back to his mother, his whole mouth covered in crumbs. The main character was moved by her miracle and began to wipe the breakfast crumbs from the child's face. The main character wished Carlisle a good day and to be careful on the way. Then she greeted her grown-up son. However, anxiety did not leave the girl, even in this beautiful place. Rihanna urgently needed to know what was happening to her father. At that moment, in the Agrita Empire, in his office, his lordship was setting aside the next options on where Rihanna might be. The girl was also not in the kingdom of Sanya, but in the eastern kingdom of Eden. Again, the emperor was wrong. His imperial highness became enraged and crushed the last report. Raymond was already searching for the heroine in all kingdoms. But there was not a single clue. 6 years have passed since Rihanna left the empire and his lordship's life. But Raymond did not leave the girl out of his thoughts, although his father firmly stated that his beloved daughter was gone forever and will never return home. Raymond is sure otherwise. The emperor cannot believe that she gave up everything so easily, or he does not want to believe it. But time passes, and Rihanna still does not return. And over time, neighbors began to forget about the girl, while the young man himself began to miss the heroine more every day. The beautiful rose garden of the royal palace was unsurpassed, as was the greenhouse. And Rihanna took care of everything. The herbal tea that Raymond drinks was prepared only by one girl. Everything here reminds him of her. The emperor will not be able to forget Rihanna, even if he wants to. Melancholy consumed the young emperor. The king has already searched the entire continent. But he has found no trace of her presence. He simply does not know what to do. While signing state orders and correspondence, the emperor thought that he needed to find the former empress at all costs. His Excellency handed his young servant a letter with the royal seal. His Excellency, the Chancellor, requests an audience with your Highness. Let the counselor enter the office. The Chancellor entered his lordship's study. The man greeted the son of the empire. Raymond listened to him attentively. The Chancellor knelt before his ruler. Let the man stand up. And the counselor came to discuss something. The Chancellor is interested to know when Duke Croft will answer for what the great conqueror dared to do. Silence fell. The great and wise conqueror miscalculated, which caused irreparable damage to the Agrita Empire. And he even had to raise taxes. His lordship cannot leave everything as it is, because now everyone is looking for the culprit. The Chancellor does not tire of saying the same thing every day. The nobles are not happy, of course. The Chancellor cannot insist on his opinion, but he really hopes that his lordship will make the right decision. Therefore, based on causing damage to the Agrita Empire and its inhabitants, the Chancellor asks for Duke Croft to be brought to justice. Iris Croft is Rihanna's father, as well as the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And it was he who gave Raymond victory in that night's uprising and the throne. This year, difficulties arose in a major trade agreement in the Desert Kingdom. And as a result, everything turned upside down. The Agrita Empire paid a colossal fee to the merchants. The deal turned out to be a sham. Its participants disappeared, and this severely affected the treasury. And this led to a tax increase even among the nobles, as a result of which general unrest began, and calls to punish the Duke of Croft and confiscate his property. But there is a problem at first glance. The Duke's guilt is obvious, but he simply has no reason for it. Despite all his power, he has always been a noble and incorruptible man. The Chancellor believes that the Emperor is protecting the Duke from punishment without reason. Of course, all the evidence is clear. He must be brought to trial immediately. A predatory smile appeared on the young Emperor's face, and a strange glint in his eyes. It was unforgivable to think so narrowly. The advisor is in a hurry. There is no clear evidence that the Duke was involved in this scam. Croft was only responsible for the deal itself. And it also seems very suspicious that two imperial advisors, who were also responsible for the agreement, disappeared immediately. The advisors have already been put on the wanted list, and Duke Croft has been removed from office. And placed under house arrest, the Emperor is closely following the situation. So your lordship is aware of everything and continues to direct the proceedings. The Chancellor had nothing to object to the son of the Empire. However, the Chancellor continues to pressure his Emperor to issue a verdict, without waiting for solid proof of Duke Croft's guilt. If such a distinguished person did not help improve the Empire's position and make Agrita one of the strongest states, how can such devotion to the crown be punished without reason? And such initiative from the Chancellor makes his lordship think about the man's hidden motives. The last words sounded like a sentence. The Chancellor immediately froze in shock. Cold sweat began to run down his face. What hidden motives could the Chancellor have? After all, the advisor is only concerned with the reputation of His Imperial Majesty. The Emperor killed his own brother and took his place. The conviction certainly does not bother Raymond. The Chancellor wanted to object, but his lordship abruptly interrupted the Chancellor's task. It is to reassure the people and not tell the Emperor of his discontent. Lately, His Majesty has been increasingly tormented by thoughts about whom the Chancellor truly serves. And the Chancellor began to tremble nervously. The advisor begged His Excellency for forgiveness. The Chancellor will dispel all rumors and deal with the nobles. The man may be free. After the Chancellor left, his lordship pounded the table with his fists. What kind of attack is this? One by one, this topic is also urgent. The head of the 4th Cavalry Order of the Imperial Regiment approached His Imperial Majesty and allowed him to quickly enter his lordship's office. The loyal mercenary greeted the son of the Empire. His lordship asked the knight to quickly get to the point regarding recent events. There are some successes. The commander checked all the Duke's income sources for the year and found nothing suspicious. But there are some oddities, as the Emperor said. There are rumors in the Agrid Empire that the Viscount of Metas was seen among the fugitive advisors, who at the beginning of the year was interested in information about the desert route merchants. The Emperor began to analyze what his executor had said. If you think about it, many aspects of this case seem strange from the beginning, as if their whole plan was to frame the Duke. Croft's seal is even on the most insignificant documents. This gave them weight. It created the feeling that everything was under control, and the advisors fled before the truth was discovered, thus turning the Duke of Croft into the sole accused. From all the above, it follows that this whole plan was prepared specifically for him. It is necessary to find the greedy scammers involved in the deal who fled. Then it will be possible to prove the innocence of Duke Croft. The head of the 4th Knights Order bowed his head. He asks the Emperor for forgiveness. Viscount Metas is found dead. His lordship roared. What is it? Who dared to get ahead of themselves to this vile traitor? An official report will appear soon. Traces of the Viscount's presence were found in the west, and the body of some nobleman was found there. An investigation was sent there. The rumors were confirmed, and the body was transported to the capital. According to the description, the corpse really resembles the body of Viscount Metas, which means that this monster is Mary, in which case it will not be easy to prove Duke Croft's innocence. Without the testimony of hired royal artists, it will be impossible to reach the main clients, thus exonerating Duke Croft. But the knight managed to notice something. Since Viscount Meta's family was not very rich, he could not get the position of advisor. At the same time, The Viscount had the support of Count Barton, which means that the Marquise of Ciosa may be involved here. It is impossible to say for sure yet, but there is definitely a connection between them. What should they do now? His lordship believes they should be careful. If Marquis Cios is involved, they will have a hard time. As for Duke Croft, how is he feeling now? Does the man have any health problems? Concern and guilt appeared in Ray's eyes. Everything was fine. The great conqueror has an excellent appetite. They can't get him out so easily. The Emperor is happy to hear this. Let the knights be alert all the time. Ray will ask everyone. Since the case was high profile and serious, Duke Croft still had to be arrested. For the Emperor, it was a difficult decision. For Rayanna, her father was everything. And even if the main character is not here, his lordship is the only person who can help her beloved father. For Rayanna, losing her father will be a terrible blow. Therefore, Duke Croft needs to be saved. Raymond will not allow the girl to experience what it is like to lose the person closest to her. And beloved. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Rooney, it was already night, and civilians were hurrying back to their homes. The protagonist, dressed in a canvas robe, entered a tavern she knew well with a specific purpose. Inside the discreet establishment, a grim-looking man sat at a table. And gloomy, red-haired and scarred on the face. The man wanted to dismiss the uninvited guest, but he turned around and saw that Rayanna was standing in front of him. What is the girl doing here? Today is a full moon. No, it's not. But the thing is, the main character urgently needs to know something. Nothing happened to Rayanna. The man was clearly worried about her. The girl's soul was very uneasy because of her father, but there was nothing to worry about now. So the young people would talk in the usual place. The two went down to the back room of the man's tavern. From one of the shelves, he took one of the thick volumes towards him and the door to the secret room opened. The girl entered a secret lair where the young people could relax and talk about anything. A magic mark was drawn on the floor. After the two young people stood on the magic mark under their feet began to glow yellow. Literally a second, and the secret room was empty again. The young people teleported with the help of a magic mark to another place. The red-haired boy held his head, cold sweat ran down his forehead. Jed was fine as he felt. Everything was fine. The girl had nothing to worry about, only that the young man would not get used to magical teleportations even in 100 years. Then the main character visited the Phoenix organization, already widely known in every kingdom on the continent. This conglomerate has existed for about 4 years. The influence of this organization has increased significantly. With the growth of influence and profitable connections, Phoenix's financial situation also improved, which allowed opening branches across the continent. An organization that has weight and influence is governed equally, and in the same proportion by two people. One of them was a man named Jed, and now he was vomiting. This scarred, red-haired young man was the first founder of Phoenix. The second founder was a cert incognito, about whom nothing was known at all. And this person was the main character. When these two young people met, Jed owned a small bar, and Rayanna already had her own shop with a variety of flowers. At the same time, Rayanna's partner ran a guild for collecting and selling information. The profession was, to say the least, dangerous. Each of these outings was very risky, taking advantage of the fact that meetings with merchants were held without witnesses. A thief could show up disguised as a buyer. It was during one of these dangerous night meetings that the main character met the red-haired Jed, who later turned out to be seriously injured. Jed was losing strength and fell unconscious right in Ryan's flower shop. It was night outside the window, and it was impossible to find a doctor at that hour. The poor young man was bleeding. The girl had to provide him with first aid. Fortunately for both, Rayanna stopped the bleeding with the help of her strength and plants. After Jed regained consciousness and fully recovered, the young people began to communicate closely. This incident brought them closer. Initially, the two did not think of organizing a large format. They planned something small only for their own people. But when it came to the details, that the larger the Phoenix organization, the more Carl Isle would receive later, the decision was made to create a large organization. Fortunately for these young founders of Phoenix, information flowed like a river among the bar's patrons. So they did not lack material. And since the founding of the guild, the founders managed to multiply their net income by 10. This was simply unthinkable. Unthinkable. At that time, a fight began in the kingdom for the monopoly of local mines. The protagonist and her partner were already swimming in money, and the young partners found interesting information that the great owner of the mines was going to sell them. This became the first tangible financial gain for Phoenix. The partners then, under the cover of darkness, entrusted fate. And they were right. Jed and Rihanna managed to buy 3 mines from the owner, and the partners invested the profits in wool production. The success was enormous. The partners' fabrics were distributed throughout the continent. And Phoenix acquired phenomenal fame in commercial circles. So, what happened to the main character? The girl herself does not know yet. She wants to hear news from the Agrita Empire. Jed was definitely surprised, as the girl had never really talked about herself. So why would she listen to news from another country? The second manager of the Phoenix Order knew nothing about his partner. They both respected personal secrets. And they never bothered to ask questions. What exactly interests the main character? Some general news or something specific? The main character took a deep breath and replied that the girl needed all the information about Duke Croft. The latest news and rumors. Thanks to the magic bracelet that her beloved father gave the girl was able to change her appearance. Now Ryan's partner can guess about her origin and Carlisle's father. But the girl trusted Jed. Even if her partner deems it necessary to analyze the girl's actions, Jed will keep her secret. He truly feels devotion to Ryan. And baby Carlisle. The scarred red-haired young man thought, Duke Croft means that this surname is now on everyone's lips. So finding information about the man will not be a problem at all. These papers contain all the information about Duke Croft. There is a lot of it, as many events related to this surname have happened recently. The protagonist eagerly began to absorb every word of these papers, because they contain the reason why her father could not contact Rihanna. Everything was very bad. It was already noon. It was time to welcome little Carlisle from the training academy. The children were already laughing loudly in the enclosure. The cheerful boy immediately ran out of the educational institution to meet his beloved mother. Her son was very happy to see her. Carlisle immediately ran into the main character's arms. What a charming girl. Rihanna is also very happy with her son. Of course, the charming little one was very happy with his mother, as she was here to pick up her son from the academy and take him for a walk. Everything is exactly like that, added the protagonist, that her baby can ask for anything today. Well, wow. Due to lack of time, Rihanna could not come to pick up the child herself for a long time. But since the opportunity arose, she had to take advantage of it. Her son wanted barbecue, ice cream, and buns. Can Carlisle eat all this today? He really wants to, of course. The baby can eat all this, but not at the same time. Otherwise, his stomach will hurt. After a delicious and aromatic roast, the girl took her son to see the street fire eaters. The show was fascinating and captivating. At the end of a wonderful walk, the baby got his favorite ice cream, Carlisle. He had fun today, even when his beloved mother was with him, which happens very rarely. And the boy can spend every day like this with his mother and entertainment. Let them come here tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow. Cold sweat ran down the main character's face. They will definitely come to see the street performers next time. It was already getting dark, which meant it was time for the girl and her son to go home. When the boy's attention was drawn to a child with his father, the boy tried to persuade his dad to buy him a couple more balls. His dad warmly replied that if he and the baby did this, their mother would be very displeased with both of them. And here is the fatal question that always hovered over Rihanna. Where was his dad? According to the girl, the boy's father was a hero. The brave dad loves his beloved son very much, but since the father is a hero, he is now forced to protect this world from evil. The protagonist believed that since her son no longer asked questions about his father, the storm had passed. And everything was fine. But judging by the boy's sad look, Carlisle just suppressed his questions a little longer. And her son wants Uncle Jed to come visit them tomorrow. Carlisle immediately smiled. The girl's daughter simply adored her close friend. The two always had a great time together. They had a special relationship. The boy shouted with joy. He loves it when Uncle Jed comes to visit, then they have to go home. It's already very late. The main character was already putting her beloved son to bed with a fairy tale about a prince. And that prince lived happily ever after, of course. The boy's eyes lit up. A spark of hope and childish joy appeared in them, which means that his dad will live happily ever after with them when he finishes fighting evil. The girl immediately froze. A tremor passed over her face. It was not the most pleasant topic for Rihanna. And lying to the young prince was becoming increasingly difficult. Lady Croft sighed deeply and apologized to her baby. The girl could not tell Carlisle the whole truth. But there is nothing wrong with that, because her mother will love the most charming boy in the world for two fathers. It is her fault that her son does not feel a man's hand. It seems that Duke Croft will soon appear before the imperial court in the case of a fictitious deal with the Desert Kingdom. If Rihanna's beloved father is found guilty in this case, he will be deprived of his title. And all his property will be confiscated, perhaps even sent to hard labor. As if turning the great conqueror into a commoner, depriving him of everything he had achieved with his exorbitant work, was not enough. It was also necessary to turn him into a slave. Many facts play against her father, but Rihanna is sure that Duke Croft would never do such a thing. Once, the former empress congratulated her beloved father on his birthday, but the father asked not to mix their personal relationships with state ones. Let the imperial court confiscate all of Duke Croft's property to compensate for the empire's losses. But do not accuse her father of stealing the royal treasury. Without significant evidence, Raymond will neither accuse nor defend the Duke after all. Trust has already been established between her father and the king. It is obvious that the nobles are pressuring his lordship to take responsibility, since the damages have almost emptied the royal treasury. Due to the incident, the entire aristocratic nobility is forced to pay huge taxes. So the nobility will not let this go just like that. They need someone to blame. His Imperial Majesty is well aware of this, so Raymond is probably now experiencing very noticeable pressure from them. However, in the Empire, Agrita, the search for the main character is still ongoing. So she simply cannot go to her father's aid alone. It will be easy to enter the Empire, but it will be difficult to leave it, and if they discover Carlisle, a power struggle will begin, and then Rihanna and her son will never be able to return to their lives. That naive fool who always blindly followed Raymond no longer exists. Rihanna will do everything possible to protect both her beloved father and her adored son. The next day, the protagonist visited her son's educational institution and announced that the boy would not attend classes. The academy teacher was shocked by this decision of Carlisle's mother. Because her son is an extremely talented young man. The girl knows and understands everything, but the main character needs to solve the family problems that have arisen. Well, since the mother of a charming child thinks so, then the teacher cannot refuse her. Rihanna sighed sadly. For now, she will have to do this. The protagonist was very worried about her son's state every time Carlisle. He perceived the absence of his father more and more. The girl tried to do everything possible to save her son from missing his father and fill his void with her love. That's why they are going to the fair today. The heroine's personal assistant was holding another plant in her hands, but Helen understood that she and the girl could not take all this with them. What a pity that all these beautiful flowers have to be thrown away. The plants are so beautiful and fragrant that they produce excellent perfumes. It is also a pity that the protagonist throws away her beautiful flowers for it. She can give them to someone. Together with Jed, the girl found and grew the best flowers, filling them with her vitality. This way Rihanna could develop new varieties. From the aromas of new flower varieties, The girl was able to create wonderful aromatic perfumes that attracted many people. Therefore, the partners decided to seriously engage in the perfume business. Of course, the heroine regretted leaving all this, but her beloved father is much more important than anything else. The girl still did not understand what awaited her and her son, where their happy life would continue. So she had not yet made final decisions. The maid smelled the dark lilies. Perhaps the close family friend, Jed, could take care of his mistress's beautiful plants. The main character smiled broadly. Even if Helen doesn't care about anything, they will definitely find someone to take care of her flowers. Helen nodded. When is your departure scheduled? The sooner the better. The maid will miss the kingdom of Rooney. How can one not be bored here? From the first day of their arrival, every subsequent day was filled with happy moments. And the long-awaited peace, this place became a true paradise on earth. And how many understanding and kind-hearted people live on the streets of the kingdom of Rooney. How warmly they welcome strangers. How do they help them? Upon arrival, the girl was immediately accepted as one of their own. Rihanna had never felt such support and warmth. This is a feeling that is priceless. Of course, this could not last forever. But still, the farewell to the kingdom of Rooney came too quickly. Helen will go pack her things. The protagonist also hurried back to her affairs. The girl and her child would arrive very late, even if the maid was not waiting for them for dinner. As the young woman managed to get attached to this impressive and bright place, it became a dream come true for her. Then the doorbell rang. The same young man with amber eyes entered the heroine's modest flower shop. How was the girl? Rihanna was glad to see him. After an unexpected meeting on the ship, the young people continued their communication. They were very similar, and both enjoyed each other's presence. The mysterious stranger on the ship turned out to be a mercenary from the kingdom of Rooney. But it didn't matter. The girl simply liked Jeremy. A whole month has passed since the last moment of their meeting. How is the young man feeling? How is he in general now? Now, both young interlocutors were forced to hide their real names here. Darren turned out to be slightly injured, and the girl immediately got scared. Rihanna will immediately bring all the necessary medicinal plants and bandages. She will let the young man sit down for now and not waste his energy. The charming young man burst into a radiant smile, but as soon as Darren saw the main character, everything immediately healed for him. Well, the young man is teasing her again, but the girl was really scared for him. Well, it is really possible to do that. Darren saw Rihanna's reaction. The girl was so worried about his condition that now the boy wants to be seriously injured. Although Jeremy is not even joking about this, the young man works as a mercenary and the girl worries about him all the time. Well, that's it. The most beautiful amber-eyed guest will not be like that again. But something happened to the girl. Rihanna exhaled deeply. The heroine decided to return to her native empire, and this was the most unpleasant decision. And difficult for her. The main character is really serious about this. Returning to the snake's den is hell for her, but the past does not let anyone go so easily. Right. But everything will be fine with Rihanna and her baby. The situation will become much more complicated if she and Carlyle are discovered. They will no longer be able to leave the empire. The girl realized that Jeremy knew who the girl was and whose son Carlyle was. And at the same time, the young man remained silent all this time, which meant that he could be completely trusted. The main character will do everything possible to prevent this. But if this happens, Rihanna will do everything possible to protect Carlyle. Jeremy really hopes that the troubles will pass by, and what the girl decided to do with the flower shop. She will sell it. The girl will not sell it, she will just look for a person to take care of her shop. The young man greatly regrets not having anyone else to visit here. He liked this place. Rihanna was surprised that her wonderful guest, who due to his profession was forced to constantly travel around the continent, would have decided to stay in Rooney. Lady Croft was not sure, but she had a guess. Jeremy's gestures and mannerisms indicated that the young man was definitely a nobleman. The girl's guesses and conjectures were confirmed when Rihanna's eyes met the young man's dagger, with an engraving of a black panther. And in the Agrita Empire, there was only one noble family, whose coat of arms was a black panther. And if the girl is right, then the young man will not have to wander like this for long. And what is it? Does the main character really want Jeremy to accompany her to the Empire, in general? That would be very good. Daron was surprised. The main character was joking a moment ago. No, Daron's cheeks turned red, and this guy is not easy to embarrass at all. Well, in general, Rihanna will be very happy for his pleasant company. The girl will not have the courage to return to the Empire alone. At first, Miss Rihanna was cautious with Jeremy, but very quickly she realized that the young man was always on her side. And she began to trust him completely. Moreover, the charming young man will greatly help Rihanna, and the girl wanted to repay the young man in the same way. And if his father is the Duke of Droy, life in Ygritte is very difficult for him. Daron closed his eyes in embarrassment. The young woman had not changed at all. She remained the same as in her childhood. The young man thanked the girl for her invitation, but the boy is now thinking about Ryan. If she returns to the Empire now, then everything will change. Ryan knows, but the girl will not leave her father. She is no longer the Empress of Ygritte and has lost all connections, so she depends only on herself. But on the continent, there is something stronger than any connection and knowledge. Of course, it is money. And Rihanna uses it mercilessly. And taking into account the accumulated resources and useful connections established in all sectors of state activities, Rihanna has every chance to become a winner in the political arena. Daron was confident that the girl would succeed. Because Rihanna is very smart. If they meet in the Empire, then she should not pretend not to know each other. But the main character had to say this. The girl laughed, the young man got ahead of her. It's very unfair. However, the captivating young man simply cannot pretend not to know a beauty like Rihanna. The girl blushed. Jeremy says this so calmly and frankly that the heroine simply does not understand him. The young man smiled with satisfaction. If Daron said this every day, then Rihanna would stop being embarrassed. She would still miss his words. The conversation between the two young people was interrupted when Jed entered the flower shop. His partner greeted those present. The red-haired young man smiled mischievously and laughed. Jed came here to buy a tree. Daron bowed to the girl. The young man did not want to distract Rihanna from her work, so it was time for him. As the young man wishes, take care of yourself and be careful. Rihanna is worried about him. The girl gestured with her hand to Daron. Finally, the heir of the droid family, hidden from public view, shouted that they would meet the girl in the Empire. Which meant Jeremy would go there after all. Rihanna's red-haired business partner yawned. Jed should be sleeping now. Apparently, the young man was very worried that the girl was getting tired. And he couldn't afford to sleep. Or maybe the point is that the second founder made it clear who his girlfriend is, what family she comes from, and, most importantly, whose child baby Carlisle is. Jed said worriedly that he was sure Rihanna had something to hide from him. And the rest of the Rooney residents. Besides, the girl's bracelet that she constantly wears on her wrist and never takes off. It's magical. The red-haired friend never disturbed the girl's past memories, her origins, and troubles, because he always understood that there were reasons for such a secret. The father of a red-haired family friend once worked as a servant for a sorcerer. So Jed had seen enough magical objects. In particular, the young man knows very well that a bracelet with blue mana minerals, like Rihanna's, can change the appearance of the wearer. Now the time has come for an open conversation. Stop hiding. The main character needs Jed's help to save her beloved father. Jed added in a calm and welcoming voice that he had always considered the girl more than his savior. And not just a business partner. Therefore, if the main character is in trouble, the red-haired young man asks the girl to tell him everything as it is. Jed can and surely will be helpful to her. So, the first and main question is what connects the main character with Duke Croft of the Agrita Empire. Rihanna didn't look into her friend's eyes for long. The girl had been with him long enough to allow herself to trust him. Miss Croft took the magic bracelet off her hand. She would have to reveal herself sooner or later anyway. There was a real shock on the face of the main character's companion. Jed's eyes widened. The girl's face changed. Her hair and eyes became different. The Rihanna Croft family, with purple eyes and lavender hair, was already standing in front of the red-haired friend. Jed covered his mouth with his hand. He couldn't believe that in front of him was the Empress of Agrita herself, the daughter of the great conqueror Iris Croft. The main character smiled satisfied indeed. The young woman had not been Empress of Agrita for 6 years. But the purple-haired girl was still the Empress before. Then Jed's eyes darkened. His consciousness clouded, his legs stopped working completely and weakened. Everything around him began to spin, and the young man fainted. He can't be that impressionable. The heroine helped her partner regain consciousness and stand up. The girl is still his partner and friend. This cannot be true. If Rihanna is the ex-empress, then this means that the great son of the empire became Carlyle's father. The young man interpreted everything correctly. Jed scratched the back of his neck. The young man accidentally hit the child on the head while playing. He will be punished for the attempted murder of the imperial son. The girl laughed. No way. Carlyle is growing up like an ordinary child, not like a court prince. And Rihanna wants him to stay that way. But the main character decided to return to the empire with her son. The girl's father is accused of a serious crime. She wants to be close to him and support him. If Miss Crove decided to go to Agrita with the child, then it will be necessary to hide Carlyle from prying eyes. There are ideas about that. Of course, Rihanna is returning with her son, so she needs a marriage certificate. The emperor will not be angry when he finds out about the marriage of the ex-empress. It was no coincidence that the girl settled in the kingdom of Rooney. Her aunt lived here, and they kept in touch, so she wanted to marry the child to her aunt's son. Jed listened attentively to the girl's explanations and mentally reviewed all possible options for help he could offer her. But to our deepest regret, Aunt Lady Croft had been dead for about 8 years. So this option was no longer available. Of course, it would be possible to simply forge the necessary documents for her safety. And her son, but Rihanna considers it wrong to use dead souls. Moreover, fictitiously abandoning her own son, even on paper, was unacceptable to the main character. That's why the girl wanted to change Carlyle's year on the birth certificate, making him younger, since Raymond was following the age in his pursuits. Maybe this will anger His Majesty, but it is entirely Emperor Raymond's fault. He was in crisis, then due to his old passion. If the ex-empress hadn't run away and told him about her pregnancy, the indifference that had taken root would have disappeared. Ray simply has no right to be angry with her. Jed understood his friend. The emperor doesn't even know what Carlyle looks like. What can he do? If everything is clear with his personality, then what will happen to his appearance? They use bracelets again. That's right. But in the Empire, the magic bracelets will have to be disguised. Otherwise, people will guess everything immediately. After which the red-haired scarred young man picked up the main character's magic bracelet from the flower shop floor. She would still need it. Polymorphic magic is so skillful and complex that they cannot even reduce the size of an object charged with it. Jed smiled satisfied. There is an eccentric who was expelled from the Mages Guild. The young man will ask him. When Rihanna plans her departure, the girl plans to leave the kingdom of Rooney as quickly as possible. In 2 days at the latest. In this case, the couple must hurry. In the Empire's territory, the main character and Carlyle will be separated. That's all. The girl intends to hide her existence. If the local residents find out that the ex-empress has a son, conversations will start that the child will not be able to handle. And besides, judging by the latest news, clouds are gathering around Duke Croft. It will be safer for the child. Let the young man contact the head of the Agrita branch, find a secluded place where he can stay. And the girl's partner must find out everything about the mercenaries who arranged a fake deal to frame Rihanna's father. Not even that, Let the red-haired friend find all the geeks who were involved in this case. Rihanna has now become strong, confident, and influential. The old woman was no longer there. The heroine had found an unbreakable inner core. Now she influences events. Well, in general, Jed has already done everything. The girl was surprised that, when Jed told her friend the news about Duke Croft, she almost fainted so quickly. Therefore, it was not difficult for the young man to guess that this matter was very close to her heart. And personal. The main character blushed. Jed scratched the back of his neck. Don't let her think about any of that. He decided that he must do it anyway. Rihanna is immensely grateful to her friend for his invaluable help. It's not worth it. It's better to let her partner think about her future. It's clearly going to be difficult for her. It's okay. After 6 years, the girl has become exactly the one who can cope with bad weather. She is really prepared. Well, in that case, it was time for Jed to leave for business, to inform Ryan about the date of his departure with his son. In this case, Lady Croft will begin to prepare for her sudden departure to the Agrita Empire. She had a lot ahead of her. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Empire, his lordship was sorting through important papers. A servant announced the arrival of the crown prince. Well, let Edmund go to the emperor's office. The young prince has grown up during these 6 years, greeted the son of the empire. His lordship rose from his desk and greeted his son in return, and asked the servants to bring him freshly brewed tea. And the emperor informed the young man that Count Shiloh spoke very flatteringly of Edmund. His son was clearly striving and progressing. Edmund replied that this was not the young man's own merit. It was all his teacher. By the way, he says the child got his intelligence from his father. His lordship looked closely at the young crown prince, and this was the case every time he saw his son. During all these 6 years he spent with his son, the emperor never felt anything for him, which was very strange. All the court people whispered about the amazing resemblance between the young crown prince and His Excellency the Emperor. However, the universal praise for Edmund's mental development and the numerous opinions about his resemblance to his son did not affect his attitude towards the child in any way. His lordship always felt uncomfortable and awkward around him, apparently due to the fact that he had not known him since birth. The crown prince smiled widely and promised that he would work even harder so that the emperor could be proud of Edmund as his son. All the service staff were moved by the young crown prince of the empire. The servants did not hide their smiles towards Edmund. The son of the empire continued, his son should not overdo it in this matter. Edmund could get sick, and then his mother would be angry. The crown prince does not want to upset his mother in any way. Edmund will be appropriate and reasonable in this matter. Meanwhile, His Imperial Highness sat opposite the young heir and reflected on the fact that, apparently, he did not possess paternal instincts. During his lordship's difficult and gloomy childhood, Raymond's life often literally hung by a thread. But he faced it. The former emperor always said that if Ray hadn't been in this world, his reputation would have been clear as soon as he spoke. Everything turned against him in a terrible way. The same thing happens when poor Raymond fell silent. His unpleasant father called him a life-clinging parasite. Terrible curses were cast upon Raymond simply because every staff member breathed. He felt sorry for the baby. Well, you can't treat a young prince the way you can humiliate a child. After the maid's whispers, Raymond realized that he was pathetic. The poor child didn't even expect to earn his father's love, because his very existence caused him unbearable pain. Raymond's poisonous pain was as strong and palpable as his father's hatred for his bastard. The poor child was dying inside every day. Once the former empress told her husband that Raymond did not resemble his blood father at all. Rihanna was sure that the young man would love his children very much. If the emperor's son and his former empress had been born then, and everything had gone well, then the baby would already be the same age as Edmundo. Well, it was too late. His lordship would not stop the young prince. It was time to go to bed. Edmund asked Ray not to stay up late either. The son of the empire looked dejectedly out of his office window and asked to leave his lordship alone with his thoughts. Then Raymond collapsed tired like a heavy sack into his chair, and constantly repeated to himself that he should not have done this to Rihanna. Meanwhile, the bright surface of the sea was furrowed by a ship on which the protagonist was sailing. And her son. The birds in the sky flew south with the whole family. Just like them and their mother. Carlisle is very attentive. The girl smiled, and the baby loves traveling with his mother and Helen. Of course, Carlisle was delighted. When the main character and her son lived in the kingdom of Rooney, their lives became secret. And they were not at all conducive to travel. In the future, Mom and Carlisle will definitely look at the desert kingdom. It is incredibly hot there, and there are even lands over which the sun never sets. Wow, that sounds incredibly exciting. Carlisle will be very happy. The young man bought ice cream. Carlisle loves ice cream. The child was immediately delighted and asked his mother if he could eat it with the rest of the children. Of course, Carlisle can do that. The radiant boy ran happily towards the crowd of his peers. How charming. The personal assistant approached her lover and announced that tomorrow her ship would be off the coast of the Agrita Empire. The protagonist will have to leave her son for a while. Helen assured Ryan that the young master understands everything perfectly and will be completely safe by her side. The boys told the child that only babies cry when their mom is not around. So Carlisle will be fine with Helen. Well, the main character's son seems confident telling his mother this. But her personal assistant has to be vigilant all the time. If something suddenly happens to the maid and her beloved son, let them not think about the consequences. And immediately go to the Duke. Helen nodded her head in approval. The assistant understood everything, but she was worried about something else. The Emperor continues to search for Rihanna. Everything will be fine for her in the territory of Agrita. At first, the main character thought immediately after her arrival in Agrita to go to the Croft Dukedom estate. However, now her family mansion is closely guarded by the royal knights of His Majesty. So the girl's plans have changed. If the ex-empress returned to Duke Croft's property, the guards would immediately report it to the Emperor. And Raymond would immediately find Rihanna. And to resolve this case, justify her beloved father, and find the true culprits of the treasure theft, the girl needs to remain in the shadows. So, as long as the Empire's son knows nothing about his ex-wife, the main character will be safe. The personal assistant still couldn't understand why her ladyship continued to be so obsessive. And obsessively in her search for Lady Croft. The question is very interesting. The answer will be known very soon as the paths of the girl. And the Emperor will definitely cross. During the trial, it will not be possible to avoid a personal meeting with His Majesty. And everyone will return to the Rooney Kingdom when all charges against the Duke are dropped. It would be wonderful if it were possible to leave the Empire as easily as entering it. But Ray is unlikely to allow it. This is not why the Emperor has been looking for her for these 6 years. But this is of no importance. Now the most important thing is salvation. And acquittal for Rihanna's father. The personal assistant sighed deeply. Helen was also worried about Duke Croft. It would be difficult to restore his good name. No matter how difficult it is to justify her father, the girl intends to do it. And she will not deviate from her intended goal. Well, the protagonist sets foot on the land of her empire again. Agrita greeted Rihanna with a friendly son, and a guild man was already waiting for her at the port. The young lady and little Carl Issel were greeted by a tall and majestic young man. With red hair and blue eyes. The stranger asked the main character if she was Miss Rihanna. The young man was ordered to meet her and help her. Miss Croft carefully and thoroughly examined the young man who met her, definitely born. And grew up in the Agrita Empire. The main character called the young man Mr. Rumont. He was stunned with amazement. The young man headed the branch of the Phoenix Order in the Agrita Empire. Mr. Rumont began to nervously bow to Miss Croft. The young man was delighted to greet her. For him, this was a great honor. All these honors were completely useless. The secret founding Guild of Phoenix was also pleased to greet and meet Rumont, with his assistant named Helen by his side. Mr. Rumont was very worried and tried to be as polite as possible. The young man was happy to welcome Mrs. Helen to his Agrita empire. But the red-haired co-founder assured his partner that Sir Rumont was the youngest executive. But the most outstanding of all, the main character asked the boastful head of the Phoenix Guild branch how long they would stay here. It was clear that the manager of the local Phoenix branch was very nervous seeing Lady Croft. The young man confusingly invited the guests into his carriage. Young Lady Croft clarified whether Mr. Rumont had prepared everything for her arrival. Everything was fine. The young man bought a mansion on the outskirts from a bankrupt baron. The girl thanked the young man and praised him for his ingenuity. This is truly a wonderful choice. Due to wandering superstitions, local residents were afraid to even enter the courtyard of this estate. So the place was quiet. Not bad in the mansion of a bankrupt baron. Miss Croft and her son will not become the target of everyone's attention. The protagonist looked at her sleeping son with great anticipation. She would do everything possible so that no one would take away his peace and serenity. Mr. Rumont was glad that he could please the young lady, and as for this boy, who is he? Well, during a preliminary conversation with the head of the order branch in Egret, the girl really did not mention the child, so his question is quite understandable. The main character calmly and directly replied that this child in Lady Croft's arms was directly her son. Rumont was pleased, such a sweet child. Stop. The head of the guild branch froze in shock. The meaning of Rihanna's words reached him. The young man shouted at the whole team, as if this was Lady Croft's son. The young ladies looked at the young man with disgust if Rumont couldn't have been calmer. The child had just fallen asleep. The red-haired manager gave his colleagues an apologetic smile. Apparently, it was just his imagination. It's just that Rumont was so worried yesterday, before the arrival of his guests, that he didn't sleep all night. So today he suffers from distraction, but the young man didn't think so at all. This sleeping child is really Lady Rihanna's son. A shock hit the young man here. No need to panic so much. The child is not the son of the empire's son. That is, how is it that the child's father is not the emperor? Rihanna has not been an empress for a long time, and in the Rooney Kingdom she met another man. This young man became the young master's father himself, so his lordship has nothing to do with this baby. No need to invent unnecessary things. Mr. Ruman once again carefully examined the sleeping child. Cold sweat ran down his face, so everything became clear to the young man. The main character did not want the Agrita Empire to know about her lordship's true crown prince at all. This was not the kind of life she was trying to give him. During the introductory conversation, the interlocutors did not realize that they had already reached the desired destination. The protagonist places her sleeping son on a large, cozy bed and lets him have sweet dreams. Carlyle began to stir restlessly in his sleep and call for his mother. Everything is fine. His mother is here taking care of his sleep. Let him sleep peacefully. After the girl fell into a deep sleep, she hurried out of the children's bedroom quickly. But the maid called her. The young mistress was already preparing to leave. Maybe bring something to her maid. It's not worth it at all. It's better to let Helen rest. But Lady Croft should do it too. After all, everyone just arrived in the Empire and hasn't even had time to catch their breath. And Ryan is already heading somewhere. Everything is in order. Let Helen take care of Carlyle. As the girl needed to talk to the head of the Phoenix branch at this moment, Lady Croft pressed her finger on the other to activate the appearance magic. They managed perfectly to disguise the magical artifact. The appearance change magic was activated, and Rihanna's hair changed color. The main character left her son's bedroom and headed towards Mr. Rumont. The young man did not recognize the young lady and clarified that it was now Mrs. Croft who was in front of him. No. Of course, the girl needs to talk about something alone with the young man. Of course, for this they can go to the office. The young people walked down the hall to the bankrupt baron's office. Apparently, they didn't use this place at all. The room's decoration is quite modest. It's not a big deal. The girl is absolutely happy with everything. She is here for other purposes. Let the young butler take Lady Croft to her dukedom property, disguised as a new maid. Sir Ruman looked at his interlocutor in shock. Cold sweat ran down his face. It's like being disguised as a maid. The protagonist must personally check for herself what things are really like with her father. But Duke Croft's estate is now closely guarded by the royal knights of His Grace the Emperor. The young man thought. Mrs. Rayana insisted on her own. There must be some way out, because definitely some people bring essential things to the mansion. Yes, that's true, but it will be extremely dangerous for both young people if their plan is revealed. After all, the arrival of Mr. Ruman and the young lady will be immediately reported to his lordship. And now the young man can barely see Rayana's true face. The young man replied contentedly that he would not recognize Miss Croft at all in the new image. In which case, he would find out everything about the food suppliers on the Duke of Croft's estate. The girl thanks the young manager for providing her with help. Mr. Ruman managed to find out something about the incident. Lady Croft wants to hear everything now, unless the newly arrived mistress wants to rest from the road. Rayana will do it later. Let the young man continue. The red-haired knight handed the papers to Rayana. They contained information about those missing in the desert, and a detailed explanation of the fraud situation. The main character noticed that Mr. Rumant did a great job. This is not the case at all. The young man bowed to her, and tomorrow morning he will visit Madame Croft. The girl began to read carefully and worriedly the materials collected by Sir Rumant, trying to find a clue. However, the new information was not very different from what Jed had given her. All the evidence was against her father, and the merchants from the Desert Kingdom who made the deal were supposedly not found. Furthermore, Viscount Meadows, who negotiated this very deal with Rayana's father, was found dead later. Next to Viscount Meadows's corpse, his will was discovered, stating that all acquired property would be inherited by the Duke of Croft. The main character did not know the personality of Viscount Meadows, although the girl knew all the people close to her father, and all the staff. The great conqueror was always characterized by constancy, which is why the circle of people working for him did not change. And there was no Viscount Meadows in it. The circle of close people did not change for 10 years. Apparently the Viscount began working for her father after Lady Croft left. But according to the data received, Viscount Meadows received all rights to trade in the desert lands of the Duke of Croft. His seal was on every document signed by the Viscount. Usually, no one pays the contribution in a lump sum. Is it possible to entrust such a large sum, up to 4,000 gold, to someone who has recently been working? My father was Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire for 10 years, so this is simply impossible. Rayana does not believe it. Duke Croft assured that he did not put all these seals and denied everything. Then the seals were checked with magic and nothing suspicious was found. There were no signs of signature forgery, and in the end the father's words were not confirmed. And they were considered a lie. So, how did they manage to remove the seals? The protagonist's heavy thoughts were interrupted by the creaking of the door. Apparently her baby had already slept after a hard journey. And then the head of her beloved son peeked through the crack in the door. Carlyle was able to enter. The child did not want to bother or interrupt the adults' conversations. Of course, the child can come in. Let him run quickly to his mom. Rayana will hug him. She missed him very much. The baby rushed to hug his mother. Why did the young master deign to get up so early today? It's not early at all. The sun is already high in the sky. The protagonist lost track of time and looked out of her office window indeed. The sun was already fully illuminating the empire. Carlyle must be hungry. The child does not want to have breakfast. Of course his son is hungry, but what about his mother? The young lady also doesn't mind having a snack, so the heroine invites her son to have breakfast together. The child exclaimed triumphantly, then they have to hurry to the dining room with their mother, because Helen had already left everything for them a long time ago. Meanwhile, his lordship suffered another nightmare. His vile father was hitting his beloved mother in the face. Tears ran down the cheeks of the poor, frightened lady rose in an endless greeting. Little Raymond witnessed another scene of cruelty. The baby started crying and ran to his mother. The young king hugged his mother, protecting her from another portion of violence. And this torment lasted the whole long night. Every time Raymond's soul was torn apart again by pain. Terrible screams and tearful sobs were heard in his lordship's bedroom. Ray begged his father not to hit his mother. The imperial majesty's nightly suffering was interrupted by the butler. With his lordship, everything is in order. Raymond woke up abruptly from his sleep, salty tears running down his cheeks. The son of the empire tried to calm his voice and told his servant to leave. Everything was fine with him, he just had another nightmare. But there was a moment when the main character kept Raymond at peace. The girl was close and stroked his head. The emperor once again longed for the former empress. Well, where's Rihanna now? Raymond needs her so much. His lordship put on a robe and went out onto the balcony of his bedroom to completely dispel the aftertaste of the nightmare with cold air. The son of the empire looked at the sky, and then the image of his childhood friend appeared before his eyes. As if she were now next to him, admiring his native empire. How wonderful it would be if Rihanna were next to Raymond, looking at the stars as before. But all these are just his illusions. A knock was heard on the door of the imperial bedroom. The attendants awaited their emperor's permission to enter. Raymond replied tiredly that his staff could enter. The young man looked extremely ill. Black bruises were visible under his eyes. The attendants entered the imperial bedroom and bowed before the son of Agrita. They let the servant stand up. One of the maids volunteered to help his lordship wash up. This is not necessary at all. The emperor can manage himself. In that case, the maid will provide His Imperial Highness with a clean towel after his morning bath. The young butler noticed that His Majesty had been completely overwhelmed by nightmares lately. His lordship began to wash his tired and pale face with cold water to completely erase the remnants of the night's horror. On such an alarming occasion, the imperial physician should be invited to the royal palace. Everything is in order with his lordship. However, the appearance increased anxiety and distraction of the son of the empire. They spoke to the contrary. The emperor had already given his answer. But if you think about it, Duke Croft said he wasn't feeling well. The servant bowed to Raymond. He was afraid that if this continued, the son of the empire might get sick. His lordship had already told his servant that the topic was closed. Raymond thought about the condition of Rihanna's father. It bothered him. The son of the empire carefully washed his face with cold water and ordered his maid to bring him clothes. The maids began to help his lordship dress. The emperor was almost ready for his entrance. The maid was straightening the ribbon. The head is heavy, the body is weak. It is really because Raymond was thinking about Ryan all night again. Be that as it may, the emperor will pay a visit to Duke Croft. Meanwhile, Rumont was able to find a free seat, but Miss Croft may not yet be allowed to enter due to security issues. If there is any problem, the young man asks her to return immediately. The young manager has already prepared second-hand clothes for Rihanna, and the girl should also tie up her hair. The simpler, the better now. Well, the main character noticed that the young Rumen is good at planning and has several useful connections in Agrita. So the founder, Red Pelly, was completely right about the branch manager. Otherwise, the young man would not have gotten the girl so quickly. Despite his low position, the group delivering food to the Duke does not report directly to him. Of course, the cart with food for Rihanna's father was immediately stopped for a thorough search. The royal guard inspected the outside of the food cart and then looked inside to see who this girl was. She had never been seen here before. The protagonist, with a new appearance stretched into an affable smile, is a new employee of the food supply. A certain man with a mustache clarified that the previous redhead did not show up for his shift because he had urgent matters to attend to. The royal patrol looked intently and significantly at the new girl, trying to understand if there was anything suspicious about the employee's shift. Or not. The royal guard listened to the man's explanation and once again looked closely at the protagonist. The gentleman kept his gaze fixed on the girl for a long time. Rihanna was already starting to get nervous. Had the effect of the magic worn off, or was something wrong? The royal guard immediately scratched his nape in embarrassment. Everything is fine, the girl looks a lot like the knight's cousin. The protagonist looked at the imperial patrolman with contempt. How foolish he was. But she had just decided that he was very perceptive. The knight apologized once again for his tactlessness and the waste of time. The food cart can proceed. The carriage with Miss Croft moved forward. The girl kept thinking, does she really look like this boy's cousin? Did he just stare at her? Or did he really suspect something and not show it? And finally, after 6 years of separation from her beloved father and home, Rihanna is once again forced to hide and conceal her own face. The old maid noticed that all the food was fresh. Her name was Mabel, as the maid had lost a lot of weight. Miss Croft's heart sank upon seeing the people who had been with the girl since childhood. Going through hard times. The man with the mustache thanked the maid Alpago, in which case the workers headed inside the estate. For the first time in her life, the protagonist snuck onto the family property through the back door for staff. And here is the once cozy kitchen of the Croft estate, from where incredible smells always came. And a special warm atmosphere prevailed. And now the kitchen was simply empty, which had never happened before. Apparently the rumors that her father had gone bankrupt were true. Of the large number of service personnel, only a few employees remained. A man with a mustache distracted the protagonist from nostalgia, called her Maria, and asked her to help him move something. The mustachioed man led the girl to another entrance and told Miss Croft to hurry. The girl had very little time. The protagonist silently and carefully climbed the stairs leading to the second floor to the girl's bedrooms. And her beloved father. The girl immediately recognized the bright doors of Duke Croft, Ryan's room. She knew every corner of her house. The young lady knocked on the bedroom door. Her beloved and dear daddy's voice was immediately heard. How much he missed her. The protagonist immediately ran into her father's room, as in childhood. When she was tormented by a terrible dream at night, Lady Rihanna immediately froze. How long had it been since they had seen each other? Her beloved father looked very bad. Iris Croft looked at the girl in surprise. Who was she and what was she doing here? The protagonist immediately turned her magic ring and deactivated the magic of changing external data. And now his only and beloved daughter, Rihanna, was standing before her father again after 6 long years. His girl was home again. The girl immediately apologized for returning so late to her native mansion. Her father jumped up from his seat. It was really his daughter in front of him. Rihanna should have appeared here earlier, but circumstances did not allow it. But the girl cannot be here. Now she is putting herself and her life at risk. But what child, upon learning of their parents' misfortune, would walk away from him? But if they find out about Rihanna's arrival, then there will be trouble for her. The long-awaited meeting, after a long separation, occurred under the weight of difficult events. It is possible that his family no longer exists. But despite everything, the girl's soul and heart were very joyful and warm. Her beloved dad was in front of her. Besides, the girl missed her home, her friends and family, and the warm looks of her family very much. Where is Duke Croft's grandson, Carlisle? Is he safe? There is nothing to worry about. Ryan will take care of everything. Then Grandpa Croft has nothing to worry about. The protagonist consciously took this risk. Rihanna planned everything carefully. The protagonist has changed a lot during these 6 years and has achieved a lot. Rihanna will protect her family members. They will not lose anything anymore. Duke Croft was a little confused. Apparently, the father does not know much about his beloved daughter's new life. But his girl must understand that it is dangerous here now, and that this is not a situation she can fight alone. Let his father stop worrying. His daughter has really matured and thought of everything. Rihanna came to check that everything was fine with him. She missed him very much. Then the family reunion was interrupted by a familiar voice. The doctor entered his master's bedroom, as he did not answer his call, as Gaspar was. They had not seen Lady Croft for a long time. Duke Croft's young personal physician immediately froze in astonishment on the spot, wondering if his master's daughter had really returned home. That's right. The girl returned here in secret. She has very little time. She will need to return very soon. She is here for her father. But just as Lady Croft came up with the idea of sneaking in here, where His Majesty's guards walk everywhere, the lady has a way of going unnoticed. Well, time has run out. It was really time for Rihanna to return. The girl's appearance changed again. The protagonist still doesn't know if she will be able to come back here, but the girl will definitely come up with something. Duke Croft urgently asked his daughter not to do anything that would endanger his daughter. She should not worry about her father. The protagonist asked Sir Gaspard to take care of her beloved father and promised to see them again. See you soon. The young lady of the estate was already late, which could cause unnecessary suspicion. But every extra minute with her father was worth it. The girl hurriedly managed to run to the man with the mustache. Everything was fine. They didn't delay so long as to arouse suspicion in anyone. But they cannot waste any more time. They need to move immediately outside the Croft Duchy property. A strange movement begins. Only the protagonist took a couple of steps towards the stairs when the Emperor of Agrita passed by her, the former man of her heart. The girl accidentally touched his lordship with her shoulder, as her sight was blocked by the hood, and was immediately dumbfounded. Miss Croft did not expect this nickname. Her face was covered with sticky sweat, and immediately pressed the blade of a sword against the girl's neck. One of the royal guards roared, "How dare a commoner touch the great son of the empire?" But the girl was consumed by surprise and remained silent. What the hell is Raymond doing here? And even on the very day the heroine herself decided to enter the estate, what kind of games of fate are these? The gazes of the two young people crossed. The girl was dying inside from the fact that she could rebel in an instant. The Imperial Guard abruptly pushed the girl with his sword. The maid also dared to look His Majesty directly in the eyes so openly and impudently. The girl finally realized the meaning of her stupid actions. Now she is in the role of an ordinary servant, and she allowed herself to push the Emperor and then look him brazenly in the eyes. The protagonist immediately whispered that she begged his lordship's pardon, that she deserved to die. However, the Emperor, in an icy voice, ordered the guard to sheath his sword. But why did Ray say this? It weakened the effect of the magic. After all, simply meeting the Emperor is enough to receive the death penalty. And the girl also looked him in the eyes. The son of the Empire looked intently and silently at the girl, after which he ordered the maid to raise her head to him. Why did his lordship suddenly give such an order to the maid Raymond? He really suspected something. But this cannot be. His lordship told the maid to understand what he was thinking, or he would have to repeat it again. A cold sweat ran down Rihanna's face. But then her beloved father intervened upon hearing the Emperor's voice. The Duke immediately went out into the hallway and greeted the son of the Empire. Raymond immediately approached his father. There was no need for this. In the young man's eyes, there was sincere concern for his father. He wanted to support and help him. Duke Croft clarified what topic the Emperor was honoring the Croft house with. His lordship had some business here. Not at all, it's just that rumors reached His Majesty's ears that the owner of the estate had recently fallen ill, for which Raymond was worried about Duke Croft. The son of the Empire wanted to personally ensure that everything was in order with the great conqueror, and that he could not be broken so easily, but the maiden distracted him. The Emperor looked again at the main character and tried to understand something for himself. That something was wrong. All right, in that case, they should release the young maidservant and go to Iris's private office to talk. The beloved father, as always, saved his only daughter from the inevitable collapse. The two men had already retreated down the hallway in the other direction. A mustachioed man immediately ran towards the girl. How is Rihanna feeling? She turned pale. Oh, this Emperor, you need to leave urgently. Evidently, the main character's heart was beating so hard that everyone else probably heard it. But not at all because of the love and excitement of the meeting. The girl was very afraid that her trick would be discovered, and she would be locked up forever in this empire, along with Carlyle. And Raymond. But everything turned out fine, although not according to plan. We have to get out of here quickly before the girl gets into trouble again. How is the Duke of Croft feeling? The man has clearly lost a lot of weight lately, and his face has turned pale. Well, it's not his lordship who tells the estate owner this. How is Raymond himself feeling? How has he been sleeping lately? How can your majesty sleep peacefully and have beautiful dreams in such difficult circumstances? Is your majesty really so worried and ignoring healthy sleep because of the old conqueror? And if the young man says the reason is in his daughter, the father will plant where she is. Duke Croft replied that the relationship between his daughter and the emperor was a matter of past days. The protagonist herself thinks so, but His Imperial Highness is not at all satisfied with this answer. He cannot give up. She has become everything to Raymond. On that fateful day, the hereditary degenerate was delighted with Rihanna's joke. Now the bastard will finally have a reason to deal with his father. These words became a trigger for Raymond. Hearing his vile half-brother utter the name of the main character and his father, everything changed inside Ray. The young man immediately hacked him to death quickly and without remorse. Raymond was sincerely attached to Rihanna's father and respected him immensely. Intensely. Then, anger took hold of him and marked the beginning of his bloody uprising. So the men have important matters to discuss, such as his lordship being unable to avoid judgment forever. The emperor is well aware of the current situation. Every day the nobility tries to pressure him. Each of these vultures shouts that Duke Croft is guilty, because each of them is afraid of him. These cowards attack the strongest in secret, like a pack of hyenas on a wounded lion. Duke Croft is right. They cannot delay this forever, so the trial will take place soon. That is a wise decision. The emperor smiled warmly. He let Duke Croft take care of his health, or decided to go to the other world, so as not to participate in the trial. The estate owner said not to worry so much about him, that he is just a servant who can be easily replaced. There are no more people like Duke Croft, and it is unlikely there will be, but judging by the dissatisfied complaints. It is time for the emperor to go to the royal palace. His lordship will inform Duke Croft of the trial date, and Raymond has found him a lawyer. Although he does not try to refuse. If the Duke rejects his lawyer, his lordship will reschedule the hearing. Well, in that case, Duke Croft cannot retreat to the usual resistance to his lordship's help. But that's all. Iris is not guilty of anything. He has nothing to fear. The emperor already knows the Duke's innocence, but now it is necessary to prove it to others. And someone has tried with all their might to deprive them of this opportunity. After leaving Duke Croft's room, the king thought again about that girl. She deserves to die for her crime. This sentence, or rather the voice in which it was pronounced, the emperor described to his knight the brunette he found in the hallway. Brown eyes, long dark hair, appearance most common among the commoners. However, her face and general appearance are nothing special, but her voice is. She often serves in the supply group. Wow, just by listening to this strange maiden, everything inside his lordship stirred. And his heart froze. No way, today was the first day, this maid went to work as a food carrier. Rihanna is definitely aware of her father's affairs, and it is not her character that would allow her to sit still. Most likely, magic is involved here, but the maid did not seem to be wearing any jewelry. Meanwhile, young Lady Croft has already returned, after such a long-awaited meeting with her father, to the cursed estate on the outskirts of the bankrupt barony. What a blessing that everything is fine with the main character, and that Miss Croft avoided trouble. Because everything could have been completely different. The girl smiled in a good mood. Well, she said that nothing would happen to Lady Rihanna. And that everything would be fine. Young Ruman replied that although they had planned everything perfectly, there was always a possibility that things would go wrong. Indeed, the main character was very lucky today, as the royal knights were very attentive and meticulous with all visitors to the Duchy of Croft. The young master smiled and finally exhaled because the girl returned safely to the mansion. How was everything with the guards if Miss Rihanna managed to meet her father? Why did the ex-empress have such cold hands? A cold sweat ran down Rihanna's face. It's all right, I was just worried, it will pass soon. It's just that the protagonist, during her departure from the estate, ran into the great son of the empire. And that's what it's about. Rihanna met the emperor. Here the two young people understood the meaning of the girl's words. They were stunned to realize that Ryan was received by his lordship today as he is. It's the end for all of them. The young manager ran to the food cart and began to examine it in detail to see if Rihanna and the emperor had really come together. Of course, his lordship is not in this food cart if Raymond really recognized the girl. Then Rihanna simply would not be in the abandoned mansion of the barony now. She would not have returned. In fact, the young man was simply impressed by what he heard and became nervous. And His Majesty would never have gotten into this small cart. The main character laughed in a good mood. The girl was glad that the young people managed to clarify everything, and now they had to enter the estate away from curious ears. The maid had already helped the main protagonist put on her usual attire. The girl took off her magic bracelet and looked like before again. What a luxury it is to be yourself. The personal assistant looked worriedly at her mistress's face if everything was fine with Miss Croft, or if something had gone wrong at her home. It's time to discard the unsettling thoughts. His lordship could not recognize the former empress in her. Everything turned out well, thanks to her beloved father. How lucky that in such a situation troubles bypassed Lady Rihanna. The girl walked right on the edge. It is impossible to say more precisely, but Duke Croft really did not look well. But he behaved very well and with dignity. And the date of the hearing has already been set. The trial will take place very soon. The case has too high a profile. It is simply impossible to ignore the knowledge. The young maid believes in her mistress and her father. They will definitely be able to resolve this terrible situation. And what about Carlyle? The child is still sleeping. In that case, Miss Croft will go to Sir Raymond. Both needed to discuss some more important things. Let the personal assistant take care of her lover's son for now. No problem. Helen will do everything. The girl has nothing to worry about. When Rihanna's beloved son is under the care of her faithful assistant, the girl does not worry about his safety. The main character is very grateful to Helen for all her dedication and devotion to the Croft family. The girl would have a very hard time without a maid. The personal maid saw off her happy mistress, promising that she would make sure Carlyle did not overeat sweets again before dinner. The main character entered the office of the bankrupt barony. The girl called Mr. Rumont. While Miss Croft was visiting her father, the young manager took the liberty of tidying up this office. What did Lady Ryan think of these changes? They are in a real office now. Everything looks wonderful and cozy. The girl is very grateful to the young man for the work he has done. Young Mrs. Croft managed to review the materials that the manager had prepared for the girl and found a very interesting oddity. Mr. Rumont, before handing over all the documents with information about the case, studied everything carefully. That group of mercenaries simply disappeared into the desert, leaving not a single trace. The young manager continued. Everything happened at dawn, and the mercenaries seemed to have planned their departure in advance, as if there was a third party warning the perpetrators about the raid. The girl begins to understand what the young man wants to convey to her. That's right, continues the red-haired knight. This proves that the mercenaries had connections with aristocrats from the highest circles, which is evident even from the scale of the work done. What scale are we talking about? About a year ago, Mr. Rumont led a detachment in desert lands. Therefore, the young redhead can say with certainty that a group with such influence could not have been organized in a year. That's why everyone thinks of Duke Croft, that's right. The main argument is the seal of his duchy on all documents. The main character also checked the authenticity of Croft's seal. But even with the help of magic, she could not achieve results. This cannot be the result of a simple mistake. The Duke of Croft is known as a decent and incorruptible person. Everyone knows these qualities. But the evidence of his guilt simply shines everywhere, as if deliberately exposed, which raises even more suspicion. If the scam had really been organized by Rihanna's father, then no evidence would remain. And now, because of false evidence, all the people demand at least Iris's resignation from business. It feels like someone is deliberately piling up clouds over the Croft family's situation and set this whole story on the right track. In this case, the authenticity of the seal no longer even matters due to the well-founded will of Viscount Meadows. The dirty newspapers now have material to publish provocative articles discrediting the name of Rihanna's father. And given the massive propaganda, most citizens now doubt the honesty of the great conqueror. And newspaper editorials are usually supported by noble families. The more the girl investigated, the more she became convinced that her father was framed by order of one of the aristocrats. Let the young manager find out which of the cheap newspapers has defamed the Duke the most, and which noble family sponsors this publishing house. But the problem with the seal is still not resolved. How did they manage it? The protagonist's father always kept it in his office safe. It is also worth meeting the people who handled the documents that day on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And perhaps an exhaustive check of the employees will yield some results or clues. But most likely, the investigators have already done that. But everyone was so sure of His Excellency's guilt that they would hardly have paid attention to any oddities. Knowing who resigned or took leave after the incident could prove very useful in this regard. And why did the main protagonist think of this? With the exception of Viscount Meadows, all of her father's employees had worked for him for over 10 years. And if one of the service workers had anything to do with the theft of the duchy's seal, he should clearly have been paid well for it. Therefore, there is a possibility that with a large sum of money, the employee wants to leave Croft's property out of guilt towards his father. Mr. Roumont caught the thread of young Lady Croft's thoughts. The girl will secretly visit her father's property again. For now, this is too risky. They have to wait a little while for a personal meeting. But Rihanna will write a letter to her father with the help of her red-haired companion. Of course, the young butler will help Lady Croft write a letter to the Duke, because this is much safer than sending it personally to the estate. A girl should not take such a risk. Besides, they do not personally know all the participants in the sphere. Anyone could have hidden motives. And if you think about it, behind such a scale, there is probably a much larger plan than simply harming the Croft family. Moreover, Rihanna was interested in Viscount Meadows. How long had he been working for her father? How long had this scoundrel been in the ministry? The young redhead is already dealing with this issue, in fact. Shortly before his death, the Viscount's behavior was extremely strange and suspicious. On the eve of his apparent suicide, Meadows was looking for ways to leave the Egrid Empire via waterways. And this was the very next day. A person who decided to commit suicide and take revenge on life would try to leave for another country for that. Of course, Meadows was an accomplice. The young men thought the same. It is obvious that someone killed Viscount Meadows and drafted an incriminating will in his name, framing it as a suicide. There is no solid evidence yet, but there are indications that the Viscount was poor, so poor that he did not have enough money to maintain his noble title. Mr. Roumont knows that the Viscount received his education at the Conan Academy and bought his property. And this can only mean one thing. Someone supported this cowardly monster. There is definitely some kind of patron involved here. This option occurred to both young men from the beginning of the investigation. The Viscount mastered an excellent profession for which he could lose not only his status, but also his life. As soon as the young manager knows something, he should definitely contact Lady Croft. And the girl has a guest. Mr. Roumont smiled satisfied, it seemed. Miss Croft was already completely tired of waiting outside this room. The door to the former Baron's office creaked. First one foot carefully peeked through the crack, and then, more confidently, the other. The main character realized that her beloved son was standing outside the door. She let Carlyle enter quickly. His mother terribly missed those sweet cheeks. The young prince curiously and cautiously examined his mother's study, which he was normally forbidden to enter. But since his mom allowed it and called him, what should Carlyle expect? He immediately ran cheerfully towards the main character. The boy jumped onto Miss Croft and began hugging her neck. What a charming boy, and what a shrill laugh he has. The main character sat her son on her lap and introduced him to Mr. Rumont because it was their first meeting. The red-haired young man smiled welcomingly at the young master. In fact, they had already met. But Carlyle was sleeping soundly at that moment, so the young man was very happy to meet the boy. The girl told Carlyle not to be afraid or shy. This kind uncle worked with his mother and helped them a lot with her son. Rumont called himself a good person, so if the young prince suddenly wants something tasty or something else, he should turn to the young man at any time. Carlyle immediately became cautious, which was very noticeable in his posture. And his mother told him that he should be very careful with people who say that. Poor Mr. Rumont immediately felt embarrassed and ashamed. No. There was no hidden meaning or personal interest in his words. The young man was sincere with the child. The main character laughed. Even though young Carlyle didn't even care about any of that, about his new friend Rumont. If Rumont is a very kind and good person, well, since the Crown Prince's mother says so, then you can relax. And this gentleman is as kind and good as Uncle Jed and Uncle Jeremy. Yes, the boy understood everything correctly. Rumont is also on the side of the good guys. If you think so, for some reason a handsome young man with amber eyes appears in almost every conversation. This is very interesting and strange. The mysterious heir to the Duchy of Droa, what is he hiding inside, and why does the girl remember this young man more and more? After all, the main character invited the charming young man to leave together when Jeremy visited them before going to Rihanna's flower shop. However, since their last meeting, the girl has not had the luck to meet the mysterious heir to the Duchy of Droa. Mr. Rumont suggested that Miss Croft visit the square. They said a small orchestra would be performing there today. So it should be an interesting show. Carlyle immediately made puppy eyes and began begging his mother. They are going to the square because the boy wants it very much. Well, since her beloved baby is so eager to look at the local main square. And listen to the orchestra, of course, today they will take a walk with Carlyle. In the central square, there was a small orchestra near a pompous fountain. Cheerful children frolicked. And ordinary people gathered to listen to live music. The boy was frantic with joy. And what is the name of this wonderful large instrument that produces such a beautiful sound? This lady plays the harp. Wow, yes, I wish the boy could learn to play this magical instrument. It looks so big. And heavy. Carlyle is very eager to try playing a musical instrument. His mother is sure that her son will become an excellent musician. The boy was truly fascinated by the sound of the harp. Despite his very early age, the baby had a desire to learn something, which could not fail to please his mother. However, in his love for music, her little son reminds Rayan of his own father. Although Raymond did not show it, he liked elegant music and especially the waltz played with string instruments. It was always clear on the face of her former heartsman that music made him tremble. And come to life, Raymond always greatly enjoyed it. And for the former empress, those truly happy moments were obvious, as the emperor's standard stony face became obviously softer. And although baby Carlyle looks more like his mother, the features of his own father are still present in him. And this made the girl feel completely uncomfortable. As if a trace of Raymond remained inside forever, which Rihanna would not be able to erase. Then the girl's face distorted into a grimace of astonishment. In the midst of a cheerful street celebration, the protagonist was visited by another ghost from her past. Well, because everyone whom the main character did not want to meet upon returning to the Empire is greeted by her from the first days. Emerald eyes in which hostility was frozen, long golden hair. Straight posture, a very upturned aristocratic nose, in front of Rihanna was that same girl. To the girl's great happiness, Regina would never have recognized the former empress in her new appearance and. However, the encounter was very exciting and unpleasant. Cold sweat ran down the girl's face. Her gaze revealed heaviness and unpleasant nostalgia. Why did she meet exactly that same girl? The main character tightly squeezed her son's hand and apologized mentally for having to hide her son. But the young Mrs. Croft recently returned to her home empire of Greta and has already met all the people she shouldn't have met in the first place. Carlyle immediately felt that something was wrong in his mother's thoughtful gaze. Something had happened to his mother, and concern appeared in the child's eyes. The main character immediately came to her senses. The girl had squeezed her baby's hand too tightly during her thoughts. Not at all, the child smiled satisfied. His mother had nothing to worry about. The girl just looked annoyed and thoughtful, so Carlyle called her. The baby has nothing to worry about. His mom is just thinking about something. But it doesn't matter at all. It's better to watch the street show. Behind her, Miss Croft overheard the whisper of two ladies. The young women were called Regina Missios because gossips call that same girl that. The main character probably heard it, but then the two young women called Regina Missios again. The Marquis's daughter doesn't age at all. She is still just as young and beautiful. Rihanna immediately began to analyze what she heard. How is that possible? Because 6 years have already passed since the girl refused the title of Empress. Regina should have been given this title already. But along with Regina and Greta, the girl is still called Regina Sios by the nobility. The surname is the most important detail that determines a person's status in society. This only means one thing. Has Regina's position not changed at all since the main character's departure? Why hasn't His Majesty named her Empress yet? This is the same as officially declaring that Lady C's will never receive the title of Empress. They loved each other very much. Moreover, it is so heartless that Regina gave birth to his lordship's son despite the risk to her life in a foreign country. And the current Empress's seat is empty. One of the ladies told her friend to be careful with her words. But the young lady told the truth. There are rumors that the son of the empire cannot forget his ex-wife. Even if these two gossips knew what his lordship said during his marriage to Miss Croft. Raymond could not promise the girl that he would love her. Blatant lies. The emperor's cold and indifferent voice still sounded in Rihanna's head as before. The second girl denied many rumors about his lordship's sudden love for the former empress in general. The couple was never close. What news? The main character was simply sure that Raymond and Regina married shortly after her departure. So she deliberately avoided all Popovich things about them. After all, Raymond loved the girl so much that she was snatched away at the height of his feelings. That the main character truly believed in their happy future after Rihanna's immigration to another country. And what is the real reason for the son of the empire's decision then? Why didn't Raymond make Regina Empress? Is it really because of Rihanna? The street orchestra began to play one of the main characters' favorite melodies. Music flowed from their instruments like a river. And the sounds of this melody were very suitable for the unpleasant encounter of two young people connected by the same young man. This is all nonsense. Even if the young people were unsuccessful, this does not affect Rihanna's life in any way. Her relationship with Raymond is a thing of the past. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Rooney, an impressive golden sunset had already set. The friendly sun said goodbye to the local residents. The handsome heir to the Duchy of Law, in a linen robe, walked through the narrow and crowded streets. The young man was heading to a bar he knew well. In a small, cozy establishment, red-haired Jed was already busy. The pub owner shouted that they hadn't opened yet, but he saw Jeremy. Darren announced that he only needed a glass of cold beer. Jed was sure that the young man would go to war in the lands of the Kingdom of Thorn. And Jeremy stayed in Rooney. In fact, the charming boy was already ready to leave, but he couldn't take a step. Because Rihanna was no longer in the kingdom, and with her gone, there was no reason to run anywhere. The red-haired paper owner reminded his friend that Jeremy had announced that the young man would first go to war. That's all, but he still couldn't get the girl's words out of his head. When it came to that same girl, the determination and confidence of the handsome, amber-eyed young man immediately disappeared from him. Jed was well aware that the future Duke of Droid did not leave because of someone. The girl does not know that their destinies crossed a long time ago. When the red-haired man with scars was starting his own business, only Jeremy believed in his success. Moreover, it was the amber-eyed young man who shared the necessary information to ensure the rapid growth and development of Phoenix, and he also vouched for Rihanna, calling her an honest person. Since Jeremy was distinguished by his incredible beauty and charisma, it was he who brought mercenaries to Jed's bar, from whom he could learn something and then use them. And it was thanks to Jeremy's many contributions that timely awareness of Phoenix succeeded much faster than other organizations. The protagonist was unaware of the young man's key contribution, as the mysterious heir wanted to hide it from her. To tell her, Jed did not know the relationship that had developed between Jeremy and Rihanna. But this young man was definitely incredibly devoted to the girl. No matter how strong and deep the feeling for Miss Croft that settled inside Jeremy was, Jed really hoped that everything would turn out well for the young people. But recently, the red-haired founder of the Phoenix Guild discovered the true identity of his partner. And the girl's ex-husband was the Emperor of Agrita himself. Jed knew how things were between Rihanna and Carlyle in the lands of the Agrita Empire. And why Jeremy asked about this, the young man knew who she was from the beginning. A special warmth and amazement appeared in the amber eyes of the handsome young man. When you feel something so deep for someone, those things stop mattering. And in general, if you think so, the heir to the Duchy of Droat met Rihanna before His Majesty. And the girl does not remember this, as it was a long time ago. And Darren's feelings were more addiction than love all those 6 years the young man spent next to Rihanna. How difficult they were for the poor man. But in any case, even if the secret admirer has to sacrifice everything to protect Rihanna, Darren will do it without hesitation. Jed didn't quite understand for a handsome young man. A girl's status doesn't matter at all. It would be better to close this topic, since Rihanna lives there. So far everything is fine. Neither Miss Croft nor Carlyle have been revealed. The girl continues to gather evidence, so there is nothing to worry about, and what are Jeremy's plans? Well, the heir to the Duchy of Druat already said that the young man wanted to go on a trip. But he couldn't, so he came back here. And what does Jeremy intend to do then? The amber-eyed young man will really go against the son of the Agrita Empire, against the emperor himself for Rihanna's sake. Since the question is for Rihanna's sake, the young and mysterious Duke doesn't even have a reason to think he will go all the way. In fact, according to numerous rumors, his lordship is still looking for his ex-empress everywhere. Apparently, he still feels something for Rihanna. There are many contradictory rumors about the imperial ex-couple's feelings. It is difficult to know for sure. And such an obsession with the search for the main character is not yet supported by the fact that His Majesty might find out about the birth of his son, Carlyle, the true heir to the throne. Yes, it is true that young Darren needs to deal with many things. Jed grabbed his head. How can a young man smile? Because that hurts Jeremiah. And no one else. Everything is quite simple. The main thing for the young man is to do his best to help Rihanna. And in the end, Darren is in no condition to want anything. It's just that a charming young man wants everything to be well in the girl's life. Because she deserves it like no one else. Perhaps the young and mysterious heir to the Duchy of Droa will really come to Agrita. The beer of the red-haired pub owner is the most delicious as always. The young men said goodbye. The young man said they would probably meet in the Empire. So what to do with this guy? Meanwhile, in the Agrita Empire, the nobles were furious in the royal palace. Duke Croft's trial could no longer be postponed. Until when would the son of the Empire continue to unleash such atrocious crimes upon its great conqueror? Today was chosen as the decisive day. Raymond perfectly understood that the nobles were clearly being chosen on purpose. The nobles became much more critical of the appearance of the Marquis of Seos in the palace. Of course, the Marquis of Seos became much more cautious after the last conversation with his lordship. After all, His Imperial Excellency accused the Marquis of hidden interests, after which Seos announced that he would restrain the nobility until the emperor made a decision. After his difficult and incriminating conversation, the Marquis of Seos no longer left his family estate. And he did not appear in His Highness's office. And the neighbors directed all their anger towards Duke Croft, although essentially they were angry precisely at the son of the empire. The situation was further aggravated by the fact that the great conqueror was not just a simple official in the palace, but also the personal eyes and ears of the emperor himself. Anger blinded the people. They vented their anger on Croft's property, which was absolutely unacceptable. The emperor wanted to order that all their hands be cut off. Unfortunately, the unrevealed truth about the innocence of Duke Croftalish worsened the situation. And it was the Marquis who played an important role in its creation. As his lordship kept thinking about his son, Edmund, he did not want to cross that line. But Seos himself had already crossed it. Marquis Seos immediately locked himself in his property after speaking with his emperor following the warning. Perhaps this was done on purpose to get rid of the Duke. Intuition and logic simply screamed to His Majesty that it was the Marquis who wanted to depose Ida Croft. But what was the Marquis trying to achieve after this act? All the nobility pressures their ruler. The people are furious about the sharp increase in taxes. And if this continues, discontent with the imperial family will turn into a restoration. His lordship immediately roared, not from the imperial family, but from the emperor himself. Because this is exactly what Count Barton was going to say. Marquis Seos's younger brother, this man received his education and title solely thanks to his sister's merits. A well-known personality in all circles, this Cretan became famous for his stupidity and his tendency to abuse his servants. Count Barton immediately hesitated. The young man is only concerned about his lordship's place on the empire's throne. So let him take care of his lands, where riots are now occurring. And riots? After all, if Count Barton performs his duties well, nothing will threaten His Excellency's reign. Isn't that right? The idiot couldn't even utter a single word, cold sweat running down his face. The fake young count was rescued from his predicament by another noble. Count Barton's property is no longer the empire's main problem. The officials and nobility of the palace again began to chatter about Duke Croft. Because now it is much more important to punish the culprit of such a terrible theft. But his lordship stretched out with a predatory smile and announced that Iris's trial would take place in 3 days. This cannot be what His Imperial Highness just announced. The nobles did not expect Raymond to agree to organize such a trial. His lordship announced to his subjects that the trial of the accused Croft would take place in 3 days. Or the nobles had already changed their minds about administering the justice they so longed for. The court officials and counselors will really now ask for this decision of the emperor to be cancelled. The nobility was stunned into silence. No one expected such a quick decision. Otherwise, the atmosphere in Bold would have become completely tense and insecure. In the opinion of the nobility, as his lordship soon had to decide. Lately, His Imperial Highness has been looking at his subjects and wondering if the emperor is too merciful. A sticky sweat ran down Count Barton's face. The emperor was wildly amused by the confusion of the stupid brother of the Marquis of Seos. Cunning was passed down to women from generation to generation, but this Cretan only inherited cruelty. Draymond thought about it. Mercy was an almost strange feeling for the young man. His heart had experienced too much unbearable pain, leaving no room for compassion. During his uprising, His Majesty executed his own father and only brother with his own hands. Both were cruel degenerates. This was a fact, so all attempts to get rid of the stigma of a fratricide and a tyrant were in vain, as Ray wrote this reality in blood. All this worried Raymond greatly, which is why the young man tried not to remember his past. But there was no need to pretend to be unaware of the reasons for the aristocracy's anger. Then the liar Seos intervened. The Marquis apologized. Concerns about the empire blinded him. He opposed Ray's will. And the nobility crossed the boundaries of what was permitted. He is ready to accept his punishment. After which the Marquis of Seos pretended to bow his head with deep regret. All the aristocratic nobility followed his example. But in just a few years, the decision-making power of officials at the top of the court has changed a lot. And then the Marquis of Seos crossed the line of what was permitted. The arrogant degenerate, who was clearly involved in the Duke's trap, asked if they should summon Lady Croft to her father's trial. All the aristocrats, counselors, and court officials immediately fell silent. They bowed their heads and remained expectant. His lordship immediately jumped from his throne to the insignificant Marquis of Seos. Such was his opinion. If the chancellor had not realized, during the last conversation, that it was better for him to remain silent. Marquis Seos tried to explain that, because Lady Croft is the Duke's only heir. When the judge imposes a punishment, she must be present. The rotten official is clearly playing his own game, and if Rihanna's name comes from his dirty lips, you must keep the girl away from him. The Marquis is clearly recruiting nobles by the gestures and conversations of the officials. It follows that they are focused on him. May Marquis Villarecios pray that the day does not come when he is simply called by his name. Neither rank, nor relatives, nor the prince's tutelage will save the Marquis. 6 years have passed since Lady Rihanna Croft left the lands of the Agreda Empire, and her father's guilt has not even been proven. For this reason, His Excellency finds no reason to involve the former Empress of Agreda in this matter. Every person present here should be more careful when choosing their words. Who knows if he will be able to speak in the future after this? After the cold and terrifying threat, His Highness moved away from the nobility. The Chancellor will prepare everything for the trial. The rest are free. Meanwhile, the main character and his assistant were sitting by the fountain, and the young Karl Eisel was already running towards the girls. The boy was beaming with joy. The boy asked his mother to close her eyes because Carlisle had brought him a gift, and he wanted to give it to her. Miss Croft obediently closed her eyes. Well, how can you refuse such a cute child? Her baby pulled a delicate bouquet of violet flowers from behind his back, after which he happily ordered his mother to open her eyes and accept his gift. Rihanna looked at her son's bouquet in surprise. Exactly the same bouquet of fragrant purple flowers was once brought to the main character by him, Carlisle's own father. The girl thought these flowers looked very much like Ray himself, so they still had a good relationship. So the young people simply enjoyed the moments. Rihanna thought deeply again if she could return to this carefree time. The girl would return. Carlisle interrupted her thoughts. The maid became emotional, looking at the child. What beautiful flowers. Mom likes them very much. Your baby is a great guy. Seeing the appropriate reaction to his gift, the boy happily ran off to play. Rihanna and Helen followed him with their eyes. The main character adored this boy. And every day, more and more, Rihanna raised her hand towards Carlisle's flowers. The personal assistant noticed that the girl's ability to bring plants to life was amazing. Helen had already observed her many times, but each time it was fascinating. What a joy for both girls that the young Lord Croft feels so good in his new place. After all, Rihanna was worried that the baby would miss the Rooney Kingdom. But Carlisle really likes Agreda in the Empire, thanks to his charm. The boy immediately won the attention of the local residents. And the charming girl also made friends with most of the maids. The girls adored this radiant and bright girl. After all, every time she checked her things, she found a large number of candy wrappers. The maid watched her mistress's son. If one day the day would come when the girls would start to trust Karl Eisel. It was very possible. The young crown prince continued to conquer the staff. The little one watched the beautiful butterflies fascinated. The idyll was interrupted by a voice informing the young Lady Croft that the girl had received a certain letter. The main protagonist unwrapped the envelope with the message and began to read, fortunately for her. Everything was fine with her father. His trial would soon take place. Helen became worried. Duke Croft was probably worried about the upcoming trial. The father was much more worried about his daughter. Money could help somehow, but so far there hasn't been a single witness who could clarify all the charges against her father. Rihanna did not expect the trial to be scheduled so soon. But Duke Croft does not know that his daughter has so much money and power. it is still unknown who. By the way, he was appointed judge in the case. The son of the empire has not yet decided or is deliberately hiding it, and the girl could not find witnesses or evidence in favor of her father. But there must be at least something in this case that will help him. It would be good if one of Mr. Croft's friends became a judge, but finding one now will be difficult. Due to general discontent, everyone's courage has diminished. Iris Croft has a close friend. But the man does not belong to a noble family. His strength and influence are not enough to conduct the trial. It is impossible to appoint him. Judge, his friend, always remains neutral. And he also ranks second among all influential aristocrats. If only he had to judge, maybe someone could help with this. However, if there is any gentleman who is not his enemy, he will not intervene, since he is already retired. And he has gone to his estate to lead a quiet life. The main character sighed deeply. If only she could find out what the young manager of the Phoenix branch managed to find. Then she can ask Mr. Rumont personally, and right now the young lord said that he would be late today due to an important meeting. Helen looked into the distance of the garden and sketched a pleasant smile. It seems the meeting ended much earlier. The red-haired gentleman found the main character in the garden in the company of his assistant and began to try to catch his breath. Rumont managed to obtain evidence. Indeed, the young man succeeded, of course. Rumont said this yesterday. The person supporting Viscount Metas turned out to be a certain Count Barton. Digging deeper, the young manager managed to find out that the two met often. And there is a witness who can confirm this. Therefore, Mr. Rumont will meet the witness tonight and put him on her side, so that the girl has nothing to worry about. The main character sharply interrupts the capable young man. Ryan needs to meet the witness in person. The girl must convince herself of everything. A grimace of torment froze on the faces of the young men. Well, the lady gets her way again because it is too dangerous, and she resolves such a risky meeting. But Miss Croft is obliged to do this. The girl simply cannot and does not want to stand on the sidelines at that moment. However, the main character would appreciate it if Mr. Rumont accompanied her to a meeting. The young man agrees. Meanwhile, in the royal palace there is a certain Marquis Farhan, whom Raymond had been impatiently waiting for so long in his palace. The man majestically greeted the son of the empire. The emperor asked him to raise his head. His lordship sketched a smile. The emperor prepared tea from the Eastern Kingdom. He remembers that the Marquis liked it. His Highness even remembers the tastes of an old man like Farhan. Certainly the Marquis did not deserve such an honor. How can a guest say such things about himself? He is one of the most respected aristocrats, as soon as his return is spoken of now. Marquis Farhan laughed. These are just empty rumors. The man would rather live on his estate as he is now. But it's not boring to stay in a mansion for so long without IR. Nowhere. The calm of boredom is better than the chaos of battles. The emperor noticed that the Marquis had not changed at all. Raymond thanked him that the Marquis agreed to be a judge and came. No one but him could make an objective decision. His lordship was very surprised by how quickly Farhan accepted this position, in case he refused. Ray intended to personally visit his mansion. Since from the beginning, he only saw the Marquis of Farhan as a judge, among all those who hold a title higher than Count. He is an honorable official of the highest rank and the most open-minded. Without the support of high politicians and factions, in high society Farhan is the noblest. And honest, and the nobles will not be able to oppose the judge's decision. His Majesty was unsure of the Marquis's consent, as he did not want to get involved in political disputes that Farhan owed to the Duke of Croft. An expression of astonishment appeared on his lordship's face, as he owed it to the Duke of Croft. Raymond knew nothing about it. Then, after the overthrow of the emperor, Farhan became disgusted with business. The Marquis threw everything at Iris and fled to his estate. So he had to help him at least once too. If you look at it this way, then the Marquis of Farhan and the Duke of Croft have a very good relationship. The future judge will not rely on personal feelings, even if Ray does not care. The Marquis clarified whether anything was known about the arrival of the Duke of Croft's daughter. Rihanna had probably already received numerous reports. His lordship could not answer anything. Farhan, noticing something in his gaze, did not continue. The servant announced the arrival of the head of the 4th detachment. What a pity, His Majesty wanted to assign Farhan a place in the royal palace. But upon refusal, a small mansion was prepared for the future judge. The Marquis of Farhan thanked his lordship for such courteous care and bowed before the son of the empire. It was time for him. His lordship loudly ordered all personnel to leave his office. His secret servant bowed to the emperor. How are things going with the search for a witness who can confirm the connection between metas? And Count Bartane. The search for the unexpectedly hidden servant will take some time, but the knight and his men managed to find his trail and will soon find him. Will the trial take place tomorrow? The witness must be found by the end of the day, by the way, and Count Barton met with the Marquis of Seos. If two families are involved in such a complex and high-profile scam with fake participants, then the family of the Marquis of Seos must be involved in it. For starters, because Count Barton is a complete idiot and such a serious scam. And competent is definitely not his merit. The wife of Marquis Silla often saw Count Barton. They were official meetings. So far there is nothing connecting them other than this. To bring a direct accusation against the family of the Marquis of Seos, knowledge of the encounters of the Marchioness of Sill with the Count will not be enough. They are brother and sister. Therefore, it was not necessary to keep their meetings secret. Let the cartel learn more about the entourage of the Marquis of Seos, about everyone who came into contact with him in any way. The head of the 4th Order of Chivalry promised to fulfill His Highness's order. Moreover, the young man had information about the maid whom His Highness found on the Duke's estate. The knight found out everything about the food group and observed him for some time. But he could not find a trace of him. The merchant said that on that day that girl got very scared and immediately left her work crew. It is suspicious that no one knows anything about her. Although the maid did not resemble Rihanna in appearance at all, her voice was exactly like that of the ex-empress. Appearance can be changed with magic, but not voice or aura. Apparently, the ex-wife decided to return upon learning of her father's situation, and secretly went to the family estate to see him. The emperor clenched his fists. Let Castle find this young woman at any cost. They cannot let her go. Raymond will not let Rihanna go this time. At any cost, the young man will find the protagonist and return her to her original place, which is next to him. Meanwhile, under the cover of the starry night sky, a discreet crew with passengers headed for the checkpoint. The guard asked Mr. Rumont for his ID card. Unfortunately, these are the rules for entering the territory. The red-haired young man said he was from the Phoenix Order and came to check the goods. He would finish before dawn. In that case, the guard has no reason to obstruct his passage. The guard ordered the carriage to pass. It seems the travelers got carried away, but they risked further inspection because it was already night outside. Barton's servant, who became a witness. He is safe now. Ruman assured the girl that they took the witness to a place where no mercenary would find him, and assigned him a guard. After all, the trial will begin tomorrow. If everything went well, few people know the true essence of Count Barton. The service personnel working for Count Barton will never be loyal to this degenerate. This idiot is not even capable of managing an estate or a family. At first, he didn't even believe that this idiot could be involved in such a cunning scam. Moreover, the Duke of Droid is the first person that comes to mind when thinking about who is capable of harming Rihanna's father. Because this dangerous man was a loyal servant of the former emperor and lost all his influence after Raymond ascended the throne. Then Ray ordered the execution of all members of the Droid family, and it was Iriscroft who persuaded not to shed their blood. Their family was the oldest. It would be impossible to pacify the nobility after their execution. As a result, the life of the Droid family was saved, but only an empty shell remained of their surname. Droid could not accept such shame and hated the Crofts. Even though Ryan's father, with the best intentions, fought for the life of the Droid family. Count Barton was weakly presented as the instigator of this entire fraud operation. Marquisios, Regina, Edmund, all are connected in some way. They were all aimed at the girl's father, and Rihanna will definitely find out the reasons. And besides these people, there are probably other noble people involved in the massive conspiracy. The carriage stopped, the travelers finally arrived. The main protagonist was waiting for a witness who could decide the fate of her beloved father. Ruman helped Miss Croft down. The place was used to store teas brought from the eastern lands. The young people were now in such a wilderness that even neighbors did not know about the existence of this warehouse. So their visit would not arouse much suspicion. The young manager, as always, did a great job. The witness has already managed to arrive. He is already waiting for them inside. In the darkness of the night, the young people approached a small barn which, due to high humidity, was excellent for storing goods from the east. Inside the secluded room, a frightened young witness was already waiting, who could become a real salvation for Iris Croft. The witness was still very young and already so scared and unhappy that the child was only slightly older than Carlyle. The boy, fascinated and with some apprehension in his eyes, raised his head towards Lady Croft. She does not resemble her wicked master at all. The boy introduced himself as Thun. The main character leaned towards the little witness. She was delighted to meet you. The girl called herself Ryan Croft. Miss Croft has a small request for the brave boy. If Thun suddenly agrees to fulfill it, then the boy will no longer have to work as a servant for the nobility. Thun, with some adult awareness in his eyes, stood up decisively and straightened his back. What must a child do for this? Count Barton is a sadistic degenerate. All the servants on his estate spoke of his cruelty. This monster loved to beat his servants almost to death. The baby sobbed bitterly. If Lady Croft could save the child from the Count, then he would do anything for her. Rihanna didn't even think about sending Tuna back. The young manager of the Phoenix branch in the Empire watched the warmth with interest. And Lady Croft's care. And the young witness literally blossomed before their eyes, feeling the girl's kind attitude. It was pleasant to watch. The child thanked his saviors. Well, that is in fact, it is the main character who should thank his little one. And brave savior. As soon as Thun's trial is held in the Phoenix Order, the baby will be provided with a place to sleep. And everything he needs, he just has to follow Ruman. If anyone bothers the little savior, Thun can immediately report it to Lady Rihanna. The child wiped away his tears. Thun will do whatever is necessary, in which case tomorrow they will meet the child in the courtroom. The young man offered to accompany his saviors. 2 crews were already in the territory of the secret warehouse. Meanwhile, in the thicket of the forest, the royal guards were searching with all their might for the child who disappeared in this place. And no one noticed which direction he ran. The head of the Fourth Order of Chivalry apologized to his lordship when Castell arrived here. The witness's tracks had already been lost. An expression of steel appeared on the Emperor's face. Anger appeared in his eyes. The fate of Rihanna's father depends on this child. Let them put all their efforts into searching for an important witness. The child must be found, and later Castell's mistakes will be discussed with the Emperor. The head of the Fourth Order of Knights was clearly frightened. Cold sweat ran down his face. The Emperor was furious. We must search everything here immediately and find that boy. His lordship was informed that the tracks lead in both directions, so it is simply impossible to follow the child's path. In that case, the detective army must split into 2 groups. Castell will go with His Highness. Everyone else will immediately go in the opposite direction. Then the sound of an approaching horse-drawn carriage was heard on the road. And all the royal guards froze at once. The head of His Majesty's Guard detachment immediately stepped forward in front of everyone. It was very suspicious that a cart was moving at that moment. The head of the Knights detachment ordered the carriage to stop immediately. Castell needed to conduct an inspection. The coachman of the carriage immediately froze in fear, sweat running down his face. And the royal knights surrounded his carriage. The young Mr. Rumont got out of the carriage. Castell approached him. What exactly was going on? And why was his carriage stopped? Castle was firm and unwavering, the crew in that area, under the cover of darkness, looked very suspicious. An imperial knight means that the young man introduced himself as Sir Ruman. He is from the Phoenix Trade Organization. Why did they stop his carriage? The coachman made some kind of mistake. The knight announced that a search for a fugitive criminal was underway in the vicinity. Ruman had better cooperate with them. What is a merchant doing in such a wilderness at such a late hour? There is a warehouse with rare varieties of Eastern tea nearby. There was a thief, so the merchant went to check his goods. This means that the fugitive criminal is the same thief. He must be very dangerous if the royal guards are looking for him. If the head of the Knight's Guard suddenly doubts Mr. Rumont's words, Castle can inspect his crew, and the young man will show him everything. He would dare if Rumont lied to the head of the Imperial Guard about his intentions and purposes when finding himself in such a situation. Suddenly, his lordship interrupted the interrogation of the red-haired merchant. His faithful executor immediately went to his lord. His lordship ordered to finish with this knight. Raymond watched Mr. Rumont intently. The young man's face turned pale. His hands were trembling. A strong aroma of tea emanated from him. It did not seem like a lie. Cassel heard his emperor's order, so surely Mr. Rumont can be free and continue his journey. The red-haired manager immediately smiled with relief. Rumont wishes the guards to quickly find the criminal and punish him. Sir Ruman ordered the coachman to leave immediately. The young man began to hold the curtain to sit inside the carriage and denounced the main character, which did not escape Raymond's attentive gaze. His lordship immediately looked at that girl in the carriage and recognized her immediately. For some reason, under the cover of darkness, the same maiden was sitting in the carriage of a merchant unknown to the emperor. It was this maiden whom His Majesty found on the estate of the Duchy of Crofts. Rihanna's voice belonged to her. His Highness immediately spurred his horse and ordered everyone to immediately stop the merchant's carriage. Castle did not understand what was happening, where the emperor was galloping. Raymond grabbed his only thread and will not let it go. The young man must catch that very girl. She has been hiding from him for too long. The emperor will not lose sight of Ryan again. The girl will no longer be able to escape him and his life. This will not happen again. His lordship lost sight of the carriage. The young man jumped horrified from his horse. This moment was much more painful than the 6 years spent without the girl. Raymond frantically pushed through the thicket in an attempt to find Rihanna. It could really be her. His hands were cut to blood. But where did the girl go? Again, she eluded Raymond like a desert mirage, as if Rihanna had never existed at all. The royal guard, led by Castle, had already arrived where their lord was. What happened to his lordship? The head of the Fourth Order of Knights noticed with concern the blood on the hands of the Empire's son. It doesn't matter anymore. As soon as the sun rises over the Empire, the executioner emperor is forced to hand over all of Agrita and find this red-haired merchant. Castle bowed to his emperor. It will be done. This time the girl won't let him, otherwise Raymond simply wouldn't have been looking for her from the start. Meanwhile, a night carriage with 2 passengers arrived at the secluded estate of a bankrupt baron. The young manager was still scared by what happened, but apparently they are safe, and they no longer have anything to worry about. However, the main character was still very worried about something. The girl knew very well that on the road they encountered the emperor and Castle. During the merchant carriage's stop, the girl planned to hide in an empty locker. From the outside, during inspection, Ryan would not have been noticed. However, if it was a detailed search of the entire carriage, then it would only be a matter of time before they discovered Miss Croft. And then her identity would be revealed. Recently, the Knights of his lordship began patrolling the Rayana area. She must be careful. If they recognize her as the former empress, then she is afraid to think about the consequences. Raymond was looking for the main character. Now it was obvious. Then at the estate he still suspected something, noticing something strange. If the girl had been caught, she would have been immediately sent to the royal palace with her highness. Then, Rayana would not have been able to attend her father's trial. And then, the main character's worst nightmare. Would the Emperor find out about the existence of her son Carlyle? In the entire life of young Rumont, this was the first time he lost his breath. And if they had come face to face with his lordship? It seemed to Ryan that the young red-haired man guessed from the beginning that Cassel was standing on the road in front of him. And how he managed it. It is this man who heads that very fourth order to be able to manage the organization. Rumont needs details. Observing the characteristic features of the behavior, the young man immediately realized who was in front of him. Even though it was late at night and dark outside, the young manager managed to see Castel in a critical situation. Rihanna underestimated the young man. The red-haired passenger was worried about the feeling that the knights would follow him. So changing course was the right decision. Thanks to him, everything was resolved. Rumont is truly an exceptional talent, as the girl's companion said. Jed, just a young man who used Phoenix's abilities to conduct reconnaissance. But what is much more important in this situation is that, apparently, the Emperor in this environment was interested in the same person as the girl herself. The main character also had the idea that Castel was not looking for a fugitive criminal, but a hidden servant of the Count. Rumen is simply curious why Rihanna did not turn to the Emperor for help. Obviously, he also wants to protect his father. It is really necessary to hide her identity. Why act alone? The girl simply no longer wants to have anything in common with Raymond. They divorced a long time ago. And if it becomes known that His Majesty helped the former Empress, then unpleasant rumors will spread throughout Agrita. That's what it is. Since everyone was under attack now, the protagonist wants her assistant to find a new hiding place for Carlyle. And Helen at dawn. But what about this shelter? In the morning, Miss Croft will appear at the trial, and then the news of her return will spread throughout the Empire. You must take your son and the maid to a safe place. The branch manager understood everything. This really makes sense and is necessary. The young man will find a good option. The main character is very grateful to the young man for his invaluable help. The girl is impressed by his intelligence. Rumont understood everything. Tomorrow, there will not be a single trace of their stay in the mansion. The girl thanks the young man for everything and asks him not to be late for tomorrow's trial. For this, the young Mrs. Croft should not worry at all about how spectacular and dramatic the girl's appearance will be tomorrow. The main character laughed. That's not the right word. Well, both need to get some sleep. Tomorrow the battle will begin, which all of Agrita will be watching. Meanwhile, at the estate of the Marquis of Seos, a vile scoundrel was trying to find out under what circumstances that very servant disappeared. Count Barton kept the child with him the whole time, so this servant is an important witness to his meetings with the Viscount of Metas. But this child disappeared without a trace. The Marquis was furious. He said to be careful when meeting. Count Barton himself knows about the disappearance of his servant. Count Barton does not know the news of the boy's disappearance. This idiot didn't even notice the disappearance of the one who was always by his side. That's right. The Marquis was terribly outraged to learn why such an important matter should be in doubt because of an idiot. Well, what a useless cretin. The Count has neither brains nor intuition. Regina intervened in the conversation. Something completely different is important now. Miss Seos's father agreed with his daughter why Regina is having fun in such a situation. Because now the decisive development of all their efforts is taking place. Regina asked her father if anyone suspicious had been seen before the servant's disappearance. An imperial knight or some girl. Regina carefully studied the reaction to her question on her father's knight's face. The guard tried to recall the reality sincerely. Marquis Seos did not understand his daughter's question. Everything is clear with the imperial knight, but what kind of girl are we talking about? The Marquis's daughter rolled her eyes. How can you be so stupid to perform such a bloody act and be so simple-minded? There was a more capable person willing to help Duke Croft. His devoted daughter. After all, everyone knows that the Croft family is distinguished by a warm attitude towards others. Unlike the Seos family. What bothered Regina from the beginning was that nothing had been heard of this girl. Even though her father could have lost absolutely everything, it was more likely that Rihanna returned to the Empire and hid. No one who looked like a knight was seen. Or a girl. That's why they missed the servant. Regina believes that her father should think about some changes in the course of tomorrow's case. Even if the servant appears as a witness, who will believe the words of a commoner when the Seos family has irrefutable evidence on their side? It's just incredible how stupid the girl's father still is, that then. As now, it was initially clear that this would not ruin the Duke himself or his life. Although the Marquis believes that Duke Croft's relationship with the Emperor leaves much to be desired, Ray does not abandon his people so easily. If the Seos family is especially persistent in the trial tomorrow, then this will arouse suspicion among the nobility. The Marquis has already lost the Emperor's trust. If a servant appears, then they should withdraw. The image of an emperor who would easily apply his punishment immediately flashed through Regina's father's mind. What should I do tomorrow? The Marquis's daughter has a good plan. She is willing to fulfill everything instead of her father. But on one condition from now on, Regina will take charge of all her family's affairs. It was precisely for this reason that the rotten lady calmly watched her father's obvious failure. And she wanted to take away her stupid father's right to make decisions. Regina's words sounded like a bolt from the blue all these years. The Marquis had no idea what kind of daughter he had raised in an atmosphere of pettiness and lust for power. What kind of absurd nonsense is his daughter talking about? How dare Regina even invade the right to occupy the position of head of the family? Miss Seos doesn't care at all if her father disagrees with her. Because in this case, in tomorrow's trial, the Marquis will lose absolutely everything. For some reason, Dad thinks that because his daughter is the mother of the Crown Prince, his lordship will forgive him. Why does the Marquis even think that his lordship has been postponing Iris Croft's trial all this time? From the beginning, Ray was on the other side, and tomorrow his father will face total collapse. The man was always power-hungry and never considered his children even as people, only as tools for his plans, and here is a trick. No matter how angry Marquis Seos was with his daughter for her baseness and betrayal, Regina was right. If the son of the Empire really acted secretly before all the nobility and found evidence of the Duke's innocence, Ray would never forgive the Marquis. The father, gritting his teeth, made a bad decision for himself. Agree to cede primacy to his daughter, whatever her plan, and tomorrow the Marquis will find out everything. Now let the Marquis of Seos go to his chambers. His father should sleep well tonight before the trial. Galena left her father's office with a pleasant feeling of victory inside her finally. She will not be intimidated, but will be in charge. Then Ryan Croft entered the game. Regina had been waiting for his appearance for a long time. Last time it seemed like a huge weight had been lifted from her. A couple of days ago, Miss Regina gave a letter to her assassin. She let Leela give it to Count Barton and explain the whole situation. The personal assistant bowed to her mistress and went to carry out her mistress's errand under the cover of darkness. A maniacal smile appeared on the face of the completely poisonous fake lady. Regina is really looking forward to tomorrow's long-awaited meeting with that very girl.